Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Hello everybody and welcome to chess.com and welcome to the final day of this year's FIDE World Rapid Championships. Today we're going to find out who gets the glory and who gets all the accolades, winning what is now considered to be an extremely important title in the world of chess. It's not just a random rapid tournament. This is the World Championships, held in very high esteem by all the top players in the world. And talking of top players, and we're going to go through exactly what's going on in the tournament in a minute, I am delighted to be joined by the one and only Olympic gold medalist, multi-time British champion, great commentator in his own right, the one and only David Howe. David, lovely to be here again with you today.
Yeah, too kind, Lawrence. Thanks. It's great to be with you. It's been a fantastic few days. This is our third day, the third day for the players now, and this is where it is crunch time. Everything matters. Every single move, every single half point. And as you mentioned, it's not just the titles. There's huge money prizes at stake. This could be potentially life-changing, especially for some of the younger players. And we could be in for a real marathon day of chess if there are indeed tie breaks we see in front of us. What's at stake? You mentioned, Lawrence, that we do have those world titles in the open and the women's sections. We have medals up for grabs and also massive prizes. In the open section, it is $60,000. That's not pocket change. And in the women's section, $40,000. And we will, as you've mentioned there, Lawrence, we will see 4 rounds of chess in the open section and 3 rounds in the women's section. And those possible tie breaks could be exciting if and when they do happen.
Yeah, we will, of course, go into a bit more detail if and when they do happen. David, as you said, titles on the line, tons and tons of prizes, $60,000 for first in the open, $40,000 in the women's section. Let's have a look at the current standings, in fact, of the women's section. First of all, we mentioned yesterday, it's packed at the top. As we can see there, 3 players on 6.5. Tan Zhongji, who's had a very, very decent tournament thus far, showing the world really that she is a real force to be reckoned with. At the top, Alexandra Goyachkina, arguably on paper the strongest player in the tournament, got over 2,600 FIDE for classical chess, but of course is an absolutely exquisite rapid player as well. And Sri Savita, now this is the player, David, that I don't know too much about. Do you know much about Sri Savita?
I must admit, Lawrence, before the tournament, I knew next to zero about Savita, but I've been doing my research. I've played through all of her games from this event, and she is phenomenal. She's only 15 years old, so this is a big breakthrough event for her, and she's won some games in very nice attacking style. So she's one to watch. She's in joint first. It won't be easy to keep up that streak as she faces some of the top seeds, but one of the stars of the event so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And we won't take away, of course, all of the chasing pack there on 6 points. A bunch of players and all very experienced, the likes of Humpy Kanuru, Valentina Gunina, Nino Batsiashvili. Even the players on 5.5 are not out of it, including former Women's World Champion Alexandra Kostenyuk and Antonetta Stefanova. So very, very tight there. We can see some of the matchups for round 9, David. Massive, massive match on board 1.
Yeah, massive match. Tan Zhongyi faces Goyachkina, and Goyachkina actually has a score to settle. Tan Zhongyi knocked her out of the Women's World Championship cycle in the candidates tournament just a few weeks ago. And on board 2, Abdulmalik the local favorite, cheered on by the home crowd there in Kazakhstan, does face Savita. So as you mentioned, Lawrence, we will catch up on those games a bit later. Meanwhile, maybe we can check out the leaderboard in the open section, where we do have just one leader at the moment. It is that guy again, Magnus Carlsen, on 7.5 out of 9, and he's followed by 3 players, Fedoseev, Abdusattorov, and young Vincent Keimer. There's a huge pack, 1 point behind from Magnus, which includes such titans as Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Eric Geisy, Dubov. Anything could still happen. Carlsen could still slip up. It's not going to be easy for him. Still plenty of chess to be played. But he's got to be the favorite, right?
Well, of course he's the favorite. He's the clear favorite. He's ahead. That extra half point can mean everything. Of course, he's not going to have an easy day today. A lot of guys are going to be gunning to win. As you said there, we can see some of the names on the leaderboard. The guys on 6 points, quite a bit behind. I would say 1.5 points with 3 rounds to go, with Magnus at the top probably is not an achievable gap. But certainly, if you're a point behind or just half a point, for example, if you are Vincent Keimer or Fedoseev or Abdusattorov, the reigning Rapid World Champion, you do absolutely still have a great shot. It's just going to all be about, as per usual, is Magnus going to take his foot off the gas? Is he going to give an opponent an opportunity? Because thus far, David, I don't really remember a game where he was in serious trouble. Do you?
No, Magnus has had positions where he's had to knuckle down and just hold the draw, and he's done that very well. But in general, he's taken his chances when they've come, Magnus Carlsen, and he hasn't let too many points slip away. We do see the matchups in front of us now. Magnus is up against the young German prodigy, Vincent Keimer. Fabiano Caruana has worked his way up the table. He's now on board 2. He's going to be aiming to take down Fedoseev and Abdusattorov, the final leader against Yu Yangyi. Some big names, of course, in these matchups for round 10, but another few big names missing. Nakamura, 2 whole points behind Carlsen, not even on the top 10 boards anymore. Vachier-Lagrave has dropped down. Plenty of names we associate with rapid chess, blitz chess, but they're just struggling a bit so far. And you mentioned there, Lawrence, it is the final sprint, but it is 4 games remaining today in the open section, 3 in the women's section. So there's plenty of time to catch up for these players behind Magnus.
Sorry, yes, indeed. 4 in this. I got that completely confused. 3 in the women's, 4 in the open, indeed. So there is still time. That is true, actually. Magnus is going to have to be on top form. We get an overview, a bird's eye view there of the playing hall. We can see the players getting ready. We can see Vladimir Fedoseev playing against Fabiano Caruana. Fabi back in the mix. He's a point off the lead, but you can never rule Fabiano out. Had a great end of the day yesterday, beating Punkratov, Shevchenko, and Gareev to get a solid 3 out of 3. And that's what you need, these little runs in these rapid tournaments or blitz tournaments. It is a momentum-based tournament. And now with white against Fedoseev, Fabiano should be quietly confident. This is a pretty good pairing for Fabi, I would say. What do you think, David?
Yeah, you definitely want to start the day with white. As you mentioned, it's all about going on those big streaks. One good day is often enough to propel you up to those top places. We see Fabi now with the white pieces. A moment ago, we saw Abdusattorov about to sit down. He also starts the day with white. And like you said, Lawrence, this is key. Fabiano with white, he will need to win, really. In order to leapfrog some of those players above him in the standings, he'll need full points. And here as well, we see that huge clash on board 1 of the women's section. Tan Zhongyi with white against Goyachkina. What will her strategy be? She managed to beat Goyachkina in some really tense playoffs in the candidates tournament just a few weeks back. And it's never easy. Do you stick? Do you twist? It is the final day. It's all about nerves. It often comes down to just those little details. One slip up here, taking your eye off the ball. Certain players often panic. There we see Hikaru Nakamura slightly lower down the table, aiming to fight his way back up. In the background, we see our countryman, Lawrence, Amit Ghazi.
Yep.
And one of the only English representatives in these 2 tournaments. And back to the top boards, we see Jordan van Foreest against Lei Min, very famous streamer, and players looking focused, looking relaxed, just as the games are about to kick off.
Indeed, games about to kick off, and
waiting for one man though.
Yeah, there's usual. one man holding up the show. Does tend to arrive late-ish, prefers to be the last there, and I think that is for some psychological effect as well. It's almost as, when you're waiting for him, there's that kind of admission subconsciously that he is the important player in this somehow, that you're having to wait for him, he's not having to wait for you. I wonder if that's something he's worked on, or that's something he's aware of as a kind of psychological ploy to already get a small psychological advantage right from the off.
Yeah, you're right. It's all about mind games at the top level. It's all about getting under the opponent's skin. And Magnus, not only does he arrive late, his clock has been started, but he slowly just takes his time to adjust his pieces. And you can see there, Vincent replying instantly. He was itching. He was impatient to get this game going. And we have started. It's a Queen's Gambit declined and a Catalan by Magnus. He's taking this seriously. No more 1b3. He's back to his World Championship repertoire. This is what he employed against Jan Nepomniachtchi consistently last year throughout the World Championship. And Vincent plays a very ambitious approach as black, grabbing a pawn early. That pawn on c4 might not last for too long, but Vincent will try to keep it intact if he can. And this is very theoretical. This is mainline theory, very topical stuff at the moment, Lawrence. Are you surprised that Magnus is going back to more classical openings after offbeat openings brought him so much success in the first 2 days?
Not particularly. No. Magnus, I think he decides a lot of these things. I know that he does decide. I know that he does have an idea of more or less what general opening he wants to play before each game. I think he speaks to Peter Heine and they discuss. I don't think they go into too great a detail because obviously it's a rapid game and a lot can happen, but they have an idea about the general opening. So it doesn't surprise me that he's playing something like this against Vincent. I think he's not going to be overly audacious today. He's got that half-point lead. He doesn't have to go completely crazy. So I'm not too surprised. Although the opening that I'm seeing on the board now, I've never actually seen this position before, David. I don't know if you have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had seen this position before up until Magnus's bishop g5. So white has put the bishop on g5, as we see, and that bishop has been nudged. It's been asked the question by black playing h6. White's dark square bishop now, either it's got to retreat back to a pretty awkward square, and Magnus will have to admit a loss of time, or he's going to have to take black's knight on f6. If he does take this knight on f6, Vincent will happily take back with his bishop, and still Magnus is a pawn down. If he goes after this black c4 pawn, white's central pawn might well drop off. And the Catalan opening, it's got a great reputation, of course, at all levels. It does often entail a pawn sacrifice, but it is strange to see Magnus thinking after playing these first few moves instantly. Vincent, as far as I know, has played something similar to this before. So it's slightly curious that Magnus did pause, but he does eventually take this knight. And we mentioned earlier that he likes to arrive late. Very similar vein to Kasparov. And it feels like Magnus in recent years has been developing this kind of dynamic approach to the openings, middle games, happily sacrificing pawns. There we see the exchange. Knight takes c4 is now met, I think, by just bishop takes d4. And Magnus has to back up this dynamic opening choice with some accuracy. Otherwise, black is just a pawn up. Black has got a very healthy position, Lawrence.
Yeah, I simply don't get it. I think this is just a botched attempt by Magnus in a Catalan. I don't really... I don't see it. Okay, knight a3 played. Fairly logical move, trying to win the pawn back this way. But can black now, for example, play in Grunfeld style, David? This is something you will be very aware of with the move pawn to c3. The point being that after b takes c3, maybe now I can go queen a5. And is this a little bit awkward because you're suddenly attacking 3 different points in the white position? And I don't quite see a way to defend against that, actually.
Yeah, it looks very tempting for black, I guess. In this position, we're analyzing queen to b3 is possible.
Yes.
And after bishop takes e5, white can flick in the Zwischenzug, the intermediate move, knight c4, attacking black's queen, attacking the black bishop, and white will come out of this with interest. White is far ahead in development. So there are tricks. I saw a few feature chats there suggesting that Magnus is bluffing. Often this is what the top players do. They do pause for a few moments, not necessarily to recollect their opening theory, but just to bluff. I've done this plenty of times myself. You pretend you don't really know what's going on, and suddenly you speed up, you bash out the moves, and the opponent can't really deal with the change in momentum. And again, psychological warfare, potentially from Magnus Carlsen. If Vincent doesn't play this move c3, maybe we can go back to the game position, then there are tempting alternatives. You could just castle, get the king to safety. You could give a check first via a5. And either way, it looks like white might well be winning the pawn back on c4. If he does, Magnus will be happy once again. Interesting opening developments. First, Magnus looked a bit lost. Then Vincent now pondering what to do. And yeah, I expect this one to take maybe a slower course over the next few moves as players do just find their bearings. And yeah, Lawrence, maybe we can take a scan at the other chasing pack, the other games.
Absolutely. Should we go to... I guess we should have a quick look at Fabiano against Fedoseev, as we mentioned it in the introduction. Fabiano with the white pieces. We had some kind of weird Queen's Gambit declined where Fedoseev has decided to go for a kind of poisoned pawn, playing Queen b6, Queen takes b2, giving up the 2 bishops. He managed to get Fabi to lose castling rights as well. But at what cost? Because this looks awfully risky to play like this. I mean, for example, the move rook b1 here just is screaming out to be played, hitting this pawn and trying to enter, trying to force a weakness. For example, if black now plays a move like b6, you can now, for example, follow up with queen c2, hitting more of these pressure points. And now something like rook c8 might run into knight e5. So, I don't know. I mean, playing like this in Rapid is something I tend to try and avoid. I mean, I tend to try and avoid it in real chess, or let's say classical chess anyway, because I'm not really a pawn grabber. Surely white has got a massive initiative here, David.
Yeah, you're completely right. It does look scary for black. That black king still needs a couple of moves before it can cast away to safety on g8. And in the meantime, Fabiano surely must be in his preparation. If I look at the clock times, though, Fabi has spent quite a few minutes. Fedoseev has played almost instantly up to this point, so maybe he's worked out at home beforehand that he can get away with grabbing this pawn, and he is a maximalist, Fedoseev. He will always choose the most ambitious approach in any position, whether that's grabbing pawns, whether that's going for an aggressive plan, even at the cost of some kind of long-term strategic weaknesses. And yeah, it just shows that both players know, or at least believe, that they need to win in order to catch up with Magnus. You can't just take it easy. You can't just step off the pedal and kind of take a calmer approach, go for the draw, because Magnus has, well, he will just increase his lead if that does happen. And the one thing I will say about this position, after rook b1, Lawrence, there's no immediate threat. So rook takes b7 would be met by queen a6 check.
Nice spot.
So black does have one move to try and untangle, to unravel his pieces. Maybe bishop e7, just get developed. Bishop d6, I think you were going to mention there, would drop a piece, I believe, to rook b3, queen a6, and bishop d3, blocking a check. And next move, the black bishop on d6 would fall. So there are some tactics in the air, but Fabi has played your move, rook b1. No immediate threat, but black's queenside pawns under serious pressure. Yeah, really exciting game, this one. It's shaping up to be.
Yeah, this could go. This is a 3-result game for sure. I did want to quickly check in on board 3 as well, because the other guy sitting on 7 out of 9 is the current reigning Rapid World Champion, Abdusattorov, playing white against Yu Yang. And we have a strange position that's actually come out of a Petrov opening, but I tend to believe that Yu Yang is actually doing quite well here with black. This bishop raining down on the white queen side. And the problem is we often hear about the 2 bishops, how great they are. Yes, they are great, but only when they are working and when they have got open diagonals. This is one of those blocked, let's call it semi-closed positions. And I don't know. I think I would take black in a real game here, David. What do you think?
I'm inclined to agree. I think it is objectively roughly balanced. White does have ideas to open up the position. He's just played rook to b1. Maybe he'll throw his b pawn forward at some point. Don't be surprised if white also throws his g pawn forward just to try and open lines, just to try and get the bishops working. Black does have one problem piece. That is the black knight sitting on a6. It still takes 3 or 4 tempi to activate that knight. And also the other factor here, I've analyzed enough with computers to know that computers always will take the bishop pair. They always will take the space. And sometimes they forget that in human terms, the plans might be easier for one side. Meanwhile, we do see white pushing forward with b4, instantly blocked with b6. I do think it's in the balance. The climax of the game will be a lot later once both sides have fully mobilized their rooks. Maybe we'll see an exchange of one set of bishops, for example. And it's only later that we'll find out who has the practical advantage, whose position is easier to play. But I'm just loving how imbalanced it is with the bishop pair, with the pawn structure. Both sides have protected passed pawns later for the endgame. That could be vital. And it does feel like all of the players just happy to maintain the tension, happy to take risks at this early stage on the final day. And Abdusattorov, he really excels in close positions where he can just maneuver, wait, and then find his moment to strike later. That's how he actually won the World Rapid title last year. So many block positions, but he seemed to find his way past the top players in the world. So I wouldn't be surprised if he can conjure up some magic here as white.
We'll soon find out. Let's go back to the Magnus Carlsen game. We've had some developments there. After knight a3, we did in fact get the move queen a5 check, which you mentioned, David, which was blocked by the move queen d2. There was a trade. Vincent castled. Knight recaptured this pawn on c4, so material is now equal. Rook d8. And now Magnus using the king to protect the pawn and getting out of the pin. Makes perfect sense. King e3, knight d7, rook d1, knight to b6.
Wow, Lawrence, I love how nonchalant you are about playing king e3. I mean, I know it's an endgame. I know queens are off the board, but what a move, king e3, leading from the front with the king.
Yeah, I mean, what else? I mean, you know, the king does a great job, protects the pawn, gets out of the pin. It feels like a fairly natural move there. Black doesn't really have any pieces out to bother that king. So this looks totally standard to my eyes.
Yeah, I must say I love the feature chat there by, I think it was Dale, and he was saying Magnus is playing King of the Hill. I don't know if you've dabbled in that chess variant, Lawrence, but King of the Hill, the whole concept of the game is you win by checkmate or by getting your king to one of the 4 central squares, e4, d4, e5, and d5. It's my favorite variant of chess, maybe behind Fischer Random, behind 960. But Magnus, active king. That's what he believes in the endgame. And a couple more moves, as you mentioned, have been played after rook d1, knight b6. And I think Magnus has pushed forward even further. f4 on the last move. So he's also creating a little hiding place. If knight d5 check comes in, hitting that king, he's just going to slide back and say, okay, I've lost a bit of time, but so have you with your knight. E4 potentially coming. Maybe he'll steamroller forward with some pawns. Black's light square bishop, the bishop on c8 is the problem piece. It can't really get active while white's knights are clamping down white's light square bishop, poking at some weaknesses from afar. Yeah, I must say, the more I look at it, the more I think this is classic Magnus. This is this is his bread and butter type of position. This is how he kind of ascended to the world's elite, just grinding away these slightly better endgames. And it does feel like black is still the one with the onus, the burden of equalizing. I don't know who you prefer, Lawrence.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I would take white here all day because, as you said, this bishop on c8 is a huge problem piece. I simply don't know how black intends to get that piece into action. I think his last move, bishop e7, was designed to try and play the move f6 and cause some disharmony amongst the knights. But rook ac1 prevents a lot of those ideas, because now if f6, you can just go knight g6, let's say, and this is check is met by rook takes c4, and it's not clear that playing f6 has actually helped you now with black, because you created a further weakness here. So also, remember, Vincent Kmar very much comes from the Pidaleko school of chess. He's not going to create unnecessary weaknesses. He's not going to weaken his king unnecessarily. But this position, even though the bar, as we can see, is kind of dead middle, it's not that easy at all to navigate this position with black. I don't really know what his best plan is here. David, what do you suggest here for him?
Yeah, I feel black's position is very tough, at least in human terms. I mean, it's tough to get excited about black's position. It's tough to find anything productive to do. He does, in the end, go for f6. As you mentioned, long term, that is very weakening. Now there are some light square holes around black's position, especially on g6. e6 is a bit more tender now, that pawn there. Magnus retreats to d3. I actually quite like this move in the Catalan, as the old legends like Swedish great Ulf Andersson used to show on a daily basis. A knight on d3 is so flexible, it can jump forward to c5 later. It holds the whole position together. So I like this retreat. And I do expect Vincent to try and alleviate some of the pressure by swapping off one set of knights. And I do feel white's knights are just too strong. I'm expecting a move such as knight takes c4. Maybe black's light square bishop can reroute itself now via d7 later, and then e8 and out, as you're showing there, Lawrence, out on a different diagonal. So yes, the move f6 comes with some drawbacks, but at least it creates some squares. He's chosen not to go for this. He's actually keeping the tension, Vincent, by playing king f7. Now I would be slightly afraid of white planting a knight on the a5 square. Again, this is typical strategy in this type of pawn structure. If white's knight ever lands on a5, then it really clamps down on black's position. Now black's light square bishop is pretty much rooted to its spot. It can never develop, at least it can never comfortably develop, because black's b7 pawns and c6 pawns are always under watch from white's pieces. I would be terrified of getting into a bind-like position here as black, where you can barely move. Either your bishop will be tied down defending the b7 pawn, or if, for example, black plays a move like rook b8, the rook will be tied down long term. No way to evict white's knight on a5. And the bind will continue. White here, Magnus, could play a3, b4, slowly build up. And it's a risk-free advantage. That's what he's dreaming of in the tournament situation as well. Looking very good for white right now.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it before. Classic Magnus. Just knows how to keep the tension, knows how to put that little bit of pressure on his opponents. And this is awkward for black. No getting away from it. This is not a position that Vincent is going to feel overly excited about playing with black. That said, again, coming from the Pidaleko school of chess, he'll understand that his position is solid. He's passive but solid, so he needs to find a way just to release a little bit of the tension as things stand. And if he manages to do that, I think he's going to be okay. As you can see, the bar is absolutely not going crazy for white here. The question is, how do you release some of the tension here? Normally you do that via trading pieces. So maybe what black can do is play a move like knight d5 check, king f2. Can he try and trade a pair of knights with knight b4? Saying, okay, the a2 pawn might actually be on pre here. So this might exist. But it's difficult to play nonetheless. And in fact, your move, Rook B8, has been played now. And now I do expect Magnus, as you said, just to play A3. It cuts out knight D5, knight B4 ideas, and it prepares B4. I think A3 is just going to be played most of the time here by Magnus.
Yeah, exactly. And we should mention there's a lot of talk of the evaluation bar in the feature chat today. And yes, the position might be equal, but that's with best play. And that's if black defends like a computer. And okay, surprisingly, Magnus doesn't play A3. He doesn't take a timeout to cut out black's plan. He doesn't prevent it at all. He just improves his bishop slightly. And that's very mysterious, I've got to say. White's bishop looks nice and pretty sitting on this F3 square, but what's it actually doing? I don't think he wants to poke around with any checks on H5. That could simply be blocked. I'm surprised. I'm a bit gobsmacked, I've got to say. What is the idea there? These top players, they keep us guessing as commentators. They keep their opponents guessing. Sometimes they keep the evaluation bar, the computer guessing. It's very tough to see what the idea is. Now black can go for that idea you mentioned, Lawrence. Maybe now is the moment. Knight D5, knight B4. Swap off pieces before it's too late. You are cramped, and that is conventional wisdom. Trade off when you're cramped. Meanwhile, there are other interesting games. If
absolutely.
We look around the pairings, maybe we can check out this game by Anish Giri. Looks really interesting right now. Look at this white king. What's it doing on F2? And remember, you're facing Daniil Dubov, one of the best attackers in the world. He's basically Mikhail Tal reincarnated. And he's going for the white king. We saw some beautiful checkmates from him yesterday. Could he do the same again, Lawrence?
Well, I fear for Anish in this position. This is not the kind of position Anish loves, and it's exactly the sort of position Daniil Dubov loves. F5, kicking the bishop. So the bishop really it can't even really come back because D4 is hanging. So you have to take, and I think Daniel's idea is actually to push again with the F4. I think this is his brilliant kind of idea. The point being, if bishop takes F4, you lose this guy. And if G takes F4, can you now play the rambunctious, unbelievable move, pawn to E5, trying to get this queen into action here? For example, if F takes E5, you've won a bunch of pawns, but at what cost? Queen H4, check. The king is forced to go to G1, and now it's so close. Oh my goodness, I'm seeing all kinds of exciting. Oh my goodness, does bishop takes E5 work here, David? The point being,
I was about to suggest this, Lawrence. Looks good.
And rook G4 check. Look at this. And if F takes G4, queen takes G4 is going to be mate after queen takes G2 next. These kind of ideas suddenly exist. And when you are, and this is on the board, F4 is actually on the board. And after G takes F4, is he going to play E5? He could, of course, just take here. This is also very reasonable. This also looks very difficult to play against. Nonetheless, whatever he does decide, oh my goodness, Anish Giri, he's not going to enjoy having to find some only moves there. This is surely all Dubov here.
Yeah, and look at the clock. Anish is suffering, struggling. Remember, Anish Giri, he, as you mentioned, does not like these types of positions. If you check out the chess.com awards of the year, some of the best games of this year have been played against Anish Giri. Mamedyarov sacrificed all of his pieces to beat Anish Giri in the Champions Chess Tour. And remember, Duda playing the combination of the year, potentially an 11-move checkmate against Giri. Something about Anish Giri's style encourages players to attack him, and they are often rewarded if they're able to get this type of position. And look at it, Lawrence. You predicted the future.
Wow.
Incredible move there. E5, throwing all the pawns away. How many pawns is black down? I'm doing a quick count. He's down 3 pawns. He's giving away a 4th pawn with E5.
Amazing.
And he's just tunnel vision right now, going for this white king. I love that variation you just showed with breaking through with the black rook from B4. There was also some nice queen sacrifices in that variation with queen G4 in that line. But now, how does white even try to defend? Wow. Every single black piece is coming for that white king, hunting it down.
I think
unless you're going to Oh, sorry, Lawrence.
No, I was going to say, I think from a practical perspective, you've got no chance here, Giri. Simply, you're 6 minutes down on the clock. Whatever way you take on e5 here, you know, if you take with the d pawn, for example, and try it this way, now black just takes on f4, probably with this rook, something like this. Even this position to defend with your king, where it is, this is mate, bishop takes e5, and the dark squares are all loose. I just don't see sort of a legitimate defensive try here as white in a rapid setting, right? If you gave Anish Giri 2 hours in this position, he might be able to find something. But in a rapid setting, I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, 2 minutes left, and maybe in that variation, Queen e1 was the only defense, sliding the white queen across in that variation after rook takes f4, Lawrence. But yeah, as you say, there's all sorts of sacrifices in the air, and unless you're going to channel your inner Magnus Carlsen and start walking your king up the board, hoping that you can survive, then yeah, disaster might ensue. And I just see the evaluation bar drop. What could the winning idea be? I mean, there's so many tempting moves for black. I don't see it yet. Queen g3 will block some checks if necessary. Ooh, there must be a knockout blow. I mean, maybe just giving a check from...
What about... here's one for you that's going to make you rock your socks. Queen g5 check. Okay. Queen g3, rook takes
Lawrence.
f3.
Whoa, what a move. It felt like there was something, and I think you found it, Lawrence. Just to show the idea to the viewers, if the white queen, or one of the pieces, takes the black queen, then rook f1 leads to mate, literally giving away half your army. If you take on f3, queen takes e3 is just lights out, disaster. White can battle on a few moves, but it won't help. And,
beautiful, huh?
Yeah, it looks... This is in the air, and we have just seen Giri snatch a fourth pawn.
Yeah,
4 pawns up, Anish Giri, but the king is in trouble.
Well, he had to. He had to do something. I mean, he had to take the pawn, but huge trouble for Anish Giri. Looks as though Vladimir Fedoseev as well is in big trouble. Remember how we were looking at this game a bit earlier with the rook on b1, and I said that white was able, or should be able, to develop a very serious initiative here. Well, that initiative looks fantastic. Knight e4, and the bar has gone insane for white here. Can you just kick this knight away with f3 and say, so what? Because if knight c3, rook b3, and you lose a piece, and if you have to go back, you've wasted 2 whole tempi? I don't get it. What am I missing here, David? Why can't I just kick that knight away?
That's a very good question, Lawrence. I guess f3 does slightly weaken the white king, and does black have a counterattack somehow there? I'm struggling to see it. After f3, maybe black's idea is to take on e5. Just trying to get rid of one knight and then to jump in. If you take with a bishop now, then the other black knight can jump in. It does get a bit chaotic after bishop takes e5, knight c4, knight takes e3 is coming. I still believe in white's chances. Those 2 bishops are so strong. Black's king is a huge target, but okay, we've seen a different move. And after d takes e4, Lawrence, rook takes b6. Is that a move now for Fabiano? A takes b6. White can play knight c4 with a double attack, hitting the queen, hitting the bishop. And
surely he's going to see that, Fabi.
How can black even survive?
And the point is that after rook takes b6, bishop takes c5, very important, you've got the sufficiency of rook b3, this move again. Important way to hold on to the rook, and now you just end up a piece up. And he has played it. He has played rook takes b6. That is going to end proceedings here, because the 2 pieces are way too strong for the single rook here. That is going to just end the game. No way Fedoseev holds, because, for example, after takes, knight c4, let's say the queen goes to a6, you take on d6 with the knight, the rook moves. You can even now flick in the move h6, weakening all of those dark squares, creating that dark square color complex around the black king. And you can never survive positions here. After g6, you can even, for example, play g5 if you want to. You're going to play bishop e5 check, knight takes e4, knight f6. And you just never, ever survive these positions as black. So this is just winning for Fabi. Incredible.
I mean, he's a classy man, a classy player, and he's spotted his opportunity. Despite a bit of a slower start, he's really rising up the table now. And yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise in a way. You mentioned it earlier. It was so risky, Black's approach. My first ever chess coach one of my first coaches used to say, when the queen is so far divorced from her king, here, Black's queen is so far away from the black king, you can never really defend. That's why Fabi's attack is so dangerous, as you mentioned in that variation. If white pushes the pawn to h6, Black's king is all alone, bereft of defenders. And it's not just that, but of course, you're losing material as well. Fedoseev could try to seek some consolation in an endgame by playing queen d3 here. But even then, even if the queens come off, yeah, white is still material up. Those two pieces far superior to the black rooks. The black d pawn will just be rounded up, as you're showing there, Lawrence, as well. Fedoseev, he's got to choose between all of these horrible variations, and he keeps the queens on with queen a8, but we're just heading down a similar variation to the one you showed. That black bishop is just going to be gobbled up, and that will spell the beginning of the end. What a tactic by Fabiano. We joined it at the right moment. Drama everywhere in this 9th round. In this 10th round. It's just, yeah, all of the players now, especially those more experienced players, really asserting control. And maybe we can check back in on this one later. I'm assuming now Fabiano is going to take this one quite smoothly to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to go over to the women's section because I'm noticing out the corner of my eye. First of all, we have to take a look at board 1, Tan Zhongyi against Guiyachkina. An ending here where my first instinct is that white should be doing quite well, but at the same time, I can also see some danger here for white. For example, if black plays a move like knight to e7, and now you're a bit clumsy with white, let's say you play king e3, can black play... Oh, sorry, I'm blundering a pawn here on f7. You can't play e5. So this is not... I don't know, the pawns control a lot of squares, but black is very solid.
Yeah, in that variation, Lawrence, after king e3, black can play a move such as f6, just containing the position. Next move, like you said, e5, no matter what. Black can put a pawn on b6. All of white's pawns are going to be fixed on light squares, and that's normally not a good sign. It means we'll get a good knight versus bad bishop scenario, and that's definitely not what Tan Zhongyi wants. It will be very one-sided. Black's knight has the flexibility to maneuver around on both sides of the board, start attacking those pawn weaknesses. I do feel that Tan Zhongyi wants to play e5 check no matter what, to put some pawns on dark squares. That's normally what you want to aim for in an endgame, putting pawns on the opposite color complex to your bishop. So, for example, in this position, she would most likely play e5, and
e5 here,
she has just played that move, kicking the black king back to a worse square, but also just preventing that dark squared blockade. And then the white king will start rerouting, maybe over towards the queen side somewhere. It's just a question of whether black's knight can get active. If it can't, then white is in no trouble. I don't think you can break through with white. No potential creation of passed pawns anymore after blocking things up in the center. But at least you're out of danger for Tan Zhongyi. So I don't know about you, Lawrence. Prediction-wise, I would say this one is going to take a calmer turn, most likely a draw. Yeah. But still some life left.
I think it's almost certainly going to be a draw. I will say on board 2, Abdumalik playing against Savita. You know, Savita has been a kind of breakout star. You know, we see them every year. You know, an exceptional performance by an underdog. Savita so far is being that. Just you know, not a woman grandmaster. Just you know, she's rated 24-11 though, so she's clearly a very serious player. This is a position she has against Jansaya Abdumalik, and I have to say this looks very dangerous for Jansaya, does it not, in this position here?
Yeah, you're right, Lawrence. If we compare the kings, both kings look slightly open, slightly vulnerable, but it's about how many pieces can attack the opponent's king. And here, Savita, as black, has lined up a lot of ammunition against that white knight on c3. That knight is pinned. that knight is pinned in 2 different directions even. And on the dart squares, I don't really see any kind of safe haven for the white king long term. Black can start pushing pawns. I would be very tempted to start trying to get the black queen into the game as well somehow. I'm looking at this kind of a1 to h8 diagonal. Somehow, if black can arrange getting the queen there, it's pretty much game over. But we have to remember that white is a pawn up. So if white can get the queens off, for example, some semblance of safety there. I do love visually black's position, but clock times against Savita under 1 minute. And material wise, she still has to seek compensation somehow. She plays rook f7, not a defensive move. I think she wants to swing that rook across to the c file. Very sneaky stuff, a very creative way to double up the rooks. I like it, I've got to say, but it does give white a move to try and get out of dodge with her queen. The white queen on d2 has to move sooner rather than later. It's just feeling too uncomfortable, eyed up by black's bishop. I think all 3 results are still possible. Of course, Abdumalik roared on by her home crowd, but Savita, 15 years old, extremely talented and finding all these creative ideas. She did it on the first 2 days as well. Rook f7, very subtle, looking very complex in that one. And meanwhile, I think we've jumped back to the Caruana game. Caruana is just a knight up there and about to wrap it up. But Lawrence, Anish against Dubov. What's happening here?
Well, let's go back because we saw this incredible concept of e5, queen h4 check, and rook f4. We had all of this in our analysis. Anish's king under huge assault. Bishop takes f4, queen takes f4. Anish here played queen d5 check and queen e4. Very logical, trying to get the queens off. Daniel said, no thanks, queen g5 check, king f2. And now rook f4, kicking the queen, queen h4 check. Now the king has to go walkies. And after rook f8, we reach the following position here. Now the bar, again, is not going nuts for Daniel Dubov here, meaning that, perhaps there is, some way to hold this position. But again, how do you hold this position in a practical context? Because if you play king d2, you run into rook d8 and you lose the queen quite simply. And I just don't see how a human player ever holds this. Bishop h6 is a massive threat, threatening to win the queen. He went for queen to c5, which gets out of those threats. But I don't know, David. How do you survive here?
I don't think you do, Lawrence. In human terms, it's, as you say, it's practical play. That's what Dubov is so good at. Also, look at the clocks. Anish made that move with less than 10 seconds left. He does have this 10-second increment, but when your opponent is throwing all these traps at you, these tricks, these attacks, it's just impossible to defend with 10, 20 seconds. Dubov still with a healthy 2 minutes on his clock. I'm looking at a bunch of checks here. Bishop h6 is one possible check. Queen f4 check, I believe, has just been played by Dubov. If the king runs to the queen side, if the king steps across to d3, then it's going to get hit by all sorts of pieces. The rook, the bishops. Bishop f5 looks like a killer. Rook d8, just as you say, everything here seems to be working in black's favor. He drops back instead. And now is Dubov considering taking this pawn on e5 with his bishop? I'm not so sure where the knockout blow is, but that looks very tempting to me.
I think absolutely he's going to take this pawn on e5 with the bishop. I think that's his idea. The engine hates it.
Yeah, it's it's one of those positions. The margins are so fine. If you just make one slip, then you could go from completely winning to completely losing. And Dubov, having sacrificed all this material, he finds a different series of checks. Lawrence, let's go back to the game. He checks, I think, from the g5 square, and this looks very, very powerful. I think he's found the winning motif, the winning idea, because now, again, if white's king crosses over to the d file, it's going to get it's going to get attacked. He does do this Anish Giri, but the idea was if the king had stepped back to f2, the difference this time was that queen g2 would have been the killer, forcing white's king forward yet again. Bishop h6 and I think bishop f5 here. Everything is just falling for white. At some point now, rook d8.
Oh, it was rook d8. It was actually
would have dropped there.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Now, sorry, no, you're right. And now this king is gone walkies, but it's still, it feels losing, but you have to find the win here as black, right? It's not just playing itself, this position. You have to find some kind of precise way. Now that way, I don't know.
It's like a game of hide and seek. White's king is trying to run and hide, and it's just getting chased relentlessly by black's pieces. I mean, there's so many tempting moves. Bishop e6 check. Black's light square bishop can come and rejoin the attack. Black's queen has a bunch of checks. Black's dark square bishop can just drop back and attack white's queen. I mean, like queen you say, maybe
queen d2 looks like a move to me. Just coming in behind, you threaten this. This suddenly becomes an idea because there's some bishop f8s. That looks like a natural move to me if you don't play a check. And he goes bishop e6 check, okay.
And he drops his bishop back to f8. I like this.
Okay.
The one pitfall I was going to say is that Dubov has too many tempting moves, and he's under a minute now. The problem is when you have 6 or 7 very strong moves as black, sometimes you get a bit carried away, you get a bit confused. And okay, he gives another check. Giri, he has to pick his poison here. Is he going to drop back to a4?
I think you have to go
once it joins the attack. Yeah, it's going to be game over though. A move such as queen e7 now.
Wow.
Or something along these lines looks like it pretty much ends all resistance. You just need the queen. That's the final ingredient to the attack. All of black's pieces, yeah, they're just perfectly placed. And he does play queen e7, threatening mate in 1, queen a3. That queen along the diagonal. Okay, that's blocked by Giri. Giri pushes a pawn to control some squares. I mean, very least you can start cashing in now. There we go. Giri's going to have to give up his queen just to survive. And at the very end, there's a nasty check. We'll see this happen on the board. There's going to be a double attack. There we go. Dubov hits the white king, hits the white bishop. Material up now and an ongoing attack, Lawrence. We saw a handshake. Dubov beats Giri.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful game by Daniel Dubov. One of my favorites so far of the tournament, I have to say, from the ones I've seen. This concept of going f4 and e5. Quickly go back there for you guys to see. It was this position here in the opening where Giri had snatched a pawn on c6. He was already, 2 pawns up here. So Daniel had already given 2 pawns, but look at the white king and look at the activity of the entire black army. And the amplified
and Lawrence,
f4.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We'll go back through this one later, but Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keimer. This one is changing and huge developments. It looks like Magnus is on the brink of victory. It was very balanced for a long time, but as we predicted earlier, white was the one in the driver's seat, and look at the black rook now. It's just passive. Any king and pawn endgame is winning for white. White is 2 pawns up temporarily. Despite the white a6 pawn dropping, the white king is now coming, and Magnus working his endgame magic again. We'll go through this one a bit more in detail maybe later, just to show how he works this magic. But unstoppable now. King e5, king e6, king e7. White king just advances, and it's inevitable now. Black is totally stuck. We see the handshake. Vincent Keimer put up a fight, but couldn't stem the tide. Carlsen takes another win, maybe extending his lead, Lawrence.
No, this is a massive, massive win for Magnus because Fabiano did beat Fedoseev. We looked at that game a little earlier. Fabi doing Magnus a favor there, taking one of the closest rivals out of the picture. And Abdusattorov did not beat Yu Yangyi. That was a draw. So Magnus now a full point clear with 3 rounds to go. That is a massive margin at this late stage. Dubov, Abdusattorov, and Caruana all on 7.5 points. Will we see Carlsen Caruana next? I think we will, won't we? I mean, that feels like the pairing that has to be made. Is Fabi going to play spoiler? Somebody has to beat Magnus, else he's just going to do what he does and run away with this whole thing yet again. But yeah, this was a clinic by Magnus, wasn't it? We can have a look at what went on, perhaps a bit later when the rest of the critical games have finished. I would say let's go to Arjun Erigaisi against Artemiev, because this is also a critical game. Both of these guys on 6.5. If there's a winner in this game, they join that important pack on 7.5. So rook c7 check, king d6. But is this just a draw, David? Or what am I looking at here?
Yeah, it feels like this position should be a draw with best play, of course, but it feels like white has the better side of a draw. This is another Carlsen-esque position. I'm sure he'd find a way to get some type of pressure on the black position here. The reason I prefer white is because the white rook is simply more active than its counterpart. The black rook sitting on a very defensive post right now. Black has a lot of weaknesses. White can target the black g6 pawn. White can target the b5 pawn. The black d pawn also isolated. That being said, everything protects each other at the moment for black. And Erigaisi does have one move to create counterplay, and he starts with rook to f6, hitting white's weakness, the only real weakness in the position, the f2 pawn. And I think in order to have any hope of winning this game, Artemiev will have to take some risks. White now pushing pawns forward. Pawns don't move backwards, so now the white g3 pawn, long-term target. And Erigaisi's happy to lose a move, happy to go back with the rook where it came from, because now he will try to go active himself on the open e-file. To me, it feels like it shouldn't be enough, as you say, Lawrence. This should be a draw, but it is rapid chess, and it's all about ease of position. As Pizza Man 69 says there in the feature chat, yeah, how do you make progress? That's the big question. Artemiev is trying now to push forward with f5. He's trying to isolate some of black's pawns, but Erigaisi is a calm defender, and he chooses to activate his king. The problem is, if the more pawns you exchange, the closer we do get to that desired draw. And actually, a draw doesn't really favor either of these two in the standings, but I think Erigaisi would be the happier of the two in terms of position. And yeah, very tense stuff, these two rapid specialists facing off against each other.
Yeah, I don't see anything but a draw actually here, to be honest. I think it's just too dry. You know, the rook on e6 defends the only weakness, but he goes for it with f5. He does go for it. I like this try though by Artemiev because he wants to create a weakness on h5 after g takes f5, rook takes f5. And the question here is, do you now go rook g6? But rook g6, rook g5. Does that exist?
Yeah,
that's an important question to ask.
I think you can bully your opponent with the idea of king of pawn endgames, which all will favor white because white has the outside pass pawns.
Rook g6, rook g5 on the board. So now Erigaisi has got to make the unpleasant decision of, does he take this or does he move the rook? Because he doesn't want to go passive, but at the same time, what else are you supposed to do? Because this king and pawn ending looks totally over. King d6, king d4, king e6, g6, king f6. I take, but you've got to do some counting. Oof. It's actually quite difficult, though, David. Yeah.
There's so much at stake in this game. Even if even if this game does end in a draw, I mean, so much money at stake on the line, and he's gone for this endgame, Lawrence. I think we have to count now. I mean, how did he make this decision with no time on his clock? We might even see a pawn race, king and pawn, queen and pawn endgame if some of the pawns promote. What are you doing here? If you are Artemiev, you're just counting, you're calculating, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can just play. I mean, you have to go king c5. So you're going to get a bunch of time on the clock here. Both players should have close to a minute after this. But king c5, king g5, king b5, king g4, king a4, king g3, b4. We might get one of those weird endings where, yeah, exactly. They're both going to run their pawns up the board. Black queens first. But it's Artemiev who's going to have the extra pawn, right? And
white promotes with check, remember. And all of these moves are forced, so they are easier to calculate. As you say, the players have built up a bit of clock in the bank now. A bit of time in the bank. And white promotes first. The A pawn, though, is notoriously difficult to win with. The A pawn never provides white's king with any shelter from checks. So this should still be a draw, but we got to tighten our seatbelts here because we're in for a long one. Artemiev's going to try and grind this game out if he can. What do you think? Chances of winning this, Lawrence, against a great endgame player like Erigaisi?
I think his chances are actually not that bad because, it's they're playing on increment. It's difficult to play accurately in the defending side of queen endings. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to see Artemiev win this. I would expect that he wins this in the region of 25% of the time, even with the A pawn.
Mm-hmm.
If it was a B pawn, I would expect it to be more like 50%. Queen d6 played, protecting the pawn on a3, allowing the white king to actually get free. Again, it should be a draw, but
it should be a draw. You just have to be slightly careful where you put the black queen, where you put the black king. You don't want to allow any kind of blocks which force the queen exchanges. If black, for example, were to play queen e4 here, white would block with queen b4 and win the game. So Erigaisi, he's just trying to gain a bit of time, deliver some checks. And counterintuitively, the one thing I learned about these endgames is you should always, as a defender, put your king in the opposite corner from your opponent's promotion square. So, for example, here, black's king should actually be hiding out on h1 or around the vicinity there, h1, g1, because then when you deliver checks later as black, you will never get hit by a counter check. And this one should still be a draw, but you have to be very accurate, as you mentioned, Lawrence. I don't like the fact that black has placed his queen in the corner. Queens want to be in the center of the board, but it's not too late. The black king, as soon as it runs and hides out there on a safe square like h1, g1, there are always stalemate ideas as well if your king is in the corner. I've seen Magnus Carlsen use that to brilliant effect in the World Rapid Blitz Championships before, putting the king in the corner just to defend, to hold these endgames. And now a huge threat, for example, queen b4 is a threat to get those queens off the board. And black, Erigaisi here, needs to guard against that. I would already start running. I would start going king h3, king g2, putting the king in the corner. He continues insisting with the checks, though. Maybe he's saying to Artemiev, you can't run away from the checks already. Maybe it's already a draw if black finds the accurate squares for his queen. Yeah, so much at stake in this game. Yeah, but it's going to be a long one.
This is a massive game for the tournament, as you said, David, because if Artemiev does manage to find a way to win, he joins that elusive group on 7.5, and he could be the one to take down Magnus Carlsen. I actually think that Artemiev is one of those slightly more awkward opponents for Magnus, historically. Artemiev's style is really difficult to pinpoint. He's an offbeat player. He's unusual, uncompromising, calculates well. He can blow up against Magnus. I've seen games where Magnus has won impossible positions against Artemiev. But if he's really on his game and really concentrating, he can pose Magnus some problems. So I actually want to see an Artemiev victory. Nothing against Arjun. I like Arjun very much. I think Arjun is brilliant. But
Lawrence, this game is going to go for a long time. Artemiev against Erigaisi, so we'll check back in a bit later. Maybe we can see what's happening with Mamedyarov against Sidipov, a blitz and rapid specialist from Russia. Mamedyarov here, we see him with the white pieces. It's a crazy position. I'm trying to do a quick material count. White has a queen for black's rook and knight, but look at that massive pieces black has in the center. The black king as well, not entirely safe on the edge of the board. Mamedyarov needs to win. We're down on board 21 here, but 1 win, 2 wins, it will propel you forward into the top places. So again, so much at stake. And remember, prizes all the way down to 35th place in the open section. So these players are playing for their livelihood, especially for a player like Sidipov. Huge opportunity for him. And Mamedyarov gives another check. Black king is hiding out. Who would you take here, Lawrence? I guess you would take the queen, but it's not simple, right?
I mean,
counterattack against the white king.
I don't even know if I would take the queen. What an interesting position. This is just a completely unusual position. I've never seen anything like this. Queen a7. Okay, but doesn't feel like Mamedyarov is making too much progress here.
And we have just seen a handshake. Is that because the position has repeated itself 3 times? I think Sidipov called the arbiter there. He claimed a draw by repetition, and the players aren't writing down their moves, so you do need to check these things. But Mamadjarov said, no, we don't even need to check. And he does acquiesce to the draw. And sorry, I was mistaken. This isn't board 21. This was board 9. So they are already very high up in the standings. This is already a key match. But Mamadjarov couldn't make any inroads. He had to bail out with the draw. And he looks disappointed, right, as he walks away.
Yeah, rightly so. He does look disappointed. You've got white against a player you're 200 points higher. You should try and win.
And Lawrence, Hikaru Nakamura also still going, trying to get that win. He's been struggling so far, Hikaru. Too many draws in the tournament, shaking his head there. And again, doesn't look too promising necessarily for Hikaru. He is, I think, a pawn down in the position. Yeah, as white. So fighting for his life, Hikaru Nakamura. He's got to be itching to get into the blitz portion now. I think in the rapid section, his chances of getting a medal are tiny. He needs to win all of his games, but this one isn't looking promising. And the clock situation, though, is very tense. Both sides are under 30 seconds. Anything could still happen. Hikaru's opponent is the very strong Serbian Grandmaster, Aleksandar Indjic, I think it's pronounced. And he's very well known for taking scalps, for surprising strong players. White's bishop, meanwhile, supporting a pawn, but black has got it well blockaded. This white a-pawn is going nowhere.
Yeah, and a lot of Hikaru fans are going to be asking, what has happened? Why hasn't Hikaru managed to really get into gear? Well, it's a tough tournament. You're playing against really decent players every single round, and Hikaru has drawn 5 in a row. It's something you almost never see at Rapid and Blitz events, and to be, currently, if he loses this, he's 3 points behind Magnus. He's pretty much out of the running anyway. The question is he going to be able to sort of manufacture a run to something like a medal? But in this position, he's just not. He's a pawn down. Black has got many good ways to improve, bringing the king to e4 and then to d3, and then perhaps to then start running this pawn down the board. Isn't Hikaru just a lot worse here? I don't see any bullish argument for Hikaru here whatsoever.
Yeah, I agree completely, Lawrence. Hikaru is fighting for the draw in this game, and it's been a tough tournament, but this does happen. Sometimes you're facing up against world-class grandmasters every single round. And remember, Hikaru's been so successful, so good recently that everyone's scared of him. So players are often just trying to neutralize him, forcing these draws, especially when Hikaru's been black. He's been unable to kind of break their defenses. And I think that's led to frustration. And he's too good to be kept down for long. He will be back, of course, in the Blitz. He's definitely one of the favorites there. But this game, black's maneuvering around with the knight, not really making too much progress. But as you say, Lawrence, at some point, eventually, black's knight will find a better circuit, a better square. That black c-pawn will start pushing. And Hikaru just has to fight against those ideas. I do think he's the favorite to draw it. I've seen Hikaru save plenty of positions like this one, especially when both sides are low on the clock. He's very good at reading the opponents, sensing what they're going to do, kind of forcing mistakes. But it's hard to imagine black going too wrong. The knight is coming around to d4 now. Really, really nice square. And Hikaru, what can we say? As Hungry Zorro saying, clap for Indjic, because he's playing really well in this game. And sometimes that just happens as well. All of your opponents play well against you in one tournament. There's nothing to be done. You need a bit of luck. Hikaru just hasn't had that luck this tournament. Frustrating time for him, for his fans. I wanted to see him as well take on Magnus. That would have been a monster match.
I think we'll see it in the Blitz, though. I think we'll see it in the Blitz. I think, look, Hikaru in Blitz is just such a monster over the board as well, not just online. And I think there's just no doubt that in the Blitz tournament we see that pairing. It has to happen. So, but this game, I'm not sure he holds here, David. I mean, I really love how Indjic is playing. He's trying to get some more pawns on the go, some more passed pawns. I don't really see why he should be saving this.
Then again, Black's rook is very passive right now. White's a-pawn is a real thorn in the side. Knights are notoriously bad at stopping these corner pawns, the A and H pawns, and White's a-pawn will tie down one piece. So I trust in Hikaru. I've seen him wriggle his way out of tougher situations, as I mentioned. But yeah, I do think Indjic has found a nice way to try and press for a win at least. That's been the theme of the day, sure, in the Carlsen game, in the Giri game, and now it's all about those active kings. Black's king on e4 looks glorious. But Hikaru's last move, rook h7, takes a bit of time. Will he win the h5 pawn? I still don't think that will lead to any winning chances for White, but if he wins a pawn back, maybe Indjic will get a bit nervous. Still, anything could happen.
Yeah. I don't see a way to actually hold this pawn. You?
Maybe Black has... No, I don't see either. Maybe Black has to commit to going on an attack against the White king. There we go. The Black king seizes what we call the opposition. If the Black rook can join the action now, there are some checkmating ideas. I don't see how that will happen, though. I think Hikaru will happily just trade off a set of pawns, grab that Black h-pawn. White's rook temporarily offside, but I don't think it's such a big deal in this exact scenario. There we go. We see Hikaru confidently grabbing the pawn back, level material for the first time since we joined this game. A small crowd there as well. We do see some grandmasters like Ahmed Adli watching this game, curious about whether Hikaru can work his endgame magic. But what is Indjic doing here? The knight is journeying its way around to attack the white bishop. If Hikaru wants to draw now, he can simply snap off those two remaining black pawns. I think you can even give up your bishop, get rid of those two black pawns, rook and knight versus rook. A simple draw that Hikaru can make in his sleep. And look at that, smiling Hikaru, expressive as always. He's not been happy with his performance in this game, but he knows it will fizzle out towards a draw now. We are in the closing stages. I don't think Indjic will try too hard if it does get rook. It does get to that rook and knight versus rook endgame. Okay, Hikaru moves his bishop though. Not going for the simple draw. Yeah, very surprising. Does Black have a chance now with the passed c pawn? Most likely it's still a draw. I don't think you can trap the white king. You're one move away from doing that in various variations, but not quite in time. It looks like a draw nonetheless. Okay, Indjic does threaten the white bishop, but now bishop takes c5. What is the idea?
Bishop takes c5, king c3, possibly.
Wow, he plays it.
Yes.
There's a checkmate threat on the board. Rook f1 would be checkmate, but white can defend. Rook h1. Suddenly white's a pawn up. Lawrence, will the white a-pawn win the game?
Well, rook f5, hitting the bishop. Ooh. And if bishop b6, what does he want to do here? Indjic is kind of bluffing here.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling. I mean, Nakamura was one pawn down for pretty much nothing just 10 moves ago. Then it was equal. Now he's a pawn up. Yes, the white king is under in some danger, but if he can neutralize the checkmating ideas, white's a-pawn could decide this game. Indjic really has to pull the reverse gear here. He has to pull the brakes before it's too late.
Well, but knight b4 I like a lot, because now knight d3 check and rook b1 is a massive threat, and you're going to block the check with this. So is he going to play king d1 here?
Yeah, he's running away, Nakamura, and rightly so. That white king needs to escape its jail there on c1. Yeah, maybe we wrote it off too soon. Nakamura, he took a risk. He didn't want to force a draw immediately. And will this pay off? King d1, king e2. One more move, and I think white has pretty serious winning chances if he gets his king off the back rank. Indjic, there we go. 12 seconds for him. His clock ticking down. What's he going to do? I would be getting very nervous. Okay, knight c6. He wants to eliminate that white a-pawn. Maybe that was the key. Maybe that was a very clever way to just guide the game to safety. Black's king going back, but you can see the nerves on Injic. He's knocking over pieces almost with his moving gestures there. Hikaru coming forward, and the pawn drops, but the black king is going to be miles away. Still, this must be a draw, Lawrence. Brilliant game by both players, as mentioned in the feature chat there. And okay, I think finally we will be able to at least calm ourselves, because knight c4 should spell the end of either side's winning chances. Rook e3, check is threatened. Hikaru knows he can't really keep the material on the board. The white king is going to get checked by that black knight soon. Wow, some long games, and it's just the first round of the day.
Yeah, super, super exciting stuff. Hikaru just not able. Rook h5. And
the black knight's coming.
Now knight d2 check. And king f2. King c4. Ah, that's clever, because the g pawn is not... well, you can take it, but if you lose a piece after knight e4, black... and he does take it. Okay, and rook takes g5, and we're going to get a draw.
Yeah, we'll see that handshake any moment now.
Yeah.
And there they go, king versus king.
Yeah.
Fitting way to end the game, and nice to see the players chat afterwards. Giri watching, enjoying that endgame. Yeah, frustration continues for Hikaru. Too many draws, but yeah, he is still in with a chance of those prizes. And remember, he is one of the favorites for the Blitz tomorrow, Lawrence.
All right, there you go. What a first round. Just action everywhere, but it's Magnus Carlsen creating some separation from himself and the rest of the field. A full point clear with 3 rounds to go. We're going to be back in just a minute with the next round. We'll have the pairings and, of course, a summary of all the ongoings from this very exciting first round of today. We're going to expect much more when we come back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Now you can use gifts from the biggest chess stars on all your favorite platforms. Just search chess.com and your favorite chess star on Discord, Twitter, WhatsApp, and more to find hundreds of gifts from chess.com's biggest broadcasts and events. Nepo, Danya, Fabi, Anna's, and even me, Danny. Try it today.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final day of the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championships taking place in Almaty, Kazakhstan. You can see on your screen there is still a game going on, and a critical game at that. The game Artemiev against Erigasi. Artemiev managing to push this A-pawn all the way down the board. Might now be winning for white. I mentioned to my lovely co-host David that I thought defending this in a rapid time control is extremely tough. The bar seems to love it for white, and it is critical because Magnus Carlsen has increased his lead in the tournament a whole point clear. If Artemiev manages to win this game, he joins the pack of players chasing Magnus on 7.5. David, this looks this just looks toast, does it not? For black. I don't see how you ever really stop this pawn queening, do you?
Well, I must admit, Lawrence, I'm less optimistic about white's chances. Until this last move. I think you called it.
Oh.
Okay, the commentator's curse there. I was about to say, if you put your king on the right square in the corner as black, you still have some chances to give some checks. But suddenly the game ends abruptly. If black now gives a check, for example, from f4, there would be a counter check. When kings are on a block here by white, when kings are on the same diagonal, this often happens. White forces the queens off, makes a new queen of his own, and we would have seen that pawn promote either way. So you were right, Lawrence, there. Artemiev takes the win. Real disappointment, though, for Erigasi, who should have drawn that one a lot earlier, going into this difficult queen endgame and getting ground down. That's potentially decisive. Now, as you said, Artemiev will have a shot at making his dent in the top few places. He's going to have a huge pairing in the next round. What a marathon that was, though. 75 minutes of play in just one rapid game. Their nerves will be jangling. And it's nice to see them, though, at the end of that long round, still have a smile, have a laugh, and analyze the game a little bit. But that does draw to an end, bring to an end a very, very dramatic and bloodthirsty round. Lots of decisive games on the top boards, Lawrence.
Yeah, tons of decisive games on the top boards. Magnus Carlsen beating Vincent Keimer. We're going to have a look at that game in just a second. Massive win for Fabiano Caruana, keeps his hopes alive, beats Fedoseev with the white pieces. Abdusattorov not able to win, draws against Yu Yang Yi, but he also is on 7.5, as is Artemiev and Dubov after that brilliant win against Anish Giri. So there are now 4 players on 7.5 out of 10, Magnus Carlsen on 8.5 out of 10. And it's just a question of, are one of these guys going to be able to create a complete chaos by defeating Magnus? If Magnus does lose a game, suddenly the tournament is blown wide open. In the women's section, should be noted that there is a pile-up on the top. Tan Zhongyi, Alexandra Goyachkina, Hampi Kanuru, Jansai Abdumalik, and Dinara Sadwakasova, all on 7 out of 9, not to mention a whole bunch of players on 6.5 out of 9. That is as tight as it gets. Note there 2 local heroes, Jansai Abdumalik and Dinara Sadwakasova, currently in the lead there. So the lot of attention, for the local attention will be there. We, of course, will be keeping a keen eye on that. They have only got 2 more rounds left today. So the likelihood of a tiebreak playoff in the women's section is extremely high. Very unlikely there's massive separation. In the open, well, it's all about Magnus Carlsen. Let's talk a bit more about what he just did to Vincent Keimer. And this is a classic Magnus display. David, take us through this game and your impressions of it.
Yeah, maybe we can catch up with roughly the moment we left the game a bit earlier. We did see the Catalan opening. We saw an early queen exchange after some small tactics here and there. And I mean, the critical moment for me was already, or at least one of the key moments to Magnus's victory, was putting the king on e3. Really nice endgame strategy there, using all of white's pieces, extra space in the center, black's bishops not really making a great impression. So we left the game slightly after this one, a bit earlier, but it was intriguing to see how Magnus pressed the advantage. The evaluation bar saying it was level, but White's position was definitely easier to play. By far, much more fun having White here. And b4, a really instructive move, not giving ground, not retreating, not stepping back with the knight, allowing an exchange, allowing the White pawn structure to be compromised, as we saw in the game. But White's doubled A-pawns actually clamped down on the queen side, and now was the moment that Magnus stepped forward in the center. He wasn't rushing, but the whole idea was to push even further in a moment. And now E5, another key move. Just making Black's bishop bad, clamping down on pawns. Black is just completely lacking pawn breaks. Black piece is very, very passive, and this is another concept. Good knight versus bad bishop. We mentioned it earlier. White's knight, very flexible to dance around on the dark squares. Black's bishop, just a terrible piece, locked in behind its own central pawns. And Magnus broke through on the c-file and just amped up the pressure here, creating a square now for his king. Really instructive, Lawrence, to take away from the center.
Exactly. This is a key move here. D takes e5. Trying to get hold of this d4 square, which can be used by the king or the knight. Magnus keeps the rooks on as well, not fearful about Black advancing the pawn because it can become a weakness. And now another lovely little move, this move a6, trying to soften up this c6 square for the knight. And rook b5 using the pin, and the knight finally jumps in. And when he does that, of course, the problem you've got now as Black is that your pawns are loose everywhere. I guess the move king e7 would be met just by maybe king d3. Just looking to round up this pawn. Rook b4 next, and so on. Which is why Vincent tried to get active, but now rook d6 comes. And this is the problem for Vincent, is that he's not able to get in the move rook c2 check. So rook d6, takes, king d7, and the rook gets active by Magnus. Lovely move this as well, rook f5. And d7, excellent little in-between move there also by Magnus, because now he's able to give check. And finally, Black is not able to survive the trade of rooks. Of course, if you take this pawn, White just takes on d3. And these endings are obviously losing for Black with the extra pawn for White. So king b5, king e3, and the king just marches up the board. It'll march all the way to e7, and that will be all she wrote.
Yeah,
brutal stuff.
This game, Lawrence. Yeah, it's brutal stuff, as you say, but it looks so elegant. It looks so simple. Magnus didn't really play any difficult moves. He didn't play any flashy moves, but it shows he's in the flow because that was good enough. Just step by step, slowly improving his pawn structure, slowly improving his pieces. At the end, one or two little tactics, as you mentioned, pushing the pawn forward to d7, for example, finding the right moment to trade the knight for the bishop. But those types of things arise from the really clear middle game strategy that he had. So, Magnus keeping it simple when he needed to, but that was mightily effective. I've got to say, it's very, very impressive what he's doing, and it's going to be hard to see anyone stopping him now. Magnus, as you said, 1 point clear, and even a string of draws these last 3 rounds should still make him the favorite to take the crown. Meanwhile, you have another game up, Lawrence.
Yeah, absolutely. Jan Nepomniachtchi defeated Yevgeny Tomaszewski. Jan Nepomniachtchi not quite in the mix. He's on 7 out of 10, a point and a half. I think it's just a bit too far at this stage, but can certainly compete for one of those top prizes or a medal. Played Tomaszewski. The game was a Berlin, very well-known sort of solid system. White gained some space. King h1. Okay. And knight g1. White signals his intentions that he wants to break with the move f4. And he does that when he develops his knight to e2. And he gets this position here, which, if you look at this position, opposite color bishops, you've ironed out Black's pawns. But that little bit of initiative that you have along the f island with your piece play gives you something to claw onto here as White. Takes, queen f3, bishop e6. Still looks like Black should be solid here. But, after e5, it really doesn't feel like Jan has got too much, has to be said. D4, G5. Well, I'm not sure how necessary this move is, because you're moving pawns in front of your king, you're weakening your king. Okay, Jan brings his an H4 by Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's a classy little move. Actually, that's the move that Tomaszewski missed. It's a bit of a disguise move. The point is that after G takes H3, you have to worry about some bishop G5 moves, and you might just lose an exchange. And if you don't do anything, as Tomaszewski did in the game, suddenly the G5 square becomes available for your bishop, and you can start weakening the dart squares around the king. Yeah, this H4 move was really critical in this game. E6, gorgeous queen sacrifice tactic, missed by Tomaszewski. And the point is that after queen takes G3, you can play E takes F7 check, king H7, and just take the rook. You make a queen. There is no checkmate. And after rook takes G5, rook F8, cool as a cucumber by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Point is, this is just one check. King goes to G1. The queen does an amazing job of protecting both rook and pawn. And that's all she wrote. Rook H8 is coming next with the end of the game.
Yeah, some beautiful tactics there, Lawrence. E6 especially, a dagger through the heart for Tomaszewski, and that really does show the power of opposite color bishops. That's one thing that I've noticed club players, tournament players, they really underestimate opposite color bishops. When there are queens, rooks, heavy pieces on the board, they simply give extra momentum to the attacking player. And it's all about breaking through, all about trying to crash through on that color complex that you have with the bishop. And there we saw Nepomniachtchi already whip up a big attack, but finish it off in style. And as you said, maybe not within grasp, within reach of Magnus there for first place. But Nepomniachtchi, we see in the standings, he's in 9th. He could still get a medal, some huge financial prizes as well. And more importantly, this is going to be a huge confidence boost for him in the run-up to the Classical World Championship in early 2023. So Nepomniachtchi looking good. And here, talking of the standings, we do see the top 10 in the open section. Magnus now stretching his lead on 8.5 out of 10, a huge score, only dropping 3 draws, 7 wins so far for Carlsen. He is chased, however, as you mentioned earlier, by Daniel Dubov, Nordibek Abdusattorov, Vladislav Artemiev, and now Fabiano Caruana. And we're all keen to see that matchup, I think, Lawrence. Caruana against Carlsen, a rematch of the 2018 World Championship match. It was very, very close. I guess you're good friends with both of them. If that does happen, who would you take as the favorite?
Tough one to say. I think if Magnus gets white, it's going to be tough for Fabi. But because Magnus is the high-rated seed, he might get black. So Fabi with white, the fact that Fabi has put together a nice little run, serious chances with the white pieces. Serious chances. Yeah. I think it's going to be critical that Fabiano gets white if they do indeed play.
Yeah, and someone needs to stop that rampage by Magnus, as was mentioned there in the feature chat. We do see the rest of the top 20. There's a big gap, though, between Arjun Erigaisi down to Mamedyarov and first place. Magnus is now 2 points above this group. So this group now are purely fighting for those financial prizes. Still a lot at stake, of course. We see some big names, Anish Giri, Grishuk, Mamedyarov. Still no sign of Nakamura. Remember, he has been bogged down in all of those draws. Meanwhile, let's go to the women's section where it's also dramatic. Only 2 rounds now remaining in the women's tournament. Potential playoffs. I think very likely we will have playoffs now for the title because there are 5 players in joint first. Tan Zhongyi and Goyachkina did battle it out to that draw that we saw earlier. Hikaru and those 2 home favorites you mentioned, Lawrence. Zansaya Abdumalik and now Dinara Sadua-Kasova, another very, very strong Kazakhstan player, a local favorite. She's very experienced as well, and she's worked her way up. She's now on a bit of a streak of victories. So those 2, do you feel that home advantage plays a factor? Will it play a factor today, Lawrence, as we maybe see the round 10 matchups?
Difficult to say. I don't think so. I think they're just very good players, very experienced. I think actually, I'm not sure there is a home advantage. I think there's a home disadvantage a lot of the time. Spoken to Magnus about this. I've spoken to other top players where playing in your home country brings a lot of extra pressure. Kazakhstan doesn't get major events all the time. So this is a big deal that they have this tournament in Kazakhstan. And given that, especially Zhansaya, with her chess academy and her political career, a lot of eyes are going to be on her. And I'm not sure that the extra pressure is actually something that they thrive off of. But then again, each to their own. Some players do, some players don't. I don't know the particular circumstances for these two players, whether they enjoy that. I would say, in my experience, the majority of players that have to play at home tend not to like playing at home and feel like the extra pressure is a burden. But we'll see, because Zhansaya, she's got a really tough pairing here. Black against Alexandra Kostyniuk, who's still in it. A win here for Alexandra Kostyniuk puts her right in the mix. It's impossible to even, it's impossible to say who's big favorite here, because on board one, Kanura Tan Zhongyi, such a solid matchup there. Sodra Kosova is no slouch with the white pieces. So this is a really, really tough one to call.
Yeah, it's 5 joint leaders and 4 players just half a point back from them. So unless we see one player go 2 out of 2 in the final 2 rounds from that leading group, I think we're almost guaranteed playoffs. And that would be a fitting way to end this, because it has been so close all the time. Ever since maybe Gunina broke out in the first 4 rounds. After that, we've seen the pack emerge. And those top players just not showing any weakness, not backing down at all. And we do see the playing hall here, this fantastic playing hall, which has hosted almost 300 players for the last few days. We do see a lot of movement there, but we are waiting for the players to sit down, to arrive, to get ready for that final round, which will start in a few minutes, Lawrence.
It will, and we're going to go for a quick break before we come back to the next round. Critical round in many aspects. Don't go anywhere. We're back in just a few minutes for continued coverage of this FIDE World Rapid Championships here on chess.com. See you soon.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championships. It's round 11 of 13 in the open section and the penultimate round in the women's section. I'm Lawrence Trent here with David Howell, and on screen you can see a key matchup in this 11th round. It is Daniel Dubov playing white against Fabiano Caruana. No Carlsen-Caruana clash just yet. It's the task of Vladislav Artemiev to take down Magnus Carlsen if this tournament is going to get interesting with a few rounds to go. We've seen some brilliant chess from both Daniel and Fabiano in the first round of today, both in a rich vein of form, stringing a whole bunch of wins together. Of course, the big question is, with Artemiev playing Carlsen, is it going to be Vladislav, the Russian very, very unorthodox, super interesting grandmaster? Is he going to be the one to topple Magnus, who has just been waltzing through this field so far? If Carlsen wins this game, it is all she wrote for the tournament. There's just no way he's going to get caught. And as Anonymous Nihilist says in the super chat, Artemiev has a good record against Magnus. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. So it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be these two key matches that we're going to keep an eye on, but we can't rule out the reigning Rapid World Champion, Nordibek Abdusattorov, also on 7.5 points. He plays black against Vidit, so we'll keep an eye on that one for sure. David, should be an absolutely exquisite round. It's going to be full of ups and downs.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a lot of risk taking as well in this round as the players do fight for those huge prizes at stake. Still the title at stake, remember. And we will start with this clash on board 2. Daniel Dubov with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. As you mentioned, Dubov, he's already checkmated a few people this tournament, beating Giri in the last round. Fabiano is on a 4-game winning streak. So could one of these two play spoiler? Could Caruana continue that streak, win this game, and get a shot at Magnus in the penultimate round? Well, we'll be looking for those answers as this game enters the middle game phase. We do reach towards the end of the opening now as Fabiano retreats his bishop. Not a move I'm that familiar with, I must say. This is Dubov's pet line. Dubov beat Magnus Carlsen several times actually on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour last year from this opening with this variation with white's knight on d2. He loves to fianchetto both of his bishops. Very classical stuff. Later, the center tends to open up, as we'll see in a moment. Caruana now challenging. And it will also depend on Caruana's strategy. How much risk does he want to take? Does he just try to settle down as black, just try to get a balanced position? It's very difficult against Dubov to kind of pick a strategy because he can do everything. And he's so determined to come at you at any given opportunity. So this clash, I think, is going to be fascinating. We will, of course, give you all updates as the Artemiev against Carlsen match progresses. Meanwhile, an exchange of pawns. White's dark square bishop now, finding a nice diagonal. And black with maybe the slightly better pawn structure, but white with a clamp and very, very active pieces. Lawrence, a bit of a kind of slower start to this one. Maybe as the players kind of get over their nerves, try to work out a match strategy on the fly. What do you think to the start of this game?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but this is typical Daniel style, I would say, more than Fabiano. Daniel has been playing these kind of systems for a very long time, and he's got quite a unique feel about how to play these. Even here after the move Queen C2, you know, does this create an immediate threat? For example, let's say black plays A4. Can you think about knight G5? And all of a sudden, is white winning? Because on bishop takes G2, you might have this Zwischenzug, bishop takes F6, and all of a sudden you're threatening mate. I don't know. It's this kind of thing that Daniel is, you know, he's got so many different ideas. Wouldn't surprise me in this position just to see Fabiano play H6 and say, I don't want any of this nonsense. We'll see. But I'm not massively in love with the opening for Fabi. I think you've got some practical issues to solve here. That said, Fabi is one of the best practical and kind of concrete players in the world. He can calculate better than anybody, and he does go h6, which just does not surprise me whatsoever. Knight g5 is still playable.
Yeah, I was just going to point that out, Lawrence. It's not off the table just yet, Knight g5. It is a double attack after all. Maybe we can show this on the board. Some ideas of bishop takes b7, as well as these queen h7 mate ideas. So assuming black captures on g2, the big difference here is that after bishop takes g2, bishop takes f6. Black doesn't have to spend a move guarding against queen h7. You can take on g5. Right. And after a bishop exchange, lots of pieces get traded off, but I don't think this is too bad for black. After knight c6, black's pawn structure there was actually very flexible. Black had double g-pawns, but those were actually quite well placed. So we didn't see any immediate fireworks from Dubov. Right. Watch out as he builds up for those tricks. First, he improves the rook, and Fabi has to develop. Do you bring out the knights to c6, for example? What do you do with black's central pawns? This position is very easy for white to play. You just kind of pile up in the center. Often you see white later double up rooks on the d-file against black's central pawn. As black, you could push your d-pawn one square, just solid, like a hedgehog type structure. You could push it two squares and go for a hanging pawn type of structure, as they say. And that maybe is more committal. Or you just leave the pawn where it is and try to play with pieces. But for black, certainly, as you mentioned, it's not 100% clear which side of the board you should be playing on, whether it's the center, the queen side. And I wouldn't be surprised if Daniil does at some point start pushing forward. For example, white's e-pawn could already pick itself up, go to e4, and we could see the attack begin. A lot of Dubov fans I'm seeing here in the featured chat, but Fabi, also a very popular player, and rightly so. He's just a great ambassador for chess, and I'm itching to see him get a shot at Magnus in this rapid tournament. So I'm expecting the move e4. I don't really see Dubov hanging around, maneuvering for too much longer. I think it's very much in his style to be direct here. It's not just e4 gaining space in the center, because e4 in itself is actually a move you don't really want to play. You leave some weak squares, but it's more about pushing that pawn to e5 as quickly as possible. And a3, I said I didn't see him waiting around, but a3 looks like a very loose move. Long term now, the white b3 pawn isn't going to be well defended. And I guess the only kind of positive to this move is that black's knight can no longer jump to attack the white queen. But I've got to say, I don't like that one from Dubov. He played it very quickly, but maybe he's just trying to kind of keep Fabi guessing on every turn. He's trying to keep his options open and only later pounce with e4. I'm sure Fabi is waiting for the moment when Dubov's going to come at him. And very restrained from Dubov, giving Fabi the time as well to get his queen off the back rank, connect the black rooks. Cagey start to this game, I've got to say. And we will see those fireworks happen later, but not right now. I really don't like that a3 move, I've got to say, Lawrence. I think a bit too slow.
Yeah, maybe a bit too committal, because long term you give yourself this backwards pawn on b3, which could be a target, so you weaken the structure permanently. That said, I don't think Dubov is thinking too much about endings at this point. I think he wants to try and get his creative juices flowing. The question is how. I mean, for example, in this position here, he's guarded b4. I think it's now time to guard d4. I think here the most prudent move is just to play e3. Make sure that there are no knight jumps. But no, we now see the real creative juices of Daniil Dubov in full flow. Knight to b1. This move is... I
was going to suggest this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this move is...
sorry, carry on, Lawrence.
Yeah, I was going to say this move is... We see it in a bunch of openings. It's been known as an idea for over 100 years now. The knight reroutes itself back to its optimal square on c3, from which, of course, now that there's a hole on b5, the knight can jump in. Also, makes it more difficult for black to break in the center of d5, because those hanging pawns can be quite tender. So it's up to Fabi now to find some some kind of plan because he's close to completing development. So the question is how best to continue here. Not straightforward to me.
Yeah, and it's not straightforward at all. Fabi has various maneuvers at his disposal. Okay, he drops the queen back. I guess just preempting any knight jump to b5. He doesn't want to allow that move with gain of tempo. If the white knight does jump forward to b5 now, maybe then Fabi will take the opportunity to start pushing forward with the black central pawns. But meanwhile, Lawrence, maybe we can take a look at our board one clash, which is just as fascinating, just as important as Vladislav Artemiev aims to take down Magnus Carlsen. And it did actually begin as a Bogo Indian, just like we saw in the Caruana game as well. But this is a different branch of that opening. And to me, it looks like Black has solved most of his opening problems. He's traded off a bunch of, a set of bishops, first of all. He's traded off a bunch of pawns, and it's completely symmetrical, the pawn structure. That does not bode well for Artemiev's winning chances, especially since Black's light squared bishop, which is the problem child in these openings, it has found a square on d7. Next move, knight c6 is almost automatic. You can pretty much pre-move that move, that knight jump. And if knight c6 happens, Lawrence, I've seen this opening before. I've seen countless draws in this type of position. I don't really see what white can do. How can white make use of the tempo? For example, rook fd1, improving the rook. Magnus will pre-move knight c6, getting the knight out. The black rooks come to the center, and equality. I think Magnus is happy for the draw here. He's banking on the fact that that would be a decent result, guide him slightly closer to the finishing line. Artemiev, meanwhile, didn't choose rook fd1. He simply retreated his bishop to e2. Let's check that out. What's the idea there? After bishop e2, knight c6 looks to me like the most move again.
I think he wants to post the bishop on f3, but doesn't really feel like too much. For example, again, after, as you said, bringing the rooks to the center, rook f to d8, I don't see any major problems here for Magnus. I think he'll be over the moon at the outcome of this opening. No major difficulties to deal with, can play sensibly. And as you said, a draw here for Magnus is a really good... I mean, a draw here for Magnus is a result he will take, because then he knows he's going to be at least half a point clear with the penultimate round, having the white pieces in the penultimate round, and he'll know that a draw now and a win with white in the next round gives him the championship. So it's a great situation for Magnus, that's for sure.
Yeah, also check out the clock times, Lawrence. Artemiev has spent a bundle of time. He's spent almost half his time getting to this point, and we're only at move, 12, 13? Magnus has barely paused for thought, barely spent a second pre-moving, as I said, knight c6. You play that against any move, just swapping off pieces. You're slightly cramped as black, trade off that strong white knight in the center. And I've got to say, I'm slightly disappointed by Artemiev's opening. Like you said, he's very unorthodox, but he's normally very, very ambitious. He takes huge risks in the opening, especially with white, to provoke the opponent, to set the opponent new challenges every turn. That's what guided him to joint second place in the World Rapid Championships so far. But again, is it the Magnus effect in play? Players are a bit scared. Magnus is in top form, and they're just not playing their usual style against him. They're adapting. They're playing on his territory, on his comfort zone. As you mentioned, bishop f3 has been played. Magnus can choose rook ac8 here, rook fd8. One of the two black rooks is going to enter those open files, and problem solved. I don't think you need to calculate too much here as Magnus. How about Lawrence? If Magnus draws his final 3 games, say this is a draw, and he gets his final 3, it would require someone else of the chasing pack to score 2.5 out of their final 3 just to catch him. Do you think that's realistic? Is that what Magnus is calculating in his head right now?
I don't think he's thinking too far ahead like that. I think Max, I think he realizes that a draw now is just a massively good result for him. So that's what he's going to focus on. Just making a draw now and then see what happens later. Or at least not losing now. Of course, if he manages to win this position, which looks, even for Magnus, winning such a dry position looks very, very tough. But if he manages to win, I think he'll be feeling very confident, and he'll be very happy with the draw. And he's got his position. And I will say, there has been a result, a very disappointing result from a viewer's perspective. On board 2, Dubov-Caruana has actually ended in a draw, which is, I'm disappointed by that. There are tons of pieces left on the board. Yes, the position might objectively be equal, but maybe these guys are thinking, okay, Magnus has really just got a lock on this event, and they are vying for the big cash prizes in second, third, fourth, and so on. Still, don't love it, David. Don't love it at all.
Yeah, I'm disappointed as you are, Lawrence. I wanted to see drama. I wanted to see these two players going at each other, and it is very imbalanced, the position. With that handshake, with that draw agreement, they've basically waved goodbye to any chance of the gold medal, Dubov and Caruana. This position that we see in front of us, it looks like Dubov played the last move. He captured on d5, and Dubov was the one to offer the draw. Maybe that's because he doesn't like his position. After Black recaptures on d5, I'm assuming with the pawn, he takes d5. Black has a nice pawn center. Black has great potential with his pieces. So I kind of understand Dubov's thoughts, but for Fabi to accept the draw, yes, a draw with Black is a decent result against someone as strong as Dubov, but you've got to play the tournament as well as the board position. And Dubov clearly didn't like his position. Why else would he offer the draw? And therefore, maybe playing on that. I've got to say disappointed. And Magnus looking around, check him out on the camera. He's looking around. He checked out. He's seen that board 2 result now. He was looking over at board 3. He knows that a draw for him, Magnus, will, I don't want to say clinch it, but will guide him very, very close now to that finishing line. And in terms of position as well, Magnus, he's going to be over the moon. He's going to be ecstatic with how this round's developed.
He knows that if he gets to the penultimate round with a point advantage, 2 draws is at least enough to take it to tie breaks. But he could theoretically even win with just 1 draw. Somebody has to get 2 out of 2 in the final 2 games in order to even overtake him. So the flexibility of his situation is just so much greater if he manages to go a point clear with 2 rounds to go.
A final note on that topic, Lawrence. I've got to say I'm the biggest fan of Dubov, and I love Caruana's play. I love both of them as chess players, but the chess gods do have a habit of punishing players who take quick draws. Often you lose your momentum. Fabi was on a 4-game winning streak, and he killed his own streak by agreeing to that draw. So, I'm slightly afraid that they might get punished for that in the next round. But meanwhile, let's go back to maybe the game we have on camera. Have there been any developments at all, Lawrence? This one's still looking very balanced. Artemiev against Carlsen.
Yeah, let's have a look. It's not the most exciting match we've commented on so far.
Small tactic there, we should mention.
Yeah.
After rook f8. So bishop takes b7, not really available. Black has moves such as bishop c6, maybe bishop b5. Yeah, bishop c6 to double attack, and Black wins material. Yeah, I've got to say, I'm trying to get excited about a position that doesn't really deserve it. Queen c4. Just rook a c8 here looks very healthy.
Yeah. And, I guess rook a c8, queen b.
Challenge the bishops.
Yeah, white will put the queen on b3 now, I'm pretty sure. And here, I guess you can do lots of things, but surely just bishop c6 is easy equality. Bishop takes c6, rook takes c6. Pawn structure is identical, pieces are identical. There's just not much to write home about here at all. He goes queen e2. Same thing applies. I think you just always play bishop c6 here. I don't see why you wouldn't play that move. Magnus looking very comfortable if you look at his body language. Obviously doesn't feel in any danger at all because he's not. And
Yeah.
Artemiev down to 4 minutes, by the way. I will point that out. Artemiev down to 4 minutes.
Yeah, and I don't think that will be decisive. It is such a balanced position. Magnus does play bishop c6. He's going for the draw, and I think we need some respite from this this dull position. We need some excitement. So maybe, Lawrence, we can check out the game of MVL. Some dramatic stuff there. Really crazy game with White's king very open. This is not the position we're seeing in front of us right now. And this is slightly further down the table. But here we go. Look at that White king. I mean, this is the antidote to that Carlsen game, where at least now we can analyze some variations. We can look for some checkmating patterns. And whoa, surely there's a breakthrough for Black here. It feels so scary for White. But maybe Black doesn't have enough pieces. Black has sacrificed a bishop for 2 pawns, or just for 1 pawn, sorry. And do you see anything here? Does Black have more than just a repetition of moves? Knight f3 check, knight g4 check.
Yeah, I don't see a knockout blow here for MVL. Let's just quickly have a look, though, at what happened to get here. Around here, material is equal. It was in this moment, move 23, where MVL played this fantastic idea. Bishop takes h3. I mean, he was kind of lining it up for a while, it seems. Giving up the bishop in order to launch him with the knight. But fair play to Indjic. He's found a way to defend king h2, h5. The knight comes back to c3. And as the bar also indicates, I don't see a winning concept here for Black. It's close, but I don't see it. And MBL, one of the best calculators chess has really ever seen, you know, he's already spent a fair amount of time on this move, and I can tell you if there was already checkmate, he would have played it. So Emil also understanding that there is no mate here.
As the chemist said in the featured chat just a moment ago, it's amazing the evaluation bar says it's equal here, but that just indicates most likely with best play, MVR has to take a repetition. That could, for example, begin with knight f3 check. Okay, he plays knight g4 instead, and I'm assuming that White takes that. Ooh, it does feel very, very dangerous, but I'm assuming White takes this knight, and at some point Black will play knight f3, knight back to h4, and we'll just see a bit of a dance. I don't think Black can checkmate with just 2 attacking pieces. Maybe king back to g1 is playable as well. MVL hasn't had the best tournament, but Indjic, yeah, he drew with Nakamura, as we saw in the previous round. Now, most likely saving the game as well against Vachier-Lagrave. 2 good results. Maybe we could just play one variation. King h1 was played. Interesting.
Oh, king h1, interesting. Putting the king there.
Allowing
knight takes f2 check.
Wow.
Very, very provocative.
Maybe we wrote this one off a bit. Yeah, I mean, knight f3 is the most natural move. What has White got in store? Actually, knight f3 comes with a threat, right? Sorry, not knight takes f2, Lawrence. Knight f3, setting this up. I think knight takes f3. Yeah, and now knight takes f2 is the killer threat.
Oh,
for example, if White does nothing, if White plays a4, bang, and queen and knight do turn out to be enough. The ideal attacking combo. Wow, so maybe MVL taking it.
Yeah, I didn't like this decision by Indjic. I have to say, not a huge fan of this whatsoever.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, MVL, he's so good at calculating these things. He plays knight f3 after not that much thought. And suddenly White has no defense. I think White's just put his king on a very poor square. And queen g2. Oh, wow. I think White has picked up his queen.
Knight takes f2.
Now knight takes f2. It doesn't stop the threat. And we're going to see checkmate. Indjic resigns.
Wow.
Brutal finish.
What a
miss.
Goodness me. Just goes to show 2,600 Grandmasters also have to work on their tactics. When I talk to my students, I say tactics every day, minimum half an hour. It's that court sort of shot that you can fall for. Doesn't matter if you're 1,500 or 2,600. It can still happen. Brutal finish there by MVL. By the way, out the corner of my eyes, I'm watching the games, and I will say that a relatively important game, actually, a very important game, is that of Vincent Kaymer, who is crushing Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces here. If we look at the position, Vincent is already in exchange up, so something has gone horribly wrong for Jan. But now all you have to do is play very logically. Take on c5 to open up this diagonal for the bishop. And now you can just protect this pawn with rook f2 e1. Follow up with rook takes c5. This position is abysmal for Jan Nepomniachtchi. If you play rook takes e3, you can just take on c5 now, because the queen protects the rook.
Something's gone very wrong.
Yeah, this just looks awful.
Last move, Lawrence. Can I ask why Black didn't take on e3? Black went back with his rook. I mean, I'm struggling to understand Nepomniachtchi just giving up the exchange. I checked out this game a few moments ago, and I thought Black was doing fine. But yeah, I mean, I was maybe thinking taking on e3 with the rook, but I guess it doesn't change anything. White is, after all, the exchange up. White is going to take on c5. White's king super safe. Vincent about to bounce back immediately after that defeat by Carlsen in the last round. I said Nepomniachtchi, he was on fire. He was picking up confidence ahead of his World Championship match. But this does not look like it's gone well. And maybe a case of playing a bit too quickly. Black had a promising attack earlier. Now White is super safe. He plays the variation you mentioned, Lawrence, rook fe1, keeping everything protected. And there's hanging pawns that we mentioned on d5 and c5 that could have arisen in the Dubov against Caruana game. They're on the board here, but those pawns are fatally weak. And yeah, I think we'll see a result very shortly in this one. No chance really for Nepomniachtchi to create any counterplay at all. Black's king cut across on the dark squares. Meanwhile, can we maybe check in on the Carlsen game? Wow, it looks like Magnus has just made a big mistake. Has Magnus Carlsen blundered? And Artemiev has pounced. Look at the camera. Magnus leaning back. He's simply blundered.
Goodness me.
He's blundered a knight. He's blundered a piece.
He's blundered a whole piece. He is he's shaking his head. He cannot believe it. Simple move f4. He's disgusted with himself. He cannot believe it. I said Artemiev could be a potential banana skin for Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus now, the poker face is gone, and Magnus losing a piece because after f4, he's attacking the queen. The only way you hold on to the knight is with queen f5, and now g4, and simply the knight is gone, and Magnus is going to be playing on raw emotion now. He plays rook takes c3 and a takes b3. And we have an endgame where, well, Artemiev is just an exchange up. And with the fragility of the queenside pawns, this is just not even close. Rook d7. And just like that, the tournament could be blown wide open. Magnus Carlsen, so rarely do you see him falter at the last stage. A wry smile there by Magnus. Okay, he's going to play on a little bit here. But there is no setup, I would say, to hold everything. Just rook b7 here. Rook a7, I think either move is good. So rare to see Magnus make this kind of blunder.
It's just a knight. If Black had another set of rooks on the board, maybe some chance of holding. Black's knight is glorious after all, but it's the queenside pawns. And yeah, you can't save them, as you mentioned, Lawrence. And look at Magnus now. He's distraught. He's so angry at himself, but he had 12 minutes when he made that blunder. Artemiev had 1 minute. Magnus had 12 against 1. I think he relaxed too soon. And let's go back. Let's have an action replay of that moment when he blundered. Let's check out the move at fault. It was here. Look how balanced it is. Completely symmetrical pawn structure. Black, if anyone, has the upper hand. Black's queen very nicely placed in the center, but knight e4. What a move. Putting a piece on a loose square and f4. Artemiev seizing his opportunity, pouncing. That's all you can do at the top level. You can't always crush everyone. You have to just wait for the mistakes. And g4, as we mentioned, led to this endgame. And we do see the handshake. Magnus didn't fight on much longer. He did resign after his pawns dropped. And wow, suddenly Artemiev jumps up into the lead with Magnus. anything can happen now. Magnus, he's blown it. He's blown his lead. Can he recover from this setback? That's the question now. Wow, Lawrence. Nobody could have called this, right? Nobody could have expected this.
Certainly not like that. After that opening, Magnus got his dream position, dream middle game, everything going smoothly. Dubov drawing on board too. A draw is good enough, and then just an oversight. Even the world champion can blunder piece tactics, two-move piece tactic, two-move tactics. It's astonishing. It's great for us because we now have an incredibly exciting 2 more rounds where, if Abdusattorov wins, he even joins the lead. I think we should actually have a look at that game. That game actually looks quite peaceful. In fact, it looks as though Vidit might even have a serious advantage there. But at the very least, we're going to have Artemiev and Carlsen on 8.5, and at the very least, we can have Dubov, Caruana, one other on 8, and maybe more. For example, Yu Yangyi, if he beats Fedoseev, he's going to be on 8. We already know Vincent Kamer, he's going to be on 8, and all of a sudden, it's all the hard work that has to be done again by Magnus Carlsen. He'll be just gutted. He's had a flawless tournament, David. So far, he's not been in any danger. 10 rounds, cruising through. But it's chess, and that's the nature of the beast.
Exactly. That's top level chess for you. Very rare to see any outright blunders, but when they do happen, they can change whole tournaments. And we do see in front of us this clash between Vidit and Abdusattorov. Vidit is on a bit of a hot streak. He's racked up quite a few victories. He was not doing too well at the start of the tournament. I think he's won 3 of his last 4 games, Vidit. And he's putting some pressure on, as you say, Lawrence. This Black Knight now going back to e6 should shore up Black's defenses. It's level pawns, level material. But the reason I think I prefer White's position, and you mentioned that you slightly prefer White too, is because Black does have the only isolated pawn in the position. It is the Black a5 pawn. It's not easy to attack, but there are possibilities for White to create a passed pawn on that queenside a bit later. That flank is where Vidit should be concentrating his focus. It's not going to be easy, for example, to activate the White King, to get that Black Knight, Black Rook off their great defensive squares. But if anyone's having the fun, it is Vidit. And in terms of the standings, he really needs to take this point, or he will really want to take this point at least. He's on 7. A win would get him half a point behind the lead. For Abdusattorov, a win isn't necessarily essential, but he will be within vicinity of the top places if he can avoid defeat in this one. Knight g4. White wants to bring the knight back to e3 to attack Black's central pawn. I don't think it's too scary. Black can shore up, just protect that pawn if he wants to with a move like c6, as you highlight there, and still roughly in the balance. But an essential game for the standings with so much riding on this one now. And maybe some other games we can see.
Well, I wanted to just check in with the women's section as well, because we are at a critical stage there in round 10. I want to go to the top board because it's getting very exciting. Should be pointed out that Kosteniuk against Abdulmalik was already a draw. So Jansaya currently on 7.5, but of course she will be joined by at least a few other players. This is a position, Hampikanura Tanjongi. Who do we like here? White is a pawn up, but Black is very, very active. And the f2 pawn is hanging.
And look at the clocks. It's 45 seconds against 4 minutes. And Hampikanura, very strong player, very experienced player. She's been at the top of women's chess for a long, long time. But recently, some of her results have been affected a bit by time pressure. I remember in the candidates, a piece blunder just due to time pressure. And this position, it does look a bit scary for White. You are a pawn up. Any endgames for White will be advantageous because you have the bishop versus knight, queenside majority. But it's tactics, like you say, Lawrence. It's very specific ideas. Do you take on b2, the safe approach, or do you take on f2? Knight takes f2 is available. It looks a bit risky.
Exactly.
You walk into a pin. but you're also going for checkmate. And I'm trying to do some quick calculation here. I don't really see immediately what white should be doing in reply. You can't attack this knight any further. You can't really profit from the pin. White's queen needs to find a safe square. If you go to the wrong square, for example, let's say b1. Okay, b1's a terrible square, but then knight h3 check could be an idea in some variations. And after there's a capture, queen g5 check.
So
queen e5. Queen e5 maybe even stronger. Queen g5 check, rook takes b7 was my idea. Trying to
lovely
checkmate on the g2 square. And yeah, this one looks over. So there's certainly ideas against that white king. Tan Zhongyi, does she go for it now? Great tactician. Could be a turning point. As Super EDG3 says, it's going to consume all her time because it is a critical moment. The top players know when to spend their time. Tan Zhongyi, I think if she takes on f2, she has great chances, but she doesn't go for this, or at least it looks like she didn't from her hand movement there. It looks like she's played a different move instead. She takes on b2 with her queen. Now, black kingside is a bit loose. Can white profit from the f7 square being undefended now? Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's still good for black. The white f2 pawn is also vulnerable. The white bishop not ideally placed. Humpy with 20 seconds. Treats her bishop.
Good move. Bishop a6 hitting this knight. And now black doesn't quite have time to stay. In fact, you could get a mass liquidation here because queen takes a3, for example. And if white wants Humpy could just do something like this, and the game would end in a draw very, very quickly. That's
also a trap.
Yes.
Yeah. If black gets ambitious, over-ambitious, and takes on f2 now with the knight, then white simply steps back, queen f3, and everything's covered. The black knight is hit, and f7. White is checkmating. So yeah, you're right, Lawrence. Maybe now is the moment to bail out for Tan Zhongyi to go for that draw, but she'll be reluctant. Maybe she feels she has chances. I don't think you can take too much risk now, though. It might backfire. Crucial moment. Let's wait to see what this next move is. You think she'll take on a3? In the game position?
Probably. I think it's a pretty sort of logical move.
Let's go back to the game.
Yeah.
Here we are. Bishop a6. Okay, she's reaching out. Okay, she changes her mind. I think queen takes a3. I'm struggling to see any other move for black, I've got to confess, Lawrence. I don't think you can get away with anything. Your knight is hanging. Don't see any real safe squares.
No,
it's too well centralized.
And sorry to interrupt, but on board too, Dinara Sadokasova with a big chance against Alexandra Goryachkina. This position was under control for Goryachkina. She had everything fine, but here white is just winning. This is incredible. Can we just play the move knight e7 check, David? The point being...
Oh, this is clever.
If king h8, you've got the move knight c6. No, sorry, that's not the move. Is it knight?
Knight c8, maybe?
Knight c8! Oh my goodness, what a tactic.
Yeah.
Hitting
the idea is
and threatening
queen e8 check. Yeah, this looks fantastic for white. Is she going to find it? She's played knight e7 check. So crucial moment in this game as well. I think knight c6 is less accurate because queen e8 is not necessarily as powerful a threat anymore. After knight c6, maybe just rook c7, for example, and black, by the skin of her teeth, will cling on. So knight c8 is the key move. It could give Sadokasova the lead in the tournament, and she plays it, I think.
Wow.
See on the camera, knight c8, knockout blow. Black can't save her rook. I think she just has to take this knight now, give up her rook on a7, and try to defend that miserable position. Oh, we saw a sudden change of stance there from Goryachkina. I think she's realized what has just happened. And Bald42 is saying that a similar tactic was just missed in the Hikaru game. Pattern recognition, guys and girls, that's the key here. And black's weak back rank causes her to lose material. Suddenly, this is relatively straightforward. If white's pawn, the c4 pawn drops, then black is back in the game, but black can't take that pawn on c4, Lawrence, because of the back rank yet again. And one-way traffic now. This is going to spell the end. Surely white can just march her pawn forward. Let's see. Okay, queen a4, threatening rook e8. Really nasty move. Black will try and set up a blockade on the c5 square, but you've got to assume that Saduakasova is going to convert this. Knight c8. Great move. Great blow. And
this
game over.
This is massive. This is massive for the tournament, because if Saduakasova does convert this, which of course she should most of the time, she jumps in the lead and could actually be sole leader with 1 round to go. The local superstar, Dinara Saduakasova, could be causing upset of the tournament, by the way. Just in terms of a pure tournament upset, beating Goyachkina like this and propelling yourself to be first position would be massive, and all the support behind her might produce a Kazakh world champion. Wouldn't they love that?
Yeah. Home advantage. Maybe we'll have to revise our opinions. It does look like it's inspiring her, at least in this game. And meanwhile, the Humpy Koneru against Tan Zhongyi game still roughly in the balance. I slightly prefer Humpy Koneru's chances there, but okay, that one I think will fizzle out towards a draw. How about other games, Lawrence? Maybe in the open section, do we switch back there? Queen's come off in this game. It looks like Saduakasova is about to win. The white king is going to march over to that queen side. Here we see Vidit against Abdusattorov.
Yeah, let's go to this critical game here. Vidit against Abdusattorov. I like what Nordirbek has done, actually, to get this position. He's kind of managed to get some space. Sure, he's still got some fixed weaknesses, this pawn on a5, but Vidit's pieces aren't working amazingly well. And after knight e3, a simple move like rook d7, I expect to be played. I don't think you need to commit with d4, because then you just give this c4 square away forever. So rook d7 is played. And there are lots of improving moves here for black as well. You can play g6 on the next move, preventing any knight f5s. And I do expect Abdusattorov to hold this position. I don't expect him to win it. I don't expect him to win it, but you know, it's also the sort of position where black has got the king on c6. If you get overly ambitious here as white, suddenly black can generate quite a bit of initiative on the queen side. So I have seen these positions won by black. Rook d1. I expect g6 to be played here by Nordirbek. And
Lawrence, it's not just about the position itself, but it's the momentum. And the last time we were here, we quite significantly preferred white. Suddenly, black's king is active, black's pawn structure is improved, black's just as active as earlier. White has literally done nothing since we were last here 5-10 moves ago. Vidit just shuffling his pieces back and forward. And Abdusattorov is going to be smelling blood in the water. He has a time advantage as well. He's known to be super quick, super tricky. And it's his type of position. Vidit does not thrive in endgames, in simplified positions. That's one thing I've learned from his play. He's a great tactician. He's got great understanding in general of dynamics. But it does feel like Abdusattorov is on the front foot slightly. Should be a draw, of course, but all to play for in this huge, huge clash. And I think we're about to see a result as well in the game that we left earlier. Nepomniachtchi is about to resign. I don't think he has any chance to save this game anymore. And that's also going to be huge, meaning Vincent Keimer is going to leap up into that chasing pack just behind Magnus Carlsen and Vladislav Artemiev.
Absolutely, this is getting more and more interesting. And this one here, I don't think Vidit is going to try too much. Question is Abdusattorov quietly optimistic here? Is he going to try and manufacture something here? I personally don't think he should, but can't fault a guy for trying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to take any chances that come your way, and he'll press for a while. I think this game will go on for a long time. Maybe we can check out some of the other chasing pack to see whether anyone else can leap up into contention ahead of the penultimate round.
Which game
other games? Maybe Yu Yang against Fedoseev.
Mm-hmm.
We see those two also there in the top 10 right now. They could jump up to 8 points. This one is a bit crazy. Weird material imbalance, I've got to say. Rook against 2 pieces, but Black's king is very open. As Faramat says in the feature chat, it's very close now. A win for either of these two, a win for a whole bunch of these players, and they're right back up there after Magnus opened the door for them. King G1. Will Fedoseev bail out with a draw? A draw doesn't really suit either of these two players. Black can give checks with Queen E1, Queen E5. No, retreating. What do you make of this? How do you even evaluate this one, Lawrence?
No idea. I would instinctively take Black because, I mean, I do have a pawn on A3 and 2 pieces for a rook. And if there's no immediate mate, then I prefer Black. But I really couldn't say, objectively what is going on in this position. I simply don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. And Fedoseev does thrive in positions with material imbalances, so he is the favorite. Oh, especially after this last move, B4. Now it's going to be extra hard for White to get rid of those 2 black pawns. It's just about whether Black can make progress. Yu Yang in trouble, objectively. Which game should we go to now? Should we stick here, Lawrence? It's
I think we should stick here just to confirm. Dinara Savakosova did win her game in the women's section. She is sole leader with 1 game left. That's going to be very, very exciting. If she wins the tournament, and I think Savakosova can. Who hasn't she played yet?
Lawrence,
tell me.
I should mention Savakosova after that win has now won 6 on the bounce, 6 in a row. And because she didn't start too well, she hasn't played too many of the top seeds. So we'll check in on those pairings later, but she's put herself in prime position.
Yeah, she employed the accelerated Swiss gambit, drew her first 3 games, was on 1.5 out of 3, and has won 7 in a row. Just unbelievable stuff.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish, right?
That's what they've told me.
Very impressive performance. And meanwhile, a check here. The White King still surviving for now. Black's bishop has snuck round to C4. Black's A pawn is about to push. Will it cost White his rook? Yu Yang coming back with the queen. I still believe that White has some tricks up his sleeve because the Black King is so open, but Fedoseev really closing the door here. I think he might well be about to jump up to 8 points, right back in the mix.
That's a classy move because you're attacking the queen and the rook. And and the point is you can't even go queen d8 because after bishop d5, you threaten mates and the rook, and there are no checks this knight, doing a glorious job of holding everything together. No, I believe that's all she wrote, actually. Queen e4 is the final dagger in this position. No hope now for Yu Yang.
In the background of our picture there, we did see Nepomniachtchi just resign against Vincent Keimer, so that result confirmed. Vincent jumps up to 8 points. There's going to be a bunch of players. It's going to be a traffic jam of players up on 8 points, half a point off the lead. Lawrence, what a turnaround this round has been. We thought it was just kind of going to inch towards a inevitable Carlsen victory and an inevitable gold medal title, but suddenly we'll have half a dozen or more players capable of winning this tournament. And meanwhile, there are developments, huge developments in the game between Vidit and Abdusattorov. I think we might have to jump back there. We're about to see Fedoseev win that game. But look at this. White has a passed G pawn. Is this pawn going to decide the game?
Has Abdusattorov... Yeah, he's overpressed or blundered or something.
Took too many risks.
Wow.
And suddenly White can just drop back the knight to c4 as he has just done. Vidit The white king is going to come at some point. That could be decisive. White's king is going to advance to help that g-pawn usher it forward. And remember, knights are terrible, especially against a-pawns. I don't see black's knight ever getting active again. That white a-pawn is going to completely paralyze one of those two black pieces, the king or knight. And it's those trousers, as we call them, 2 pawns on opposite flanks, 2 pass pawns running up the board, the A and G pawns in this case. And Vidit, wow, this could be his 4th win in 5 games, putting on a streak. I wrote him off. I said endgame's maybe not his it's not his forte compared to other parts of his game, but he's still extremely strong, of course, in all facets. And suddenly that a-pawn is marching. Abdusattorov fighting for his life. The evaluation bar reacts. I think all he needs to do is add his king into the equation. As soon as he advances the white king, there we go. This should be it should be curtains. Black is paralyzed.
Wow. Yeah, this is just all she wrote. Heartbreak for Abdusattorov, understanding that his tournament is close to being dust in terms of winning it and retaining his title. This was a must. At least he couldn't. Of course, he probably didn't expect Magnus to lose, but a loss ends it. A draw kept him in it. And now he understands against somebody as strong as Vidit. King G4, King G6. Nice technique. The knight is forced to stay with the a-pawn. You can waste tempi. The raise of an eyebrow there by Abdusattorov. Okay, the knight comes back to C6. Now you can just press A6. Absolutely no reason why you wouldn't push the a-pawn here. Vidit does.
Yeah.
And D3.
I was taught, Lawrence, when I was young, that if you're wondering how to evaluate knight endgames, you just imagine the knight's off the board and you ask yourself, what would happen if it was just a pure king and pawn endgame? Pure king and pawn endgame, of course, white is winning. That white a-pawn would go forward and promote. And in reality, the two knights just cancel each other out, right? White's knight is stuck blocking the black d-pawn. Black's knight is stopped blocking the white a-pawn. And therefore, white's extra pawn on the other flank, the g-pawn wins. So I think that's just a good way to evaluate knight endgames. In this case, Vidit can just slowly head with his king towards the queen side. There we go. Vidit, great technique. I love that comment in the featured chat as well by Japan Knight a few moments ago. Everyone was talking about the young Indian teenagers, and it's the old man Vidit at a grand old age of, 27, who's coming through. Yeah, I mean, phenomenal player, of course, one of the best opening theoreticians in the world, and I think he's going to get the win. Abdusattorov is just powerless now. One final trick in the position might be that Vidit can't actually capture black's pawn, because knight b4 check would happen, for example, after king g6. But I think he has a plan here, Lawrence. If king g6, knight e5 check, deflecting away black's knight and promoting the white a-pawn. Okay, the black king goes back, but where's that king going? This is the trick that Vidit had set up. And knight e5 anyway by Vidit, locking down the black knight. And we see a handshake. Vidit takes the win. Abdusattorov shaking his head. Press too hard.
Yeah, Abdusattorov pressing too hard. Gutted. Abdusattorov head in hands. Devastating result for the young Uzbek superstar. With that loss, he is firmly out of the running. And all of a sudden, from nowhere, from absolutely nowhere, Vidit, who, had a very standard start. He was on 2.5 out of 3. Then he drew against Shimanov. Then he lost with white against Volodymyr Murzin, putting him on 3 out of 5. He was on 3.5 out of 6. Then he put together a few wins. 4.5 out of 7, 5 out of 8, 6 out of 9, and now 7 out of 10, and now 8 out of 11. He's won 3 in a row. If you would have said Vidit would be in with a gold medal chance after 6 rounds, I would have had you detained by the men in the white coats. He was barely on a plus score. Just goes to show once again the power of momentum. If you put together 3, 4 wins in a row in this tournament, suddenly you're in the mix. Vidit can actually win the whole thing. If, and there are lots of calculations we need to do, but if Vidit plays Magnus and wins, for example, in the next round, he might even be out all on his own. All kinds of things can happen. Wow, what a round! You know, it's really not disappointing, and it's now tough to call.
Yeah, I think we need a breather, Lawrence. There's been so much to unpack from this round, so many turnarounds, so many swings in the standings. So I think we'll take a break there, and we will be back in a few moments. We'll leave you with a view of the playing hall, and we'll come back. We'll talk about the standings. We'll go through those big blunders, those big moments yet again. But only one round remaining, remember, in the women's section and 2 rounds in the open section. All to play for. We'll be back in a few moments.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championships 2022, taking place in Almaty, Kazakhstan. It's the final day. In fact, it's nearly the final round. Well, it is the final round in the women's tournament. In the open section, 2 more rounds to go. We're going to be covering, of course, all the action that's going to be coming up in just a jiffy. Before we go there, though, a quick word. If you have been with chess.com for a long time or not, doesn't matter, because after a long wait, in fact, I think it's been around 2 years, the Pro Chess League is back. The 2023 season begins with the qualifying week starting February the 1st, 16 teams advancing into the main season. And, you know, the Pro Chess League, something that I've commentated on a lot. I've never actually played it myself, but I can tell you all the best in the world have participated for their local teams, including Magnus, Carlsen, Ding Liren, Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano, Hikaru, MVL, Anish, and the list goes on. Everybody's very excited for the return of this league, and there's $100,000 in prize funds on the line. So it's going to be a serious event with some great players. Make sure you use the code !PCL in the chat to learn all about it. Back to this tournament, and well, I can tell you, David, we still have some games in play, and on the screen now we see, well, I can't make out who that is. Do you know these players here?
I think Ryazantsev is one of the players with his back to us. Ryazantsev, very strong player, well known as a coach of the Russian teams, of the Russian Open and women's teams. I'll try and find out who he's playing against as well. This one looked like a long grind, a long endgame. Ryazantsev is playing against a grandmaster from Azerbaijan, Gadim Bayali. Gadim Bayali with the white pieces. And wow, it's over. Black blunders in a drawn position. And look at this. Ryazantsev, he's calling the arbiter. He's trying to ask about the 50 move rule, because he's forced to play one more move. If Black plays one more move, the only legal move is to put your king in the corner and you'll be checkmated. Rook takes bishop, you lose the game. So Ryazantsev, he's praying to the chess gods. He's hoping that they've made 50 moves in this endgame, but I don't think they have. I think that White did win the pawn more recently than 50 moves ago, and therefore White is going to win the game. Why not try something? Why not test your luck? But there's always these types of arbiter calls.
Yeah,
89.
Nowhere near. He's 20 moves off. So that claim will be refuted.
And this shows, Lawrence, that rook versus bishop, despite the fact it is a draw and quite a straightforward draw, even the top players in the world can lose it. I think actually here Ryazantsev has the perfect defensive formation. He has his king. Actually, maybe not the ideal perfect defensive formation, but he has his king able to run, but he somehow got it trapped in the corner, couldn't find a way out. And that's what happens in rapid and blitz chess. When the clock ticks down, the mind goes out the window, and especially after a long slog, after 3 days of play. We saw it with Magnus Carlsen. Blunders do occur. And yeah, it looks like this was one of the final games of the 11th round. And meanwhile, the two players wait for the arbiter to come back. The arbiter's off to check on the electronic boards, on the electronic score sheets. We're assuming it's going to be a white win in this game when the arbiter finally does return.
Yeah, go on, David.
I was going to say, meanwhile, maybe Lawrence, we can talk about the standings and what's changed, what we have to look forward to in the final moments, the final rounds of the day.
Indeed. Well, we can see the leaderboard there. Magnus Carlsen now caught firmly by Vladislav Artemiev. 2 rounds to go. What an amazing victory by Artemiev in a position where you would put your house on Magnus not losing. He was safe, he was secure, and he just let his concentration slip for one moment. Artemiev punished him, and that means the tournament has been blown wide open. Artemiev, Carlsen on 8.5. Then we've got a big group of players on 8 points. Dubov playing some scintillating chess. Kmar hanging in there. Fedoseev, who had a great day 1 and 2. Fabiano Caruana also in the mix, and Vidit, who we just saw beating the reigning champion Abdusattorov, which effectively puts Abdusattorov out of the running. He will not be defending his title. We will have a new World Rapid Champion, but who will it be? Goodness me, there are, in my opinion, I think 7.5 is just a bit too far away. We can see a bunch of strong players, Sarin, Abdusattorov, Sarana, Magsudlu, Rapport, and many others, but 1 point behind with 2 rounds to go is normally not close enough. Half a point, sure, we can envisage it, but 1 point I don't think will happen. Well, we can see the game wrapping up. Black's attempt at a 50-move rule claim unsuccessful. And I think that's the Azari player, actually, David.
Gadim Bailey, I believe.
Gadim Bailey, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And he was awarded the win after consulting with the arbiters there. We see some of the chief arbiters of the FIDE World Rapid Championship. I think there's arbiters from around the world, and they do a great job. So shout out to them. But that game wrapping up means that the pairings will soon be processed. We don't have them quite yet. I'm sure those players at the top of the standings will be curious to know who they're facing in the next round. Some last-minute preparations. Magnus as well needs to avoid the tilt. He needs to get that big blunder out of his system. He needs to forget, because it was such a shock to all of us here. Lawrence, I think that's maybe the most shocking moment so far of the tournament. Will he recover, do you feel?
Well, I mean, it's certainly shocking, because our standards for Magnus are so high, and we expect him to to never blunder. Basically, we're at a stage in chess history now where, when we think of Magnus, we just think that he is Superman. He doesn't really make one move blunders, and he has, and it's great for us. It's great for the spectators, because there was a genuine possibility that, had Magnus drawn or won that game, that the tournament would be effective over. But now looks as though a good 8 players could possibly win this thing. And what's going to be really interesting to see, of course, is how Magnus reacts to this. For me, one of his biggest strengths is his bounce back ability, the fact that he's able to shake off a bad loss or a bad game pretty quickly. It reminds me also of Fabiano. I think that's one of the reasons these two especially have been fighting for the top spot in chess for years now. Their ability to just forget quickly, not let it weigh on them. So regardless of who Magnus plays next, if he is able to just settle his nerves, is still favorite. Remember, he's still favorite to take down this whole thing, but it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of pairings we're going to get. But it's certainly a lot closer than it was 1 round ago. I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, it is wide open, and there were plenty of games that we were able to follow. Luckily, in that last round, plenty of action. But Lawrence, maybe we can check out the finish to one of the games by fan favorite Anish Giri. And Giri did pull it out of the bag in that last game. He's still not completely out of the running after taking a win in this last game. If we can pull up the board there, we can see the turnaround, or how Giri clinched that win eventually. Here, Giri had the black pieces. It looks like a relatively balanced endgame on the face of things. Level number of pawns. White has a queenside majority, but powerful endgame play by Giri. And look at this. White panicked here. Some pawns under pressure, but b5, a move of panic, and Black was able to defend everything nicely. Maybe White had to go passive, but Giri winning a pawn, holding on to it, and eventually,
and now b4.
Yeah, b4. Some nice tactics at the end there, undermining the white bishop there in that variation. Black gaining 2 pawns, and all you need to do sometimes in winning positions is to keep things simple, swapping off the rooks, Anish, and the black f pawn. won the day. Here, white resigned because f3, f2, f1, pawn pushing is just inevitable and decisive. A nice win by Anish, and we'll get those updated standings. We'll get the pairings soon, but he is aiming to end the tournament on a high. Plenty of these players could still put together that last 2-game winning streak, and it could really propel them into those places. Remember, it's not just gold that we're looking at. It's not just the title. It is a lot of money on the line, potentially year-defining money, career-defining money for some of the younger players. So lots to still play for.
No, absolutely. One of the big attractions of this tournament is just that. As you said, David, for some of these players, they don't get the opportunity to play for $30, $40, $50, $60,000 one good tournament. And remember, they play 2 tournaments. It's the Rapid and the Blitz. I remember, I think last year, if we look at Kostenyuk or Abdusattorov, I think Kostenyuk may have even made close to $100,000, which, as a professional chess player for many years, David, 100,000 is something that is very, very much an exception unless you are top 5 player in the world. So it is life-changing opportunities at these tournaments, at the Rapid and Blitz, which is why it's so nice to cover. We don't have the pairings yet, but we will do on our return. We're going to go for another very quick break when we will have the pairings for the final round of the Women's Championship, the penultimate round of the Open Championship. It's getting very, very exciting. You should go absolutely nowhere. Maybe you can go and get a drink, but that's about it. See you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to the final day of the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship Open and Women's section. Before the break in the last round, we saw an absolute thriller, and it was Vladislav Artemiev with the surprising victory over Magnus Carlsen, making things extremely open going into the final 2 rounds of the open section. And Dinara Sadovakosova, the local hero from Kazakhstan, beating for many the big favorite Goyachkina, meaning that she is currently leading the women's section with 1 round to go. If she wins her last round, we will have a local world champion. Immense pressure and immense pride on the line for her. Let's have a look at the pairings, though, for the penultimate round of the open section, and joined, of course, by David Howe. David, what a mouth-watering prospect we have at the top.
Yes, this is what the fans have been waiting for. Carlsen against Caruana, 2 of the most kind of enduring top players over the last decade. Of course, they fought a World Championship match in 2018 against each other as well. Caruana coming off the back of 4 straight wins. He did draw the previous round against Daniil Dubov, and he will have black against Carlsen. So that is not an easy pairing. He's going to hope that Carlsen, having proven he's human, goes on tilt. But Carlsen knows a win with white will restore the natural order of things. At least that's what he will be aiming for. Meanwhile, on board 2, we do see Fedoseev against the co-leader, Vladislav Artemiev, an all-Russian clash. Both players of the same generation as well. So these 2 know each other inside out. It'll be fascinating to see what happens there. Vincent Keimer on board 3 against Vidit. Both players in hot form. Vincent coming off the back of a really nice win against Nepomniachtchi, and Vidit taking down the reigning world rapid champion, Abdusattorov. So both players confident in form. And board 4, another important game. Richard Rapport rising up the table after a difficult start. He will be playing Daniil Dubov, who's only half a point off the lead. So all of this group, the top 4 boards, they will all be taking risk, all trying to win, to position themselves before that final round. Lawrence, you mentioned earlier as well, there is a group on 7.5 who aren't mathematically out of it yet, who still technically have chances, but they will need to win their final 2 games if they want a medal. And that group does include Parham Magzoudlu on board 5 from Iran against Jan Krzysztof Duda, the Polish phenomenon. Anish Giri, we saw his last victory, and wrapping it up really nicely in an endgame in the previous round. He's up against Alexei Sarana, who's well known for his speed chess prowess, and Nihal Sarin, the Indian player who really disappointed yesterday and got checkmated in brutal fashion by Daniil Dubov. He's bounced back, and he plays Abdusattorov, a fellow teenager. Erigaisi as well, the final player on 7.5. He's up against it. Jan Nepomniachtchi. Erigaisi also has the black pieces. So it's not going to be easy. But Lawrence, which pairings catch your eye? Maybe we should do some predictions at this crucial stage of the tournament.
Well, of course, in terms of pure pairings, Carlsen Caruana is up there. But I have to say, Carlsen with white, I've always found Fabi has had difficulties against Magnus with the black pieces. And I think Magnus will be actually reasonably happy with this pairing. So I'm going to actually go for an immediate bounce-back victory for Magnus, even though he had that horror show piece blunder in the previous game. I think he bounces back here. And I also believe that Vladimir Fedoseev is a problematic opponent for Artemiev. Weird matchup stylistically. I'm actually going to go for a Fedoseev win as well. I'm going for a double win on boards 1 and 2. And I'm also going for a third white win. I'm going for a 1, 2, 3. 3 white wins. Vincent Kmar beating Vidit, meaning that we're going to have something like a Vidit versus... No, sorry, we're going to have something like we've got Dubov in there as well. Goodness me, Dubov on 8 points. I can't even say who's going to play the last round because I've forgotten who's played who. But I'm going to say that Magnus is going to be leading going into the last round. It's a bold prediction, but I'm standing by it.
Yeah, it is 13 rounds, the open section. It is a marathon. The players, they'll be relying on pure adrenaline at this point. And Magnus is well known for his stamina, for keeping up a very high level later in tournaments. And there we see the pairings have been announced. The players checking their boards, checking their pairings, checking the opponents, and they will start to take their seats soon. This next round has been slightly delayed because there's been a very long endgame in the women's section, which only just finished, I believe. Rook and Bishop versus Rook ending. So there's still a while before the penultimate round of the open section and the final round of the women's section, as you mentioned, Lawrence. We await pairings in that one. But yeah, it looks like the players with not that much at stake, they're looking very relaxed. I think all eyes will be on these top few boards in the next round. It's what we couldn't have hoped for more, right? Carlsen against Caruana, such a critical stage.
Absolutely brilliant. And I will say that I do believe I've got some info into the pairings for the women's section. And I have to say this is, if you're going to become world champion, Dinara Sadrukasova, you don't ask for a better spot than this. She is going to be playing black against a very informed Indian player, I Am Savita, but she outrates her by 130 points. Yes, Savita has had a great tournament so far, but Sadrukasova has avoided playing Abdumalik, avoided playing Tanjonji, avoided playing Humpy Kanoru, and with a win against somebody she heavily outrates on board 1, she could put this tournament to bed. What an opportunity for Sadrukasova. We could get a Kazakh 1-2 if Sadrukasova wins, and Abdumalik white against Humpy Kanoru. If she wins, we could get a gold-silver. What a celebration that would cause in Almaty if we get that. And Tanjonji playing white against Nino Batsiashvili. Of course, there's going to be a lot of, we're going to have to calculate tie breaks and all kinds of stuff to decide the medals. But one thing's for sure, Dinara Sadrukasova, you could not ask for a better last round. Let's just be brutally honest. For her situation, we will be keeping a close eye on that game. And I have to say this as well, David. I am not sure that Kazakhstan has ever had a World Rapid champion. You tell me.
You might.
I
think you might be right, Lawrence. They've had a World Blitz champion.
World Blitz, but World Rapid, Bibisara won last year. But World Rapid, I don't recall.
Yeah, this could be huge for the country. The dynamics in the women's section now are very different from the open section. In the women's section, she does have her fate in her own hands, Sadrukasova. For all her rivals, including her opponent, Savita, they know they need to win. On board 2 or 3, everyone's going to be taking risks. They're going to be scrapping it out, trying to get that full point at all costs because they know that this is their one shot at glory. They want those medals, and why play it safe? Why go for a draw when you know that someone else is ahead? And Sadrukasova, I think she still starts as favorite in this final round, but the 15-year-old Savita, she's going to have something to say. She could play spoiler, and remember, if she wins, she might take gold herself. So both players going all out in this final round. And Tie breaks are still a possibility. Maybe we can remind the viewers of the format there if tie breaks do occur. So, for example, if 2 players are tied for first place, we will see a playoff of 2 games, blitz games, with 3 minutes on the clock for each player, gaining 2 seconds increment after every move. If more than 2 players are tied, if 3 players are tied for first, then it's a sudden death knockout tournament. That would be dramatic. That's almost never been seen before, especially at this top level. FIDE have changed the rules after a bit of controversy last year with the playoffs, where some players were excluded. So this would end in a knockout tournament. And it's not beyond the realms of possibility. We could still see 3, maybe even 4 players tie for first place. So I like this format. It's nice that the medals will be decided on the board rather than by a mathematical equation. And that would give us extra chess, extra drama. But this tie-break format also relevant for the open section. We'll discuss the permutations there a bit later before the final round over there. And meanwhile, the players taking their board, Lawrence, do you think the nerves will be tingling ahead of this key round?
Well, certainly it's that time, isn't it, where, it's make or break for a lot of these players. It's not just the medals situation as well. If you go further down the pack, as you were talking about, tons of prizes all the way down to, I think, 32nd position. A lot of players who have come to this event have paid for some expenses out of pocket. I don't know exactly how it works for everybody, but it's a big moment for a lot of these players. I know for sure. It's my dream to play this tournament one day. It's honestly the only tournament I've never played that really gets me excited, because it's that lottery ticket. It's that chance of causing the upsets, especially in the Blitz tournament where the variance is even higher. And as we see by TBD and us, Hikaru not even in the top 20 yet. Hikaru Nakamura has just not found his stride in this tournament. But rest assured, he will reset tonight and be back for the Blitz tomorrow. Guns blazing. I expect a big performance from Hikaru in the Blitz tournament.
Hikaru, Lawrence, has drawn 7 games in a row. He's drawn 9 out of his 11 games so far, just unable to find that killer instinct, unable to put his opponents, to take them down. And often that's the difference. Nakamura's got promising positions, just unable to get on a roll. And ahead of this crucial round, maybe in order to get rid of some of the nerves, their players are having a little laugh there. Dubov making a joke with Caruana leaving his seat, maybe not wanting to sit down, not wanting to allow Magnus to get that psychological edge by arriving late. Just adjusting their pieces in the background there. Rapport against Dubov, a clash of 2 firebrands. Kaimer and Vidit looking very calm on the right side of your screen there. But we are waiting for the arrival of Magnus Carlsen, still recovering from that huge blunder against Artemiev. And Caruana looks ready to go. I can't wait. I mean, already the opening, I think, will dictate a lot. It will illustrate a lot about Magnus's mindset heading into this game. Will Magnus go for more offbeat openings just to play himself back into form? Will he go very direct and try to use all of his kind of stored up opening preparation against Caruana? There we see a picture with many, many grandmasters. Now Rapport, Dubov. And what a round this is. I mean, I'm feeling a bit nervous myself, I must admit. Just don't know what to expect at all. There we see the chief arbiter in the foreground.
We do, the arbiter Leonard Oates in the background taking fantastic snaps as per usual. Fabiano Caruana getting ready for the biggest test of his tournament. There is no bigger than Magnus Carlsen. Now, Magnus and Fabiano have recently had an online match where Fabiano got destroyed by Magnus. That is not an exaggeration. I can't remember the exact score, but it was something like 24-6 or 26-5 or something crazy on chess.com. It was a devastating defeat for Fabi. He's now got a chance at redemption. Is he going to pull out the unthinkable and beat Magnus. We're talking about Magnus. He's got white. Magnus. Fabi can beat anybody on his day, and Fabi can beat anybody in his kind of position. So Magnus coming with the water.
Yeah, we do see the handshake. I've got to say credit to Fabiano, very gentlemanly. He didn't start the clock when he could have done. He would have been well within his rights to. He was waiting for Magnus to arrive. And we do see the first move of the game. We'll get into the board in a moment. It does look like a queen's pawn opening from Carlsen. And of course, Fabiano ready. That won't be a surprise. And Magnus, what has he played? We want to see the opening. I think it's a Catalan, just as he's played consistently throughout the past 12 months. Magnus, you mentioned that victory in the Speed Chess Championship, Lawrence. I think Magnus won something crazy, like 18 games, 8 draws. Fabiano didn't even land one single punch. Fabi didn't win any games in that match. And surely the psychological scars will be there, especially, it's a matter of pride, right? As a chess player, that you do you are capable of occasionally beating your rivals. Magnus has to start this one as the favorite, as we see one of the main lines of the Catalan. And White, I think, will castle on this next move.
White probably will. And I just want to put a little bit of information in for everybody. In the open section, David was explaining before how if there are 3 players tied first, there's a sudden death knockout tournament. In the women's section, it is only 2 that will play off for the championship. So I guess they're going to rank the players as you normally would in a normal Swiss by normal tie breaks, maybe some Buchholz or something like that. Progressive scores, I'm not exactly sure which tie break they're going to use to do that. And then if there are 2 players tied, if there are more than 2 players, the top 2 players of those tie-break scores will have a blitz playoff to decide the champion. But we'll cross that bridge if we need to. Of course, a very likely scenario. So let's see. In this game, though, Carlsen, Caruana, queen to c1. This is a funky little move. White puts the queen on c1 compared to the much more natural square on c2. And I vaguely remember, was it Hari Krishna who played this? I was commentating a game, and there was some subtle reason why you would put the queen on c1 compared to the much more standard move, queen c2. David, remind me, because my mind is blank. Why are we playing queen c1 instead of queen c2?
Lawrence, I must confess, these subtleties are beyond me. I've also seen queen c1 recently. If I am not mistaken, it might have been Sam Shankland or someone along those lines. But either way, you're right. The queen on c1 does look a bit oddly placed, but she can occasionally come out on the diagonal after a bishop exchange to a square, an active square like f4. And there we go. Fabi reacts by pushing his pawn to b6. Let's catch up with the play. And sooner or later, Magnus will castle. He'll develop his pieces. White has traditionally a small advantage in these types of positions just because he has an extra central pawn after this trade of pawns in the center. But Black is very flexible. It's almost reminiscent of the game between Dubov and Caruana in the previous round, where often Black will play his pawn to c5. He might end up with hanging pawns, which will be a target for White's pieces, and Magnus will want to be ready for that when it comes. Yeah, these openings, they're very, very subtle. There's all sorts of nuances that the players will have studied, they will be familiar with, but Magnus will want to cause the first surprise. Fabi, he knows his stuff inside out. He's one of the best opening theoreticians, as you know, Lawrence, having been his manager, and it's going to be very difficult to take him kind of out of those theoretical waters, out of book. And Magnus, okay, he's tried this queen c1 move, which does still look a bit odd. That white queen not very happy on the square she stands as a threat in the position. White's e2 pawn is attacked. And as we were talking about earlier, that Speed Chess Championship just a few weeks ago, when Magnus won 22-4, he was undefeated, but it was also in very tense positions where he got most of his wins, Magnus. It was always in these really tense maneuvering type of positions where Fabiano just couldn't keep up at some point, and the clock ended up playing a huge factor. This is rapid chess. Fabi starts with much more time than he did in the Speed Chess Championship, but yeah, that could be relevant a bit later. Magnus asks a question of the black dark square bishop. If the black bishop takes on d2, then I guess Magnus's idea is to take with the queen, unless he's in the mood to sacrifice a pawn. But this loses time to knight e4, for example.
Yeah, knight e4, queen c2, and
the game goes on. It's just
the game goes on.
Position.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And if Fabi is in a more combative mood, I was about to say he could keep the dark square bishops on, but no, he's playing principled chess. And there we go. He's willing to accept the hanging pawns, Lawrence. If we see a capture on c5, then those black pawns look exactly identical to the previous game that Caruana had against Dubov. It still feels like white is risking nothing, but black has done his job of equalizing. Very classical chess by both of these two. Nothing too unorthodox, too surprising. Just so much mutual respect between these two. You know Caruana better than most, Lawrence. Is he going to be happy with this opening?
I'm not entirely sure. In general, I'm not a fan of these hanging pawns. I think that you need a really fine touch to be able to keep the balance a lot of the time. And you need a little bit of time to play precisely. And I don't think the rapid format actually allows you to do that.
Yeah, Lawrence, sorry to interrupt, but I think we have to go to the Hans Niemann game, if possible. Some dramatic stuff happening at the beginning of that one. I mean, strange stuff has happened a lot in the rapid portion of this event so far, but this is one of the stranger openings I've seen. And let's go through from the start. He's playing a very promising grandmaster from Uzbekistan, Vokidov, and it was the Jabava London system. Hans is an expert here. He's produced a very nice chessable course on this opening, e4, pawn sacrifice. But am I mistaken? Have things gotten a bit out of hand for him? Bishop takes c3. Straightforward, elementary tactic. Is this a sacrifice or is this a blunder?
Looks like a blunder because Hans has resigned already, it seems, sickened by his mistake. And ironically, he's actually done a course for Chessable on this exact line. So here, the move Bishop e2 was definitely not in the course. I can't remember if it was a move like Queen e3. I remember this line being not particularly convincing for white, but yeah, Bishop e2 allowing Bishop takes c3 check is shocking.
We should explain maybe why that's a blunder. What happens after b takes c3? Like you say, shocking. It's just a straightforward tactic, hitting the king, hitting the rook. Black wins too much material. Yeah. I mean, this is the type of thing that we've all blundered at some point in our career. It's just surprising that it happens in such a critical round with still a lot of money at stake. Hans, with a couple of wins in the final two games, could have made a real dent on the placings. But after Bishop f5, Black is about to win another pawn. Shocking stuff.
And we know Hans is a very emotional player. He's a very, he's impulsive in many ways. And he was probably just so sickened with the fact that he spent dozens of hours literally on this position, on this opening. It was part of his course. And for him to mess this up would have just tilted him beyond recognition. And he just said, you know what, I've had enough. But, even a quick resignation here. I mean, his position is objectively losing for white. This is bad news. That's a big loss. That will mean that Hans finishes on some relatively modest score, misses out on all the prizes, and puts you in a bad mood for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we've seen these players are human. They're fantastic, all these world-class grandmasters, but even Magnus blunders, as we saw in the previous round, and there, Hans just getting his move order mixed up in the opening. We've all been there, and he will be aiming to bounce back in the Blitz section.
Okay.
after a disappointing couple of games. But yeah, we're back with Magnus against Caruana, Lawrence.
We are, but some breaking news. On board one of the women's section, there has been a draw. Sadwa making an early draw, taking the risk-free route to almost certainly guaranteeing. Well, I say almost certainly, it's not, but we'll have to see what after the calculation. Sadwa on 8.5. What that means is there is the second board, Abdusattorov, Hikaru, and Tan Zhongji against Batsiashvili. Now, Tan Zhongji wins, and there's a decisive result on board two between Abdusattorov and Hikaru. It means there are 3 players that will be on 8.5. And as I mentioned a few moments ago, they will not have the same kind of playoff as the Open tournament. Only the top 2 will then have a playoff. And we will know more about that when we do, depending on how they are ranked at the end. But I don't blame Dinara for taking a quick draw, because she is now pretty much free rolling, barring a complete sort of bit of bad luck to not make the playoff.
I've got to say, Lawrence, I'm surprised not just that Sadwa, the leader, took the draw, but her opponent. I know she's only 15, Savita, but this was her chance as well. A win, and she would leapfrog her opponent. She would be guaranteed first place or joint first place herself. So taking a quick draw with white in the final round when you still have a chance at gold, it's very surprising to me. Maybe we can just show that final position to the audience to show why it was agreed a draw. It did look very balanced. Maybe it was just a kind of subpar opening for white that didn't allow her the winning chances that she would have wanted. But yeah, surprising stuff. And also for Sadwa, her tiebreaks will not be so good. She did not start the tournament well with 4 draws at the beginning there. So she's not even guaranteed a spot in that playoff. However, remember the money on offer. The prizes are life-changing. So we can't fault the players too much. And this was the final position on board 1 of the women's section. And queens are off. Pawn structure almost symmetrical. Look at those D pawns. It's a bit of an odd one there. It's like noughts and crosses, like tic-tac-toe somehow, those pawns. And I guess without knights, the holes in each side's position, they aren't too relevant. So it is balanced. It is an equal position. But yeah, it's a pity. We wanted to see more chess. That does, however, mean maybe tie breaks. Maybe those playoffs a bit later. We'll wait to find out. We'll update you with the other boards in the women's section as the results come in.
As I'm looking at the games, still plenty of play left in the Tan Zhongji game. Actually, Tan Zhongji, is she just winning? Let's just quickly go there, because I think it's worth going there. Against Nino Batsiashvili, looking at this position here, this looks dreadful. I mean, look at these pawns, first and foremost. Have you seen uglier pawns in all your life? Double pawns here, triple pawns here, some double pawns over here for Nino. But the problem Nino's got is just that Black's king is much more weak than White's. If I ever get this queen on this diagonal here, I'm just going to mate you. Doesn't this just look winning for White to you?
This looks over. That Black king has no defenders around it. And the beauty, Lawrence, you mentioned those triple pawns that White has on the G file. The beauty behind those is that White's king, I think we're about to see it, but White's king can safely hide on the H2 square or anywhere on the H file because those pawns keep White's king protected. Black would love to retreat her pawn from G5 to G7. I think that would be the best move for Black if she could play it. Right. Pawn back to G7 just to guard her king. But this is another example of opposite color bishops in a middle game, aiding the side with the safer king, aiding the side who's going on the attack. And yeah, just shuffle the king out the way. Black is threatening to push the D pawn forward with a discover check. So I think she needs to take a timeout, get her king to safety. And long term as well for the Black king, there's not going to be any refuge there. You can see on the body language as well, Tan Zhongyi with White, very calm, composed, just calculating her way to what is most likely going to be a victory. Nino looks a bit more nervous. And we've only played a few minutes. Both sides have over 10 minutes still left on their clock. But it's all gone wrong for Black in the opening. Yeah, this could be huge as well. Tan Zhongyi, therefore, would catch up with Sado Kasava in the lead.
Absolutely, yes. And if there's 2 of them, we know that there's going to be a Blitz playoff. If there's 3 of them, we need to see exactly how they are ranked. We will, of course, keep an eye on that, but great spot for Tan Zhongyi. Let's go back to game of the round. Carlsen, Caruana, and we've had mass liquidations. And Fabi looks all right to me here, David.
Yeah, it looks like Black should be able to secure a draw with some accurate play. This one is much more sedate, much more quiet than the previous games we've just looked at. It's roughly balanced in terms of pawn structure. Black does have a weakness, however, on c5, which is attackable. White's rook will aim to slide across to c1. If the rooks come off the board, White is the only one who can win that endgame. I think White has great winning chances because the White bishop is superior to the Black knight with pawns on both flanks. White's king also has a clear path towards those weaknesses on the queen side for Black. However, Fabi, as long as he keeps the rooks on, as long as he can go active with his knight, maybe his rook to the second rank at some point, he is doing completely fine. And he's also a very accurate calculator, Lawrence. This is the type of position, the type of endgame you can calculate your way out of. Okay, he starts by attacking the white bishop, forcing Magnus to lose time, either moving or protecting that bishop. Next move, I think you can almost pre-move as Black. The rook is coming down to d2, and I don't foresee any troubles at all. White will be banking on the fact that his a-pawn, as often in the Catalan, the white a-pawn promotes on a light square guarded by White's bishop, but that's very much a long-term factor. Magnus there just picking up his king, lifting it up a square. And Lawrence, are we going to see this famous endgame of rook and 4 against rook and 3? For example, if Black starts with, let's say, knight takes f3, let's get rid of those pieces before it's too late. Rook d2 and rook c1 by Magnus. Black does have some issues on the back rank, so White will win a pawn. However, this is well known to be a draw, and I think Fabiano will be quite confident about holding this type of endgame.
Are you?
Mating.
Are you that confident? Because the white king is already quite close, no? I mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
I think maybe there's slightly better ways of doing or getting this endgame at least. Okay, he starts with g6. I guess I've had too many of those endgames and I've always failed to win with white, so maybe I'm a bit biased. Also, facing Magnus is not going to be easy in that type of endgame. But just illustrating one variation there. Now, maybe Fabi holding on to the knight one move longer is going to prevent that endgame from happening, Lawrence. After White moves his rook across, at least Black can hold up the inevitable liquidation of those queenside pawns by playing a move such as c4, maybe. But those pawns long-term are a bit weak. I would be afraid, if I were Fabi, of White just sitting, maybe a move such as rook c2 next by Magnus, just holding on after c4, just holding on to the position, not swapping down yet. Maybe rook c2 followed by bishop e2. Yes, it should be a draw, but as Anita Drink says in the feature chat, never trust the eval bar when it's Magnus. It's definitely White who's the only player who can hope for winning chances. I'm not going to say draw yet, although that is the most likely.
Yeah, I think the move c4 is actually a difficult move to play. Yeah, and Fabi does go for rook d2 straight away. Makes a lot of sense. And on rook takes c5, you don't have to take on f3. You do have the move knight d3 here. This move does exist, and rook takes f2 is actually a big threat. And the pawn on b2 is also hanging. Of course, the rook on c5 is hanging. So you can't even take on a5. If you give a check on c8, I happily just go king g7. And I think I take black here, David, just because I'm doing a mopping up job of the pawns on the second rank.
Yeah, you're also threatening knight e1, Lawrence. So White really has to be careful here. And we do see rook d2 played in the game. And has Magnus got a backup plan here. If rook takes c5 doesn't work after rook d2, will he just play a move such as bishop e4, preventing the black knight from jumping into the white camp, attacking those pawns? As you mentioned there, white actually is maybe on the back foot. So I like that pun by
Magnus.
No, really fabulous.
Sorry,
play.
let's just get a full vision here of Magnus. He is up in arms again, second game in a row. He's saying, "Oh my goodness, how have I got myself into another spot where I'm kind of fighting to even equalize now as white? Everything was going so smoothly, but how do you deal with knight d3?" And he's visibly upset with the situation. This is very, very uncommon to see. Wow.
It's the tilt. It's the tilt, Lawrence. He's still not fully recovered from that previous game, the big blunder against Artemiev. And yes, he should still hold the draw. It's still balanced, but you're right. I mean, I said white was better, but I don't think I had calculated properly. And Magnus certainly relaxed a bit too soon. Maybe he knew that this game was heading towards a draw. He thought he could play anything. But at the top level, you have to be super accurate. And okay, he just needs to escape this game with a draw. He's still got 8 minutes on the clock, plenty of time, Magnus. He needs to compose himself mentally. Fabiano, great focus from him, great moves from him as well. And yeah, he's got to hope that Magnus just keeps rushing. And rook d2, maybe we go for that variation, Lawrence. I still think white was pretty safe. Well, I say pretty safe, reluctantly, but after rook takes c5, I think white can get away with knight d3, a check, maybe now rook c8, and maybe you just move the king for white, king g1, or maybe you move the white bishop. I'm not sure where. Let's play king g1, for example. I think we're heading down this variation just to get the white king out of any potential threats.
Okay, rook takes b2.
Rook takes b2, and now maybe I'll just go after the a pawn, rook a8. Yeah, I mean,
but
the evaluation bar reacts.
Yeah, the bar hates that move.
Oh, okay, that was a one-move blunder. Rook b1 check here wins.
Oh yeah, rook b1 and knight e1.
Whoops! So we have to be more accurate than I was. But that does show the difficulty of white's task. So instead of rook a8, Magnus would have to find some really clever, really sneaky moves just to survive. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it still feels like it should be a draw. The evaluation bar confirms, but it's certainly white who has to be accurate. Yeah. Oof.
Can you imagine a Fabiano Caruana victory here? Oh my goodness. Then who knows what would go on with the tournament. Then we could have a complete pile up on 9 points, but we'll cross that bridge. Still a long way to go. Magnus is not going to give up so easily.
Imagine as well, if Fabiano, he played, 26 games against Magnus in the Speed Chess Championship, didn't win a single one. And now, when the stakes are even higher, he's really putting the pressure on. Impressive stuff by Caruana. And Magnus does retreat his king. King g1 it looked like the best bet because knight e1, rook takes f2 were both huge, huge threats. But as you mentioned, Lawrence, after rook takes b2, Magnus has to avoid blundering. Rook takes b2. It's not easy to find the best move there for white. Maybe you have to move the bishop out the way. Maybe we can put this on the board. Rook takes b2, and the white bishop has to run before that threat of rook b1, as you mentioned. Maybe bishop d5. Just by process of elimination, I think you can save this for white. Next, you go for the f7 pawn or the a5 pawn. But yeah, you take black here. If anything, knights are so tricky.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And in the other battles, as this one rages on, anything catching your eye, Lawrence, or any of the other chasing pack putting some pressure on, getting those points?
The Kmar Vidic game is particularly interesting if we look at the current position.
Wow.
Yeah. At first, when you first look at it, you think, oh, black is doing great. But I'm not sure that's the case when this knight on c4 lands on e3. and just kind of holds the entire position together. Who's better and why? I'm not sure of the answer.
You're right. Black is overextended somewhat. Black looks like he's kind of clamped down on the white position with this black pawn on d3, but maybe that's a weakness long term. White is threatening a move such as bishop takes f6 as well. Oh, wow. It was actually white to play in that position.
Yeah.
Now bishop takes f6, wrecking the black pawn structure. And I think your move is coming next. That white knight is going to retreat to e3, swapping off one of those powerful black bishops. And yeah, that white bishop on f1 is the only problem. That white bishop is very stuck, but pawn structure favoring white. Vincent looking like he's a favorite now. And Vidit, after his winning streak, suffering in this position. It feels like Vidit has been taking chances. Fair play to him. He's taking risks because he really wants to win. He's full of confidence. But after a move, maybe we could put this on the board, Lawrence. G takes f6 and knight e3, locking it down. I think that's the key move. Without knight e3, white is under some pressure, but this one forces simplifications and very favorable for white. Any exchanges will highlight the weaknesses of black's pawns. Oof, yeah, I mean, drama everywhere. Like you said, we could see a bunch of players up there on 9 points heading into the final round. We could see a 5-player playoff. Who knows? Anything still possible. And okay, Vidit did take back on f6, and we are expecting knight to e3. White with the advantage. Meanwhile, in the Magnus game, things have proceeded roughly along the lines that we envisaged. Fabiano, though, has won a pawn. And after king g1, yeah, this variation. Interesting stuff. Knight takes f2. Has Magnus just given away this pawn to try and trap black's knight? Black's knight doesn't have too many escape squares. There's only one safe square on h3 for it to retreat to. Magnus, how does he utilize this momentary opportunity, maybe to trap the black knight?
Yeah, but then, it goes to h3, it goes to g5, you recycle it, and then all of a sudden it's a pawn. And you're like, Magnus, hands on legs. That is the Magnus tell for, oh boy, I'm going to have to work really hard to make a draw here. This is not what Magnus had in mind before sitting down for this game, let me tell you that. Magnus, down on the clock, down on the position, down on momentum.
Yeah.
Brutal game.
Down on his luck. After
his luck,
h4 by Magnus.
His luck is the greatest in the world, but he's certainly down. I mean, the guy, anything the guy touches turns to gold. That's real luck. No, but h4 trying to cut this knight out makes a lot of sense, and this is what Magnus has been trying this whole time.
Oh, Lawrence, sorry to interrupt. There's been a huge result in the women's section. Tan Zhongyi has finished her game.
Yes.
And there we see the players leaving the board. Tan Zhongyi has guaranteed herself a huge share of the prize money. She's won with white. We saw that position earlier with the big attack, the weird pawn structure. She did finish it off in style. And Tan Zhongyi joins Sadua Kasova in the lead. So we will see a playoff no matter what at this point in the women's section. A couple of players could still have their say. They could join. Then it becomes a maths equation. But yeah, Tan Zhongyi clinching the win when it matters. That's what all the top players do.
That is correct. Top players. Tan Zhongyi, she's done such a good job of cementing her place in the absolute elite of women's chess. It's really nice to see. So the question that now remains is if there is a decisive result in Kanura against Abdul Malik, and what we can do is we can have a quick look at the position. Here we go. Looks as though Jansaya on the back foot ever so slightly, because white is possibly forced to take back the bishop with the pawn, take with the queen, the rook takes this pawn, and if you take with the pawn, you've got this horrible structure now on the king side, and white doesn't have anything close to a raving attack. So big chance for a classical player like Humpy in this position.
Yeah, and it looks like Abdulmalik did take with the queen. She couldn't stomach those horrible pawns that she would have been left with if she had recaptured with the g-pawn. And now, as you say, Humpy can just get greedy, take that c-pawn. You're getting closer to the white king as well. It does look like maybe Humpy will be the third player to join on 8.5. In which case, one of those three would be unlucky and miss out on the playoffs. We will find out a bit later on if that does become relevant. Abdulmalik, meanwhile, going on the counterattack, rook he1, reminding Humpy that her back rank is not entirely secure yet. So still some work to be done. I actually like Abdulmalik's decision. She's not taking the long-term weaknesses. She would rather suffer a material deficit and at least get some activity, at least pose some difficult questions. Both sides low on the clock in this one, some drama ahead. And meanwhile, it looks like this is the final crucial game. These are the final players who can jump up to share first prize. And in the open section, Lawrence.
Yes, let's
Magnus,
go back there.
Magnus, I think, is equalizing, is holding the draw against Caruana. I think that h4 move, kind of taking away the black knight's escape route, was critical. And now black can't save his a-pawn. The a-pawn will fall no matter what. The black knight, if it wants to get out, it needs to do that now. But Magnus will start trading things off. I think we'll see a draw, most likely, in this game, which does open the door to the other players. The chasing pack.
Certainly does. And just keeping obviously an eye on some of these other games. Kmar still with a great position against Vidit. Rapport beating Dubov. He's pawn up in a rook ending with 0 losing chances. So Rapport is going to dent Dubov's last gasp hopes of getting something. Fedoseev Artemiev is a complete mess. Optically, it looks good for black, but for whatever reason, the computer likes white.
Maybe we can go to that one, Lawrence. It's very important. Artemiev, a co-leader, Fedoseev, his countryman, trying to stake his own claim. But this is the position on board 2. Artemiev, if he takes the win as black, he's going to be the big favorite with white in the final round. But the black queen is attacked. Does she have to retreat? If she does, that will give white a moment or two to consolidate.
You think rook takes c3?
Level pieces. I mean, it's tempting, right?
Why can't he play it, actually?
It needs calculation. I guess after rook takes c... Yeah, we have to take. And now the... Ooh, rooks... No,
I mean...
Queen takes b7. It's very complicated here, Lawrence.
Why is this equal?
Very, very good question. I mean, we can take
an extra piece.
We can take on b7 at the very least.
Just taking on b7. But b7, rook b8.
Yeah, I'm terrified of my back rank.
A6.
Yeah.
Queen takes a6.
We should mention queen c1 check. You can block. Yeah. If you had to go to h2 with the white king, you might well have got checkmated after knight g4. So you're lucky that you can block your back rank, and white would be a pawn up. This is really well calculated or very lucky from Fedoseev, we've got to say. And Artemiev doesn't take up the challenge. He doesn't call the bluff. It didn't look like a bluff, but he doesn't embark on any complications. He just retreats the black queen. Maybe we can see the current game position, Lawrence, after queen back to d6. And to me, it looks balanced. The computer slightly prefers white, maybe because white's bishop is superior to the black bishop. Black's bishop really stuck. And in terms of the pawn structure, white has a small advantage because of that clamp. The white a5 pawn doing a great job of taking away some key squares. And also 20 seconds now for Artemiev. That is his Achilles heel. We saw it against Magnus. He had 1 minute against 12. He managed to wriggle out of that one and land a tactical blow. But it's not easy with less than 1 minute against 3 in such a tense position. I do slightly favor white here. I must agree with the evaluation bar on this occasion. I just don't see how black can cause any immediate trouble. Okay, rook b8 defending the bishop. White can amp up the pressure with rook b2, perhaps. White's queen can move. White's knights will start improving soon. I don't really see
looks logical
for black. Oh. Small advantage, but a stable advantage for Fedoseev on board and clock. And yeah, you mentioned on board 4, Rapport most likely beating Dubov. Very tense endgame there. Board 3, Vincent Keimer with the advantage against Vidit. Maybe let's stick with this one for a moment or two longer.
Yeah,
just to see whether
I'm keeping an eye out on the. Well, we do actually have a result in the Carlsen game. That is officially a draw.
Okay, Caruana bailed out with a repetition of moves. We mentioned it was equal. He managed to give a few checks with his knight and a draw. That only adds to the tension ahead of the last round. Do you think we'll see tiebreaks? Do you think we'll see playoffs in both the Open and Women's, Lawrence?
I think so now. Yeah, I think there's just a fantastic chance to see both. And I'm assuming that the women's playoff is going to take place during the men's last round. Or are they going to hold the women's playoff until the men's playoff? Perhaps we can get some details on that from our lovely producer.
Yeah, I do think that the women's playoff will take place during the final round of the Open section. Otherwise, the women will. Yeah, I think that's just been confirmed to us now by our producer.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the women would have to wait for a couple of hours, and I don't think anyone wants the build-up of tension there. I think it makes sense to keep going while they're in the tournament hall, while they're at the venue. Meanwhile, Artemiev in camera, in shot right now, he does drop back the Black Queen to keep everything protected, and Fedoseev always surprising us, never playing the move, the most natural move, always kind of trying to cause the opponent some shock. He puts his queen on a1. What is this? Defending the white e-pawn, but clumsy square.
Clumsy square, but maybe he didn't have anything that much better. And just says, queen a1, I'll defend it. Artemiev almost down to 0 time. Rook c2. I mean, Artemiev, is he playing on 10 seconds? Maybe we can get a close-up of this clock, because he might just be playing. Okay, we got no close-up, but according to the server, he's playing on almost no time.
Yeah, Artemiev, he's so calm. Look at how he made his last move. Look how he's about to make this move so calmly. He's only got a few seconds left, and he retreats his knight to e8. But the momentum is all in White's favor now. White's knights are springing forward. Black's pieces are pretty much retreating, parking the bus on the back rank. It's like he's setting up, ready for the next game again. White's knight can come forward to b3. White's knight can come forward. The other knight can come into e5. It's all about Fedoseev right now. I think he could take this chance. It's a golden opportunity to jump into the joint lead, take down one of the co-leaders. But then again, Fedoseev, he's down to 1 minute as well. And under clock pressure, it's unclear who the favorite will be. Those 2 knight jumps, Lawrence, I think they're both very tempting. He chooses to leap into the center, forcing an exchange, and now Black's knight on e8 is stuck. But Artemiev gives up a pawn temporarily. White can take the pawn on a6 with his bishop.
Wow.
But Black will reply rook a8.
Yeah,
so quick, so sharp, Artemiev there. Seeing that he can abandon his pawn and regain it. White's knight, though, I think is going to start mobilizing now. It's time for that white knight to try and reach the d4 square, its dream outpost after bishop d7, knight e2. Let's get those moves on the board. And still White in charge because White's pieces are more active.
Yeah,
Okay,
I still like.
Open pieces.
Yeah, I mean this home for the knight on d4 creates quite the impression, and all the endings are very sad for black as well because all of black's pawns are fixed on light squares. a6 permanent weakness. This structure can be eroded as well. So having played the white side against it reminds me of a bad French for black actually.
Lawrence, sorry to interrupt. Huge result in the women's section. Humpy Koneru did not convert. She did not get the win that we expected.
Wow.
Humpy Koneru has drawn against Abdumalik, and therefore it's only 2 players up in first place, Tan Zhongyi and Sadua Kasava. So actually, Abdumalik doing her compatriot there a favor by holding Humpy off in that really difficult middle game, saving the draw. Okay, we'll get a 2-player playoff in that case. And is that confirmed now? Is it Sadua Kasava and Tan Zhongyi for the title?
Pretty sure that's confirmed.
Yeah, great save by Abdumalik. So a lot of Humpy Koneru fans we see in the feature chat, and she does end the tournament on a draw, and I think in joint 3rd place. Meanwhile, the bishops are off.
Yeah.
You were talking about this game. Sorry, Lawrence.
No. I was just saying that the bishop's offer actually definitely benefits black. That's number one. I think a lot of piece straights. He would love to get the knights off the board as well. But why does one a pawn? Look at this. The question is queen takes e5 doesn't look play, but it is because queen c8, king f8 was there. These guys playing just on increment.
Lawrence.
Yes.
Not just king f8. Black was threatening mate in 1. Black was threatening queen h5 checkmate.
Excuse me. Look at this.
White is the one balancing on the precipice here, living life on the edge. White's king under serious threats. Yeah, queen h5 would have ended in disaster. So knight f4 kicked away.
g5.
Now the black queen is blocked from getting to h5. So white can gain some time. White can play a move such as knight d3, retreating. White can also consider maybe landing the knight on h5. No,
I mean,
Fedoseev, what does he do? He retreats the queen to d3, hitting that black rook. Okay. This is heating up. Look at that white pawn on a5 as well. Will that decide the game eventually? Artemiev trying desperately to keep active, swapping off the rooks. He's going for that white a5 pawn. The white knight also under fire. How does Fedoseev keep everything intact? The rook, the knight, both under threat right now.
I'm not sure he does.
Turning this around.
Yeah, Artemiev, extremely resourceful. One of his big strengths is just how resourceful he truly is. And I don't see it. Yes.
Lawrence, we have another result confirmed. Vincent Keimer, we saw he had a big advantage against Vida earlier, and he did convert. So Vincent Keimer joins the lead.
Massive result.
Carlsen. Yeah, huge result. And Artemiev could still take the lead. He's a pawn up if he wins this endgame, but it's looking difficult. Look at that black king. Various attacking ideas against it. White's king safe as houses right now. Yeah, some huge results for the standings. It looks like Magzulu's going to win. He will be behind the lead, beating Duda. Yeah, so much drama.
Tons of drama. Yeah, Magzulu suddenly could play spoiler. Who knows? Because one of these guys, somebody like a Magzulu or a Rapport, is going to get an upfloat because Carlsen has played Fedoseev. He's played Artemiev. He's played Keimer. He's played... has he played? Well, Vidit is out of the question now. He's played Caruana, of course. So Carlsen is going to get somebody like Magzulu in the last round. I don't really feel as though Magzulu is a great opponent for Magnus. He's Artemiev-like. He's tricky and he's uncompromising, and he's I don't think that's a great pairing for Magnus. If he does get Magzulu, of course, we don't know if he will. Let's stay with this game. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, big moment, Lawrence. Artemiev has the option, if he wants, of forcing a draw immediately. Black can play queen e1 check, followed by queen h4 check, and just repeat the position. White's king cannot escape. He's not going for it, though. He wants to win this game. And white is a bit stuck. White's queen and knight defend each other. They are trying to create some checkmate threats. They're neutralized by black's knight. And I don't really see any productive moves for white. You can push a pawn, for example, to g3, but that creates extra weaknesses as well. Fedoseev, he's hoping and praying that he can just sit here, do nothing, and get the draw eventually. But, okay, he goes active with the white queen, but this allows a knight exchange. Fedoseev now on the defensive. Only Artemiev can win. And remember, he's already won one queen endgame. He beat Erigaisi earlier today with an extra pawn in a queen endgame. This one should maybe be a draw with best play, but it's not going to be easy in practical terms. We might be here all day seeing if Artemiev can grind it out. He might be the sole leader if he does win this game, or he will be the sole leader. And okay, white's queen needs to get to the black king, but black's king is super safe. Lawrence, saving chances here is so unpleasant for white, surely.
I would say very, very difficult to hold with white objectively. 4 versus 3. The black king at the moment is safe. The pawn on h6 doing a great job of covering this g5 square. Now, objectively, of course, this position should be a draw. But as I say, with the lack of checks available to white, the fact that it's black's move, feels as though there's way to make inroads here. And Artemiev, having won a similar ending against Arjun Erigaisi a couple rounds ago, you do feel as though he's got the momentum on his side.
Yep. And Fedoseev trying desperately to cling on. Queen a7 defending white's weakness, the e3 pawn from afar. You also have to watch out for transitions to king and pawn endgames where black maybe even gives back the extra pawn just to get the queens off if the black king can start entering the position. But yeah, Artemiev, this is where he revels. This is his comfort zone. Yeah, he loves these types of positions with minimal risk. And look at Fedoseev peering over his shoulder. I think he's looking at the big screen. I think he's wondering about the 50 move rule, which is far, far from coming into effect. But he's just got to knuckle down and survive. He can't get distracted. White's task is so unpleasant. And already potential threats on the board, such as queen e4 check. Black can push d4. White is very, very much stuck at the moment. Okay, going queen f6, trying to counter. But black will always guard his own king. As we see there, black's queen, very agile. And we've got to fasten our seatbelts. This one is going to go for the long haul. Black finally pushing forward with h5. This is this is what Artemiev will do. He'll maneuver for 10, 20 moves. Then he'll start pushing pawns. He just wants to gain a bit of time on the clock as well. Fedoseev is the one lower in that department. And g3, it feels like white's leaving too much space behind his king. Now, if the black queen ever lands on f1, that's checkmate. It just, it feels almost losing for white, but maybe with such an active queen, you can defend. It's not fun at all.
G4, king back to f2.
Yeah, I'm expecting the black queen to try and sneak in at some point via h3, perhaps. The black king can start advancing. Maybe the black king can come to g6. No more checks for white.
And he does it.
Artemiev.
And he does it.
Of the day. Active kings
G6.
in the endgame.
Love this move, David. Well done. Queen h8. The white queen now looking for a bit of action around the back.
Yeah.
And
Unfortunately for Artemiev, you can't play king f5 because the white queen comes back to e5 with a check, kicking you back where you came from. So Artemiev instead retreats his queen. Is there a way out of the checks now? Out of the checks of the white queen?
Maybe it's a dead draw. King f6, queen e8, king g7.
Yeah, the king can sidestep. And no matter where the white queen checks from, the king will go the other way. And just taking a look at the open section, most of the top boards have been resolved by now. We've mentioned most of the results. What do you think, Lawrence? Shall we stick here? This is bound to last for a long time.
I think so. Well, yes. I mean, we can have a look. Let's just take a quick look to see if there's any other really important results. To be honest, the results below this board have been favorable for Magsudlu and some of the top guys, because we've seen a bunch of draws. Giri Sarana draw, Sarin Abdusattorov draw, Nepomniachtchi Arjun draw. MVL has won a game, putting him on 8 points against Basim. Too little, too late for the French Grandmaster. Mamedyarov beating Sargsyan. So a bunch of top players are going to be on 8, but Carlsen and Kmar on 9, and Artemiev going to be at least on 9. Remember, if Artemiev wins this, he is clear first and could easily get a down float to somebody like a Magsudlu, for example. So a win here is worth a huge amount of equity in the tournament, and that's why he should be taking his time.
Yeah, wins with black are like gold dust in these events in general, but especially at such a late stage of the tournament. And Artemiev, remember, is due white in that final round. So a win here, he'll have white in the final game with a lead in the tournament. He would be a huge favorite to get that gold medal, to get the title. And he still has to come past, still has to overcome Fedoseev's defenses. Queen e7, I really like that move. Threatening not just queen takes e6, but also queen e8 check. Various checking motifs. Can the black king escape? It's not going to be easy. By pushing black's pawn forward to f6, he's taken away some escape squares for his own king. You actually have to be slightly careful here as black. You can't get too ambitious. I don't think you can afford to march your king forward, or can you? Is the black king coming to f5? No, Artemiev gives another check. Fedoseev pauses before stepping forward the white king. And how is Artemiev going to evade all these checks? Okay, he's lined up a sneaky discover check. He wants to push the black pawn forward to d4. Black queen would hit the white king, so the white king takes a step back. The key question is whether white later can get that perpetual check. That's the only way to draw the game. Artemiev says no, shutting the door on any potential checks, retreating the whole way back. But now white surely just waits. Black is a bit stuck. Black's queen has had to go passive to defend any checks against her king. Yeah, this one, Lawrence, the more I look at it, the more I think it should end up in a draw. Fedoseev's defended it brilliantly.
Really well.
Tenaciously so far.
Brilliant defense by Fedoseev,
Yeah, the top players, the Carlsens, the Caruanas, they will all be looking at this game, crossing their fingers, hoping that Artemiev doesn't win. He's got a lot of fans right now, Fedoseev, in his defensive efforts. Yeah, they've got to hope that he holds, because then Artemiev is within striking distance. And the black queen still not too active on g8. I don't really see the winning plan for black right now. White's queen comes back with a check and stays active. Yeah, great defensive performance, says the chemist on the feature chat. I agree. That's what you need to win prizes at this level. Can't just crush your opponents every game. You've got to knuckle down. You've got to have great defense as well. Yeah, Lawrence. Oof.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's breathless stuff. I hesitate to ask for predictions in the final round, but like you said, we'll see some huge pairings.
Yeah, it's gonna, a lot of it's gonna be down to the pairings, isn't it? Especially if we're expecting a draw here, and I really see now no serious way for black to try something. Maybe you can try and engineer some e5 or something. I don't know, just something different in the position. But for me, I'm going to reserve judgment until I've seen the pairings. I think the pairings are going to play a huge role for this last round. Now, Magsudlu, he is now, that name in the mix changes everything. We could get Kmar against Magsudlu, or Carlsen against Magsudlu, and Kmar against Caruana or something like that. So, I mean, we're gonna, I will be able to have a clearer idea. And E5, by the way, was played by Artemiev, so he managed to make some progress at least.
Yep. He needed to push at some point. Black still doesn't have any pass pawns, which are they're like golden nuggets out there in queen and pawn endgames. That's the currency that you need to win in these types of endgames. Black doesn't have any, so he needs to create some, and therefore he pushed e5. But this does leave some weak squares. As you say, Lawrence, queen f5 came in, attacking some pawns. Artemiev is trying to bully Fedoseev now with the ghosts of a queen exchange. And Fedoseev has to keep the queens on. You can't allow those queens to come off. But where do you go with the white queen? He stepped in, I think, to the e6 square. Judging by the camera, there we go. Black's central pawns are much looser than they previously were. And Black's queen is playing a defensive role. Okay, it gives a check first of all. So can the black queen keep the king safe while ushering her pawns forward? It doesn't seem possible to me. Black gives some checks, but doesn't feel productive really. White's king can happily...
just don't go to f3. Just don't go to f3.
One trap.
Oi, oi, oi. How about that? And actually, this is... Yes.
Yeah, carry on, Lawrence.
No, I mean, it's very relevant because now the white king has to go passive. So that's definitely some kind of victory for black. The problem is, how do you take advantage of it? That's the hard part.
Yeah, you have to be very careful where you step. There we see the white king avoiding any potential pawn captures, which end in a check. White is threatening queen takes f6 after all, which would result in a perpetual and a draw. So as long as you don't allow the black queen to take any of white's pawns with check, you should still be okay. You will force black to go defensive eventually. And there we go. The black king steps across. Wow, Lawrence. He wants to march his king in. Any checks, and the black king is coming. This is suddenly not so easy. Maybe we can show a variation such as
queen g8.
Oh, f takes e5. Yeah, queen g8 or queen e8, I was thinking. And the black king starts coming in. You can't stop its path either via e4 or g4. It is entering. And okay, as you mentioned, f takes e5 was played. Now the black queen is going to try and snake her way back to take this white pawn.
Yes. Going to go queen c1, queen c2, queen b2, gaining enough time on the clock. And this is this could be a long game.
Could be a 200 move game.
Could be
my favorite.
If it was David Howell, it would be. I can tell you that.
I mean, if this was me playing as black, I would never have pushed the pawns forward until move 40. I would have waited as long as possible. But here we go. Another check. The white king has to move. And there we go. Black finds the right angle and black takes that central pawn. White, however, is giving some checks now. Can Artemiev escape? Body language-wise, it does look like Artemiev has paused. I'm not too happy. There we go. Tapping his hand. It looks like white can just continue insisting with the checks. I think we might be about to see a draw and a handshake. No escape for the black king. Lawrence, he got there in the end. Fedoseev keeps the tournament wide open.
Certainly does. Great defense there by Vladimir Fedoseev. Just keeping things nice and tight with one round to go. Wow, what a round. What a tournament. It's been breathtaking stuff. And the situation is clear. 3 players leading the tournament on 9 out of 12. Carlsen, Kama, and Artemiev, followed by a bunch on 8.5. We have Dubov, Fedoseev, Caruana, and Magsudlu. So we now have a situation where, depending on the pairings, of course, we could have, one. We could. Can we actually have 2 players on 9 playing each other, or have they already all played each other? Kama has played Carlsen and has not played Artemiev. So I'm just trying to brainstorm things. But why should I do the work? That's not my job. My job is to commentate on the games with my good friend David Howell for you lovely people. What we're going to do is we're going to take a much needed break. We'll be back in a few minutes when we'll have pairings for the final round of the Open, and we'll have more information about the playoff in the women's section. Are we going to have a local hero in the form of Dinara Sadrukasova, or is Tan Zhongyi going to spoil the party? Only one way to find out. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
I understand. Ooh, 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7. A7's falling.
It is. E4. He pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy.
Mm-hmm.
Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3.
Like knight f3. King e4.
91.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7.
Takes it. Oh my gosh.
Takes it right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in 1 for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me. And instead he played here, and he's now losing on time.
Oh my
god. A7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final day, the final round of the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championships 2022. We've had an incredible day so far in the open section. Magnus Carlsen losing a couple of rounds ago, blew the field wide open, the tournament wide open now. And we're going to get into exactly what the current state of affairs is in just a moment. Meanwhile, in the women's section, we have a playoff, a blitz playoff for the title. Local hero Dinara Sadova is going to be playing against Tan Zhongji. They're going to be playing a couple of blitz games to decide who becomes World Rapid Champion. Alongside me, of course, as always, is the one and only David Howe. David, let's actually start with the women's section. Massive opportunity for a local hero win. How do you rate Dinara Sadova-Kosova's chances against somebody as strong and informed as Tan Zhongji?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for the local favorite, Tan Zhongyi, just looking phenomenal over the past 12 months, over the past couple of years, really upping her game, one of the kind of standout players of women's chess over the past few years. So it's not going to be easy for Sadova-Korsova, but the momentum is on her side. She did win, 6-7 games in a row for a stretch there. So she comes in feeling confident and with a huge crowd behind her, of course. Maybe we can see the leaderboard of the women's section. And these are the final standings after those 11 rounds. We see 2 players end up with 8.5 points. Phenomenal score, very high score there, followed by 4 players. Savita, who did draw with Sadova-Korsova in the final round. Goryachkina winning her final round to catch up there. And Abdumalik and Konaru, who we saw had a really exciting game, but were unable to join the leaders. So yeah, it is those 2. Tan Zhongyi, Sadova-Korsova. One of them's going to get gold. One of them's going to get silver. Both of them are going to get huge prize money. So congratulations to them already. But yeah, Blitz, potentially Armageddon chess, Lawrence. It's going to come down to 1 or 2 moves here and there. It's going to come down to who holds their nerve better. Both players bang in form right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be very curious to see how that plays out. Before we go to the standings of the Open tournament, just another announcement. Do bear in mind, guys, that registration is now open for the spring 2023 season of collegiate chess, the Collegiate Chess League. If you're a university student and you want to represent your school in the best online chess league for college students, sign up now. Don't miss your shot to make history in the biggest CCL season to date. Type in !CCL in the chat for more information. Registration does close, however, on January the 13th. So you've got a couple of weeks. If you are really into your chess and a student, please do sign up for that, because that's an awesome little league to be part of. Now, let's move over to the open section, David, and have a look at the standings. We don't know the pairings just yet for the final round. Or do we? Or do we? Let's do the standings first, and then we do just have the pairings now. We can see Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Kaymer, Vladislav Artemiev, all on 9 points, closely followed by a group on 8.5. Dubov, Fedoseev, Caruana, and Magsudlu. And it is a good final round, I believe, for Magnus Carlsen. David, let's have a look at the pairings.
Yeah, and it's those groups on 9 points and 8.5 points that we're looking at in particular. Those are the only players who can get into that playoff potentially, or who can get into the medals. And Magnus Carlsen gets the white pieces again. A very nice pairing there, as you say, Lawrence, on paper. However, Magsudlu, very dangerous and in form, winning his last 2 or 3 rounds in a row. And Magnus Magsudlu, we mentioned there, another co-leader, Artemiev, gets black yet again against Caruana. Not the ideal pairing. Caruana, a of course, a fearsome rival there, a fearsome opponent. And the final leader, Vincent Keimer, also gets black against Vachier-Lagrave. And on paper, again, these three top boards do favor Magnus Carlsen. He's the only one who gets the white pieces, and he's playing one of the lower rated players on this score group. It is Dubov against Fedoseev, the final two players on 8.5 points. Both of them will need to go all out for the win in order to catch up and have a chance of gold, to have a chance of first place. So, Lawrence, we'll be focusing a lot on these top four boards. Like you said, Carlsen is a huge favorite against Magzoglou, but Magzoglou has had some good results against Carlsen in the past. They played each other over the board just a couple of months ago in the European Club Cup, and Magzoglou was winning. He let Magnus escape, but he had him on the ropes. And other than that, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave may be coming in with some momentum, could play the spoiler role against Vincent Keimer. Anything's possible. Yeah. We could end up with one player taking the gold. We could end up with 5-6 players joint in first place. It's all up for grabs.
I will say, personally speaking, I think this is a terrible pairing for Vincent Keimer. I think he got dealt a rough pairing. Black against an in-form now MVL who's finally getting momentum. Rough pairing. I don't think Fabiano will be too displeased. I think Fabiano has actually got the kind of style that Artemiev doesn't like. I think Artemiev prefers to play against a Magnus-type style. And as you said, Magzoglou has had some decent results against Magnus recently. But if you're Magnus Carlsen, you're white, you're playing Magzoglou, you gather yourself, you compose yourself, and you say, okay, white pieces, let's put maximum pressure on this guy. Because, look, Fabiano is not an underdog, in my opinion, to lose to Artemiev. And Keimer is not a favorite to beat MBL. So a win for Magnus Carlsen can actually give him the title still outright if experience and form plays a part. And we can see here there is Vladislav Artemiev, just one of the more unknown quantities in elite chess. He's a very strange player in many ways, not just the way he plays, which is totally unorthodox, but just the fact that it doesn't seem like he's been a regular fixture in absolute elite chess just yet. When we think of all the big super tournaments, when we think of all the big invitationals, he's not featured enough for me. I don't know whether that's because he needs to play more. I don't know. Maybe he's just a bit too inconsistent. But one thing's for sure is that he's a tricky customer. Big opportunity, though, here for Fabi. Fabi is not going to be taking a quick draw with the white pieces. No chance. He could still win it. A win here, and if Magzoglou doesn't lose, and if MBL doesn't lose, suddenly he has a chance. And Fabi would absolutely love to win this tournament.
Yeah, and Lawrence, just as the players are getting started in the Open, we should mention the women's tiebreak will take place at the same time. And maybe we can quickly jump into the tiebreak format. There we go. The two players, Tan Zhongyi against Dinara Saduakasova. It's two blitz games to start off with. One with white, one with black for each player. They have 3 minutes on the clock, gaining 2 seconds after every move. If the score is 1-1, after those two games, then it's straight to sudden death, straight to Armageddon chess, and we will find a winner at the end of that. And okay, this is the playoff for the World Rapid title, Women's World Rapid title. Starts off as an Nimzo-Indian, fast, furious chess. It's going to be about who can adapt to the new pace, who can speed up. It's no longer rapid. They pretty much got 1/3 of the time that they had in the earlier games today, and it looks like they have already started at breakneck speed. And we mentioned Tan Zhongyi on paper, the favorite, but ratings, all of that goes out the window when it's such high pressure situations. We see an early trade of pawns in the center. This is still one of the modern main lines of the Nimzo-Indian. Both players very well prepared. And Saduakasova looks very focused. It would be easy to get carried away with the situation in your home country. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there in the stands around the auditorium cheering for her. She's got to block that all out. And starting with black, it's a bit of an uphill struggle. It's not ideal. Usually you would want to maybe start with white just to pick up some momentum, especially if you're switching to a new time format. A6, black's last move, building up. And White can play slowly, just bring the queen out, bring the rooks to the center, or White can blow open the center of the board right now by pushing e4. And Tan Zhongyi is hesitating. It's a matter of taste and early days in this one, but we will get a glimpse into Tan Zhongyi's intentions on this next move. She jumps into the center with her knight, another very powerful move. White's knight on e5, often a thorn in Black's side. Black needs to find a solution. If White now pushes her f-pawn forward, Tan Zhongyi has done so. A ready-made attack for White. If the White queens can swing over via f3, maybe to h3, going towards that Black king, White's g-pawn can throw itself forward as well. Early pressure on Black. I do think she needs to maybe jump in, knight e4, something along these lines at some point before it's too late, before she lacks counterplay, Lawrence.
Yeah, totally agree. I think you have to do this because otherwise White has just got a ready-made setup. Rook f3, rook h3. You play the bishop takes h7 check, suddenly becomes a threat. And she's played bishop e1. I think this is also a common idea in this position. Very nice idea to relocate the bishop out to h4, pin that knight. And that's an awkward pin because suddenly you can't move too many pieces. So I absolutely love what Tan Zhongyi is doing here. cd4, ed4 will be played. And now the question is, will she go knight c6? And what is she going to do against bishop h4?
Oof, it's looking scary already, Lawrence.
She does play knight c6, but surely you play bishop h4 here. Do you? Maybe not. Knight takes d4, and you can't play bishop takes h7 check because there's a bishop c5 at the end of all of it. So bishop h4, knight takes d4, bishop h7, king h7, queen takes d4. Doesn't work on account of bishop c5. So bishop f2, that's a move you're happy to see as Black in this position. That's a little bit passive for my liking. But at the same time, Tan Zhongyi just saying, you know what, I'm going to keep things together. She's got 30 seconds up on the clock. You've got to play faster if you're Dinara Sadukasova. This is not what you want to do. She plays knight e7, typical move. Typical move.
Yep.
But now bishop h4.
Bishop h4, as you say, Lawrence. Okay, queen f3 first. I like this even more because Black was basically indicating that her plan was to jump in with the knight to e4. White's setup looks perfect, but the only hole is the e4 square. Now, how is Black going to release the tension? Okay, she is insisting it's all a battle revolving around the square now. If the Black bishop can capture this white knight on c3, there is chances of planting your knight into e4. And if you don't achieve that, White is just going to slowly build up. And as you said, White has that ready-made attack. White has very aggressive intentions towards the Black king. You need to swap off pieces. You need to lessen the pressure. And I was going to say a moment ago, it's very easy to play White, in these positions. But suddenly, at least, Sadukasova has a plan. And knight g6, that feels a bit fishy to me. It looks a bit odd to plant the knight on this square. I think you needed to be consistent. I think you needed to go and capture that white knight, plant your knight on e4, swap off pieces. In this manner, if the white dark square bishop just moves off h4, where it is attacked, you don't really want to ever capture that white knight on e5. That white knight is too strong. It will be replaced by a very powerful pawn. If it's ever captured, and okay, Tan Zhongyi, what has she spotted? She captures that black knight. Strategically, this favors Black. But Tan Zhongyi,
I didn't like
now she's going forward.
Yes, I didn't like h takes g6. I thought she had to go f takes g6 there to give some additional protection because it looked as though f5 was really in the works, and that is what Tan Zhongyi has played. f5 gf5, but after queen takes f5, this looks like a potential blowout on the king side. Bishop e7, desperately trying to defend, and a decent defensive try. Where is the move here for White? Not straightforward.
I don't think you need a knockout blow. Just bring that rook in the corner, that sleeping giant, into the game. Rook a e1. Just add another piece into the mix.
Whoa!
Okay. What has happened here? Are we behind in the position? Looks like a few moves have been played. Is this correct? Surely not.
It is. It's going to be a draw.
Okay, our picture hasn't caught up yet with the game that we're seeing on the PGN on the digital board in front of us. White's king did shuffle into the corner. Both players down around 30 seconds. Lawrence. Yeah. It looks like the relay is wrong. And let's keep with the board that we're seeing right now in front of us. The physical board. We can only trust our eyes here. And knight e4 by black, trying to swap off pieces desperately. And will we see that variation unfold? Suddenly a trade of bishops, a trade of knights on the cards. The more pieces that disappear, the better black's position becomes. And 10 seconds on the clock for Tan Zhongyi. She does take a pawn. And what will we see now? Bishop takes bishop. Black is a piece up. I think this variation that we saw a moment ago is about to unfold. White's knight is pinned. She has to drop back with a check. Black's king could just move here. This is very complicated stuff still. Black facing a scary attack, but she's a piece up, maybe 2 pieces up. If she takes this knight, the game will end in a perpetual check, a repetition, and a draw. And there we go. The king moves. The queen and king are going to do a little dance. 3-fold repetition, Lawrence. We are seeing a draw in the first blitz game of the playoffs. And result confirmed. And it is a draw.
I think it's a good draw for Saduakosova. I think the opening was a bit dodgy. White definitely had a ton of initiative at some point, and so a very, very good result for Saduakosova.
And Lawrence, now there will be a short break in this playoff. Let's go to the open section. Let's catch up with the final round of the Open Rapid World Championship. There we see in the picture Magnus Carlsen against Parham Maghsoodloo, the young Iranian player. And we have a very complex open Sicilian. This game started as a Sicilian. Magnus really going direct. When Magnus plays this type of variation, which comes with risk, it shows that he's all out. He's all in now to try and win. And Black's pawn's advancing towards the White King, but White's King looks pretty safe. Black's King stuck in the center. I wouldn't be surprised here, Lawrence, if White's dark square bishop retreats at some point. White will aim for a pawn storm on the king side. And I've seen Magnus win several games in this type of scenario. This was, of course, a favorite type of pawn structure of Bobby Fischer, Garry Kasparov with both colors. And he'll need to channel them now, Magnus, in order to win this crucial game. Parham, meanwhile, playing a very provocative setup because, remember, Parham Maghsoodloo as black, he has ambitious intentions as well. If he wins, he gets a share, potentially, of first prize. And who would you pick here, Lawrence, and why? Level material, but very, very balanced.
White all day. I always felt like these particular setups for black are just, they don't have the teeth required. King is still in the center. It's... knight g3, for example, plays itself. And, these 2 pawns don't create a massive impression for me. I don't feel like black has got the concentration of pieces required on the queen side to make this really a dangerous looking attack. I take white here all day of the week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I don't have too much experience in this type of pawn structure in general, but it does feel like White's position is very straightforward to play. White's king doesn't look like it has too many defenders around it, but black has no attacking forces either on the queen side. So, okay, Parham activates the queen. Very logical. Potentially eyeing up White's undefended knight there on the diagonal on g3. You've always got to watch out for pawn breaks by black in the center. Now I'm expecting Magnus to maybe push a couple of pawns, maybe bring his light squared bishop to a better square. It's really heating up, and you can tell by the players' clock times, they're both familiar with this type of middle game, but the decisive moments are still ahead. Lawrence, this one, we think that White has a pleasant position. Computers tend to like this position as well for White, but a lot of life ahead. How about the other crucial matchups with our leaders? Let's do a quick scan because everyone fighting for gold here.
Absolutely. Fabiano Caruana against Artemiev is a relatively sort of slow Spanish, but one where Fabiano has already got a 7-minute time advantage on. So Artemiev taking unnecessary amounts of time, in my opinion, to get to a position like this, which Fabiano is going to be extremely confident in anyway, having played lots of this. Not really much to report. The position is pretty level. Nonetheless, I don't love it. In the MVL Vincent Kmar game, we have a very theoretical position in a D3 Spanish, a bit of a return of the Spanish. Maybe we'll start seeing that a bit more as the Italians started to take over. But in this particular position, a position that MVL has had tons of time, Vincent Kmar knows all about this. But this knight on D5 gives White a little something to work with, a little bit of a space advantage on the wing, obviously occupying the center here. I think that MVL is going to be more than happy with his position here.
Yeah, you mentioned Caruana having a lot of experience in the Spanish. MVL is perhaps the kind of elite player who has the most experience with the Spanish opening, the Roy Lopez. I've seen him have, if not this exact position, very similar plenty of times before. And every time MVL gets this type of bind where it's up to black to kind of decide which simplifications to go for, how to break out, every time I see it, MVL seems to win. He calculates his way to victory, and the pressure is certainly on Vincent. You've got a bunch of possible exchanges right now. You could eliminate the white knight in the center with your bishop, with your knight. Some calculations required, but this is bread and butter for MVL. He's used to this type of position. Meanwhile, let's go to the women's playoff, the second blitz game there. Dinara Sadorkasova with white this time. Maybe let's try and get the board up as well, Lawrence, so we can follow along as
Indeed.
the first moves come up. And okay, it looks like a London system. Wow. And copycat chess by Tanzong Yi, also bringing the black bishop out. It's coincidence maybe, but I was looking at this variation last night for white. White has a few moves. You can push the pawn to c4, which leads to some complications, or you can play bishop d3, a much more safe option. And now look at this, bishop takes b1. The chess gods are having a laugh here, because I was looking at this yesterday. Bishop b4 check next is coming for black.
Yes.
If Sadorkasova doesn't know what she's doing now, white could be in big trouble. You can take this bishop both ways. It's fine for white, if not more, but you need to know your stuff. Tricky opening by Tanzania.
I vaguely remember taking with the queen check and going king d1. Is that right?
Yeah, this is what Magnus has played. Magnus has played this. He's beaten Anish Giri. He's beaten Wesley So with this opening. What she's done is fine as well,
too. Yeah, it's also a line, is it? Okay.
Yeah, and now black's most ambitious is to take this pawn on c4. Grab the pawn while white's king is out in no man's land in the center. Bishop d6, if I remember, is black's second best move. There are some ideas of trapping this black dark squared bishop, so it should retreat.
Oh, right. That's interesting. Sometimes you've got, and she does take. Okay. So now queen a4 check, knight c6, knight e5 looks like a fairly tempting thing, and that has been played, and knight e5 is begging to be played here, and it's played.
And Lawrence, yesterday I was looking at this, and I was looking at knight d5 for black. I was also looking at a5 for black. I have a very young student, and this is kind of their main opening repertoire, but who knows their stuff better? It looks like Sadorkasova has recovered from the early surprise, going for it. The main idea here is, for example, after a move like a5 for black, after white plays knight takes c6, black doesn't automatically recapture. Black plays queen to d7, and it gets even more messy. Temporary piece sacrifice, but there's a pin to the white queen. Look at that white king on e2 though, Lawrence. This is one of those don't try it at home type of openings, right?
Well, it is, but if you can unravel and exchange a few pieces, you're okay. The king can sometimes just sneak out. It can either, sometimes you can even go crazy and put it on f3, and it's not ridiculous there, if the queens are off the board at least. But, Sadorkasova now with a good 30 seconds advantage on the clock, and, it looks as though Tanzong Yi was not as prepared as perhaps thought.
She chose this variation, so she really should know the details. I love that in the feature chat a moment ago by Virgil. It does look like a bomb cloud. It looks like white has messed up the bomb cloud opening slightly. But this is a much better version than mainline bomb cloud theory, clearly. White has pressure on the c6 square. White has the bishop pair long-term, pawn center as well. So, okay, a5, one of the main moves played. But after a long think, look at the clock, Lawrence. 2 minutes against 1. If Sadowa-Kasova can keep up the pace here, then she is doing pretty well. Knight takes c6 will be met by queen d7, as we indicated. Most likely, you don't want to even consider taking this knight back because you will be left in a terrible endgame for black. You have to play queen d7. And there we go. Tan Zhongyi does pin that white knight. And okay, continuing the pace. I love this from Sadowa-Kasova. The speed. Black bishop coming back now.
Bishop d6.
There we go. Yeah. And
now you can do a lot of things with white here. But I guess taking is actually principal. What about the move g3? Is that ridiculous? To then put the bishop on g2?
Yeah, g3 often is played in this variation. I'm not sure about this exact position, but g3 looks very nice. You protect your bishop. Bishop g2 coming. I think she should go for it. She should make a decision soon, put pressure on the clock. And okay, the longer she thinks, the more complicated this is going to become. If you trade bishops off now, then I think any hint or any hope of advantage disappears. She takes the pawn on c4. Also, one of the main moves, if I remember, or one of the top computer suggestions at least. And now Tan Zhongyi contemplating whether to trade off bishops. If you don't trade the bishops, if you just take white's knight, then black has the inferior pawn structure and might suffer long term, but not a bad move either. She's got to decide. 28 seconds.
And what we're going to do, David, is we're going to go to full screen for the moment because there is a slight delay for fair play regulations between the relay of the video and the moves coming in. So in order to keep it tense, fair, and exciting for the crowd so that there's no moves coming in before the video and so on and so forth, we're going to just go to full screen and enjoy the position as it is. Well, Tan Zhongyi managed to install a knight on d5. Rook h1 will be played. Probably slightly better for white, but feels manageable for black somehow still.
Yeah, although you need to be quick, you need to be energetic as black because black's doubled c-pawns are falling. White's queen will start grabbing some pawns soon. Okay, the black knight retreats. Feels like the black rooks are not activated yet. White's king can always slide back to the first rank for safety. I think Sadowa-Kasova, okay, I was going to say she didn't need to do this. She could have just taken the time out. Now black's queen is active.
Yeah, I hated queen c6. Really didn't like that move.
But Lawrence, maybe we can force the queens off the board. If the white queen offers up a trade like queen c5, queen c3, white's bishop is attacking that black rook in the corner. Really nice move there. Really classy move by Sadowa-Kasova. Look at the clock as well, Lawrence. 12 seconds for black. Really bad position. Really bad endgame. White has the better minor piece, the better pawn structure.
Yep, better pawn structure, better minor piece for white. Full control for Dinara Sadowa-Kasova. She is 14 seconds away from being World Rapid Champion. Can she do it? Has she got the nervous system? Come on, Dinara, you've got to play quicker. This is not the moment to go for a 20-second think. Not this position. A4 I like. Fixing the structure. Let's go.
She's played great, but she needs to keep the pace. Now she's
Hurry
behind
up.
on the clock.
Come on, you play b3. You play these moves automatically. It's all right. You put the bishop on b5 next, the rook on c6, and so on. Knight d5, trying her best, but now you can take it and go rook c5.
Yeah,
and she does it. Or rook c6. Or rook c6 is also good here. Rook c6 played. Good move. Yeah, King d7, good move.
Black king is coming though, and white does have a weakness on b3, and she chooses to go back. She's just lost a move for free, losing a tempo. Black has the better pawn structure now. Black has a passed pawn in the center. That black d pawn protected nicely. It's all going wrong for Sadowa-Kasova on the clock and on the board. Lawrence, a rook trade, not good news. White's pawn structure is inferior now. White's doubled f pawns, they're irrelevant. They're the same as one pawn.
1 second. She has to move. 1 second. She's getting bowled over.
Oh, she's living life on the edge. She can barely make the
trying to
moves
hold.
physically here.
Rook B1.
And she's blundered.
Rook B1.
Rook takes B3.
No, she hasn't.
Rook takes B3 is winning. And Black
Oh, my
transitions to a
goodness.
winning king of pawn endgame. We're about to see a new world champion. And there we go, a handshake. Hopeless position there for White, and heartbreak for the local fans over there in Kazakhstan. Tan Zhongyi takes the gold medal.
Wow. What a fight. Tan Zhongyi with the big victory with the black pieces. She had a horrible mill game at some point, but Dinara, she just hesitated and she just couldn't find the energy to go through and win. And slowly her position started to get worse and worse. And at some point, once that pawn structure consolidated, David, it was all Tan Zhongyi.
And Lawrence,
let's go back to the Open.
Stop there. Congratulations to Tan Zhongyi, but it is time to refocus. And we have drama on the board here as well. Magnus Carlsen up against Parham Maghsoodloo, and the position has changed. It's evolved slightly, and it looks like it's in White's favor. Evaluation bar loving Magnus's position. There's counterplay, of course. Black will try and counterattack against the White King, but look how far advanced White's attack is. That Black King is feeling the heat, and Parham trying to swap off pieces. Magnus could just say no, or he could continue with the attack. Keep throwing pawns towards that Black King. White's knight can leap in towards it as well. And okay, a trade of bishops, it looks like, from Carlsen, but looks like one-way traffic, Lawrence. Do you see any defense if Magnus just keeps his cool, just pushes his pawn forward to h5? Looks straightforward, White's attack. Yeah,
this attack plays itself. And this is what I was saying before. I disliked Black's opening because I think he's too slow. And we're going to see that now. Magnus going to lay down the hammer. And remember, guys, let's just take a quick reminder. Let's remind each other what the situation is going into this last round. Carlsen, Keymer, Artemiev all on 9 points. If Carlsen beats Maghsoodloo and Keymer and Artemiev are unable to win, and in my opinion, they're both underdogs in their respective matches, then Carlsen will win the tournament outright, despite having a traumatic past few rounds, losing to Artemiev with just an uncharacteristic piece blunder in a very safe position, not beating Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces. In fact, at some point, he was even potentially a little bit worse. So this is a massive, massive spot for Magnus. He's a bit down on the clock. It's all right, though. 6 minutes against 7 minutes 56. He just needs to hold his concentration. And a win here will be massive. Now, looking at the other games, Fabiano is much better against Artemiev. MVL, though, is he worse against Keymer? Surely a Vincent Keymer win would be out of the question. Could we get a younger world champion than we did last year? Is that even feasible? Is that reasonable? It could be. It could be.
Loris, I think Keymer is slightly older now than Abdusattorov was last year. So unfortunately,
maybe,
the answer is no. But Vincent Keymer definitely staking his claim. He's not out of the equation yet. Vachier-Lagrave against Keymer we will come to, but maybe we can show why we are so in love with Magnus's position. He's got 5 minutes. He's lower on the clock against almost 8 minutes for Maghsoodloo. But what if White just keeps things simple? It is a race, after all. Kings on opposite flanks. It's about who can break through to the enemy monarch first, and just h5. Push that pawn forward to h5. It looks crystal clear. What is Magnus calculating here? Maybe he's going deeper, scratching beneath the surface. It looks like h5 followed by pushing the pawn forward to g6. Next move is going to wrench open a line on that king side. Black will struggle to defend there. I don't think Black is in time. If Black tries to copy and plays pawn to a4, White breaks through first, g6, and White arrives one move before Black does. And that's all she wrote. That is the end of the game. White's queen is going to crash through. I can't see any way that Maghsoodloo can hold here. Ooh, brutal, Lawrence. This is one checkmating idea.
For example, there are many of them as well. So h5, yeah, just that extra half move, as David is saying. Bishop b5 now by Magsudlu. But hold on a second, I've got an idea. Can you? Nah, you don't have to take on h7 here. I wanted to make it work for the crowd. It might still be good, actually. Bishop takes h7, king takes h7. And now not queen takes f7, but either g6 or h6. I'm not sure which one I would go with. Probably g6 I would go. Just follow with the checks. And isn't this just crushing? And he's played it.
He's sacrificed his bishop, Lawrence. This is a spin on the Greek gift. The Greek gift sacrifice is always bishop takes h7, luring the enemy king out. And I mean, that variation you showed just looks killer. It looks winning for white. And that's what the top chess players do. They've drilled it into themselves from years and years of training. They look at checks and captures first, the most forceful moves, forcing the opponent's replies, narrowing the path. And like you said, one check, bishop takes h7, second check, g6. This black king is not surviving. All the files are opening up. The king is all on its own and game over. And maybe Magsudlu has to just bite the bullet and run away with his king. But Magnus then will have just grabbed a very, very important pawn. He's still pushing forward. And as Remain Confident says in the feature chat, never trust a Greek gift. In this case, the Greek gift simply looks winning. I'm loving that as well by Yasser Fangirl. Lawrence Trent Wilson. You're channeling Magnus there, Lawrence. Fantastic move. And this attack plays itself. You've mentioned it. I don't see any reply. No defense here.
No.
King f8, white can just play h6, even promote that h-pawn.
Yeah, and the important point is g6 does not block the transmission because you can just take on g6 thanks to the pin. No, this is about as dead as it comes. Magnus just double checking, triple checking, and I felt it prior to this round. I really did, that this was a bad pairing for Magsudlu and a bad pairing for the other guys on 9. Magnus has had Parham's number a few times, I remember, and this is just brutal. And Parham in the tank trying to manufacture a way where he can at least put up a little bit of resistance, but there is just nothing to be done really, because on king h8, let's say king h8, which is another move here, you could even just take on f7 again here with the queen threatening mate on g8. The c2 pawn is well overprotected, and once more a move like king takes g6, king takes h7 is just going to run into h6, followed by h takes g7 checkmate on the next move, and there's literally nothing you can do to stop it. It is toast for Parham Magsudlu.
And Lawrence, some quick updates on the other key matchups. It looks like Artemiev is worse on board 2. Caruana has the advantage there. Caruana, not one of the leaders, but in the chasing pack. So that would be a great result for Carlsen if Artemiev cannot win his game. Vincent Keimer, however, looking balanced, I've got to say, maybe with a small advantage. So Magnus can't celebrate just yet. Okay, Magsudlu bites the bullet. He takes the gifted piece, that Greek gift of a bishop, and he takes this pawn too. Where is the killer blow? Magnus plays queen f7. Wow, so calm. Not even going for the obvious capture on g6, not tricking the black king into coming out further. I think that would have been winning too, but queen f7 closes the net, takes away the escape square on g8 for black's king, and you can see it in his body language. Magnus, he knows checkmate is coming. If g5, then it's the same idea that you mentioned, Lawrence. If black tries to block this h-file, h6 again comes, and it's inevitable. The h-file will open decisively. No defense. This is just classic attack. This belongs in endgame, not endgame, attacking manuals for the Open Sicilian. It's brutal when checkmate happens like this. Heartbreak as well for Magsudlu, who's fought so well this tournament, who's launched a bit of a streak there in the second half. Magnus just too good in this game. Queen f7, the killer blow. And he's looking good for the gold medal after a bit of a traumatic start to today. Queen f7.
Yeah, and Magsudlu, okay, he does go g5, h6, and he's going to give out his hand here. Magnus Carlsen, at least in a playoff for the Rapid World Championships, he's defeated Parham Magsudlu, but everything depends now on the other games. going on. Fabiano Caruana has got a great position against Artemiev. Look at this. He's a pawn up, control on the board. This is a disaster for Artemiev. As I said, I think Fabi is a bad opponent for Artemiev. And Vincent Keimer, you said it was slightly equal. It looks like that as well. And MVL is so tough to beat. Oof. C4, B4 makes a lot of sense. Vincent trying to create a pass pawn, but hold on a second. Pawn to F4, exploiting the back rank. You can't take that pawn because you will get back rank mated. And so you're supposed to play. Actually, the next move here does not look intuitive at all here to me, because knight d7 runs into some bishop a4 stuff. So hold on a second. From being slightly better, is Keimer now slightly worse?
It's getting very complicated there, Lawrence. And we did see Magnus just walk in front of the camera there. He was checking out his main rival's games. It must be a nice situation to be in, winning quickly, relaxing in case there's a playoff. But he will have taken a look at this one. He knows that Vachier-Lagrave is fantastic in these types of positions. He trusts in Maxime to do him a favor now, Magnus. And like you say, Vincent is under pressure. Maybe Vincent can play e4. Okay, there we go. He has bypassed the white f-pawn. And what is happening here? g5 by Vincent Keimer. Throwing a pawn forward. Now there's no back rank checkmate, Lawrence. Suddenly, after f takes g5, e takes d3. Just opening up the e-file.
Oh my goodness.
The difference is black is suddenly winning because the king has an escape square on g7. White cannot take the black rook with his queen now. Just loses material. G5 is a mark of genius.
What a move, G5. And now he can play after D4. He can play GF4 and land a knight on E5. If he ever gets a knight on E5, it's toast for white, strategically speaking.
Yeah.
What a move.
Black has so many passed pawns. Dark square blockade will render white's bishop irrelevant. Amazing, genius move there by Vincent. Magnus is watching these two. He knows it's changing on every turn. Can white throw a spanner in the works, though? Can white play a move such as E5 just to avoid any blockade? He goes for it, I think, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. There we go. He does fight fire with fire, not backing down. His queen was attacked. Who cares? Counterattack against the black queen. And I think we will see a trade down into an endgame. What is the pawn count? It's 5 pawns against 5 pawns. Whose minor piece is better? Whose pawns are better? Who knows? At this point, it is pure chaos. But the evaluation bar does say that it is still within the realms of equality. And fireworks, Lawrence. The players are not disappointing in this round. Both of these two want to win, of course, but after that little series of genius moves by both sides, it looks like it might peter out towards equality. I don't see how white keeps his further advanced of the two double D pawns intact. I think that will drop. Black's E pawn will also fall. Still a lot to play for, of course. Equality does not mean a draw. It just means that chances are level, and with best play, that would be the most likely result. Who do you favor here? I'm still struggling. I think I would pick black if anyone, but it's anyone's game.
Ever so slightly, but I've got no real feel for this position whatsoever. No, my intuition is not serving me at all here.
It's a calculating type of endgame. It's not a standard, not one of those where you just understand things instantly. It's all about pure calculation, concrete moves. Vincent tries to get the black rook active. Nice trap. If rook takes e3 right now for white, then the black rook is going to come down. Rook a1 check, and king f2, knight g4 wins the game for black. Setting traps Vincent. He knows he needs to win to catch up with Magnus. Still so tense. And what's happening on board 2, Lawrence? This is board 3. One of the leaders, Keimer, for the round. Artemiev, is he holding against Caruana?
Well,
bad for black, I've got to say.
He's regained the pawn at least.
Whoa!
7,
Lawrence.
It's not a mouse slip.
It looks like it should be, but it's not a mouse slip. No matter which black rook captured the white rook, the other rook would have fallen. And now Caruana is broken through to the back rank. There's all sorts of mating ideas. Knight f6 check is a monster threat right now. If black doesn't guard against it, Okay, black's rook retreats. Lawrence, where's the knockout? It must be here. How about bishop takes g7?
G7, no.
Oh, it feels so close. Maybe black can play rook takes e8 here and survive.
Yeah.
It's by the skin of the teeth for black, but where is the knockout? Caruana is going to be, well, he's got 3 minutes. I was going to say he's going to spend all of his remaining time on this one moment. His spidey senses will be telling him there's a winning blow. Knight e5 is also very tempting for white here. Attacking the f7.
What about
threat on black's rook? So many tempting moves, Lawrence.
Oh, I think I have an idea.
Okay.
I have an idea. So if I go knight takes h6 check. Nope. The bar immediately says no. Yeah, no, the bar said no. So I wanted to go queen g4, but it doesn't.
Oh, actually, there's a nice variation there, Lawrence. Knight takes h6, queen takes h6 by black. And after the white queen captures, black flicks in the intermediate move, rook d1 check. Next move takes the white queen, saves the day, and wins a piece. And
rook d8.
Okay, rook d8 played. Caruana. The only move I've seen so far that seems promising is knight e5. Just trying to cash in on the weak f7 square. Is that an attempt, Lawrence? Knight e5? I can't see a defense for black there, I've got to say.
He's played it.
He's played it. Rook takes rook now. Queen takes f7 check. White comes out a pawn up with a raging attack.
Caruana doing star move. Massive favor to Magnus Carlsen. And meanwhile, I'm keeping an eye on the MVL Vincent game because that is still a 3-result game, by the way. Although I am starting to like Vincent's position more. f6, queen f7, king h7 on the board. This looks close. It looks like you shouldn't be surviving this with black under normal circumstances. How about just knight g4?
Wow, very calm, cool, collected. Yeah, capturing on f6. Next move, winning the black queen or giving checkmate. That looks decisive. Maybe as well, knight d7. Same idea, Lawrence there. And Caruana has just played it. Really nice finesse, nice finishing touch. And black has to give up his rook for that strong white knight. Checkmate's coming. Black's bishop is dropping. That black knight is offside. You can't defend. And Artemiev just playing out of inertia. As you say, checkmate is inevitable. And we see the handshake. Artemiev is out of the running for first prize. Caruana playing the role of spoiler.
And that means we've only got one game left relevant for this tournament. Rook a7. This is the position. It's 3 pawns against 4 pawns, but black has got a very advanced past b pawn. And I would still take black in a real game, I guess, because I have this pawn. But at the same time, MVL, he's such a tricky customer, tricky defender. King f2 on the board. What do we think here?
Black has various tempting moves. You can give a check, get black's rook active with tempo. That looks like the most natural. There we go. Vincent plays it. If black had pushed his b pawn, white's rook is ready to swing over to b8 behind. I don't think you should get too impatient and push black's b pawn. That is a long-term trump card. Keep it up your sleeve for later. Vincent grabs a pawn back, meanwhile, re-establishing material equality, and MVL's banking everything on white's h-pawn. Knights, remember, are bad at stopping these h-pawns, a-pawns, but with rooks on the board, Lawrence, I agree. It looks like black's play is easier. I would be tempted to give another check from black with the rook. Maybe the black king can start entering the center later. The black rook on its own can't do the business. Black's knight is perfectly placed on an outpost as a blockader. Kaimer must be the favorite. Also 1 minute up on the clock, but such high stakes and he can't afford a slip. Otherwise, MVL will hold this one. You mentioned 3-result game, Lawrence. It feels like Vincent has this, he has all the aces here. I don't think black should lose unless you take massive risks. He gives a check. White retreats with his king. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is great at these types of endgames where it's pure calculation. So you're right, it's going to be difficult to break through his defenses, but maybe bring the king. I don't see anything else. Black's knight is frozen. You don't want to push the B pawn too far yet. You could slide behind white's H pawn with the black rook H3, but I would be tempted to bring the king. Just add an extra spice to the equation.
I love
really
this.
see a reason not to.
I love this plan, David. Bringing that king, getting it on some dark squares out the way.
Yeah.
Okay, rook H3.
Doesn't change things too much. I would still be tempted to push the black king forward now. Yeah, at least he's kind of stopped white's rook in its tracks. White's rook is in front of its pawn, therefore passive. You want rooks behind, ideally. Although MVL is just 2 moves away from putting that white pawn on H7, and then the rook will be free. The pawn on H7 will be defended by white's bishop. Yeah, suddenly, Vincent has some work to do, some calculation to be done. Great ending to the tournament, says Jobby Head in the feature chat. I agree, so tense. Magnus is going to be watching this one as well, hoping that Maxime can do him a favor. B3 is now the moment. Can white not just go after this pawn? White's rook is going to go to B8. Vincent, is that a sign of nerves? How's he going to keep his pawn alive, Lawrence? That was his main advantage in this
I think
position.
he wants to put, I think rook B8, he wants to go B2. I think this is his idea. And say that this pawn is immune because on rook takes B2, you have rook H2 check. But it does feel a little premature, to say the least. And I just want to remind everybody, of course, Vincent Kmart is playing in order to be able to play a playoff for the World Rapid Championship. A win is the only acceptable result here for Vincent Kmart. Rook B8 has been played by MVL. He will go B2. And now the question is, he's also saying that, for example, on a move like King D2, I can just take on H5 because this ending here after Rook B2, Rook H2, King C3 trade is a really bad ending for white. And I agree, this has to be losing. You just bring the king in, something like this. Very simple. You're going to march the F pawn, the knight is glorious. And this is a fairly simple winning endgame. Is it going to be fairy tale time for Vincent Kmart playing for the World Rapid Championship against Magnus Carlsen? I see no moves for MVL.
Wow, Lawrence, look at the camera. He has gone for this endgame. Vincent Kmart could be about to force the playoffs. The rooks are off the board. Black's king is coming. Black's knight dominates the white bishop. White's bishop is a terrible piece. Black's F pawn is going to start marching soon. We could well see a playoff for the world title. I mean, he's playing for money. He's playing for the gold medal. He's playing for a title, everything now. Vincent, this is the highlight of his career. This one game. Can he finish it off? That black king is so strong. White is almost frozen. That black king can come even further in.
Yeah.
Vachier-Lagrave, how is he going to defend this? It's one-way traffic right now. Look at the evaluation bar. It's collapsed for MVL. It's all gone wrong. Vincent pushing that B pawn turned out to be a genius stroke. And just bring the king in. You can save that F pawn for later. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's also running out of moves. White's bishop is completely stuck defending pawns. You cannot move it. White is just going to have to yo-yo with his king. D2, E2, D2, E2. He's just got to wait. And Vincent here.
He can even go F3 check.
Yeah, exactly. Throw that pawn forward. That's a check. Deflect the white king away. King D2 is forced.
And in this position, this is where you need the touch. Maybe you could just go F2 anyway. Because King E2, F1 equals queen is winning. And if you play a move like Bishop F1 now, you can play, for example,
C4 check.
Knight takes C4 check. And the point is that takes in the other variations. White was able to play D6, but he's too slow because of F2. So F3 check is just winning, right? I mean, I don't even see even the modicum of hope for MPL.
Maybe
Vive la France.
He's feeling the nerves now. Vincent Kmart, biggest game of his career so far. Does he play f3? Is he going to go for it right now? Is he going to step back with his knight? I don't think he should miss this moment. If you don't seize your opportunity in life, in chess, then the moment might pass. If he moves the knight, at least Maxime gets some hope. So f3, he's got to play it. Under 20 seconds now. Is this the moment? Vincent Keimer.
Vincent, the time
is just winning. 10 seconds. He plays it.
Does it. F2.
He's going for this variation.
Now he could just take on c4, but then king e2, and then knight e3 perhaps. Knight e3 knight e3 d6. Excuse me.
Some calculation to be done. Can White survive this now? Oh, Vincent, I think he's let it slip. Suddenly, he only has a pawn left. Look at his face.
Oh
Maybe
no,
F3,
what did he do?
Maybe it wasn't correct going for it at that moment.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Suddenly, White's bishop is going to give itself up for Black's pawn. This should now be a draw. Maybe f3. f3 must have been right, but f2. Maybe he could have backed it up with a check first, a knight move. Suddenly, Vachier-Lagrave, he's getting his bishop out. He's getting ready to cover the black pawn's advance. Surely a draw now, Lawrence. Heartbreak, so close for Vincent.
Oh my goodness. And Vincent now, gutted. He's absolutely devastated. What
the body language.
Chance. And there's just no way.
He was one accurate move away. It was the nerves. It was the clock as well. He was down under 10 seconds, like you said, Lawrence. When the clock ticks down, the brain goes out the window, especially with such high stakes. And Magnus Carlsen now watching this game must feel confident. Black simply can't advance his pawn. There's no way to get it past the vision of that white bishop. Vachier-Lagrave keeps his bishop on the long diagonal. And we will see a handshake, a draw any moment. The world title is going to Norway. It is going to Magnus Carlsen. But what a fight Vincent's put up, Lawrence. What a player he is going to be. What a player he already is.
Yeah, and interestingly, the engine here is giving -7 or -8. It's saying, for example, you move the knight. Let's say the bishop moves somewhere. Let's say bishop to f1. You then move the king.
We'll analyze this in a moment. We have just seen the handshake. Okay. It is confirmed. Magnus Carlsen is the World Rapid Champion 2022. Vachier-Lagrave saves his own skin, but also ensures the destiny of the title. Look at this. Vincent maybe just finding out where he went wrong, discussing his missed win. We'll look at that in a moment, but what a game. It was there until the very end. And I think we saw Magnus Carlsen as well, puffing out his cheeks as he walked away, relieved. Oh, what a day it's been. So many twists and turns. Oh, Lawrence, I'm running out of breath here. It's just been so dramatic. And,
it has been. It's been dramatic. Heartfelt condolences to Vincent. He fought valiantly for the whole day to get himself even in the position. He's had a brilliant tournament, let's be honest. But it is the GOAT himself, Magnus Carlsen, adding another World Championship belt to his roster. This time a World Rapid World Championship, not his first, but he's absolutely delighted to reclaim that title after botching it against Abdusattorov last year. And Magnus, as he said on many occasions to the press, to his fans, he believes that this particular tournament is an extremely relevant and important tournament, a relevant title, the World Rapid Championship. He'll be absolutely delighted. Relief is the word used, David. I think I would echo that sentiment. He's had a tough day. The loss against Artemiev, the bad position against Caruana, and then to kind of be gifted an easier victory against Magsudlu, and then for all of the other results to go in his favor. He needed 2 results to go in his favor, and he even had to sweat that one at the end. But his boy MBL came through for him, and we see Magnus Carlsen regaining the World Rapid crown. And he'll be gunning for the World Blitz crown as well, which will start tomorrow. And of course, we need to give another shout out to Tan Zhongyi for her wonderful performance in the women's section. Also to Dinara Sadorkasova. It could have gone either way. Tan just had the better nerves. She just didn't hesitate as much. And that meant that Tan took home the title there too. So happy Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, we see some behind the scenes footage of the auditorium backstage. Magnus greeted by the adoring fans, by some journalists. He looked happy. He gave a very brief interview there. But bigger challenges ahead, of course. The World Blitz, as you mentioned there, Lawrence. But step one for Magnus has been accomplished. Fair play to Vincent Keimer. All of the prize winners, all of the top finishers, they put their heart into this. They performed admirably. Some fantastic chess throughout these last 3 days. There's still some action in the World Rapid Championships. Some games still going on in the open section. We do, however, have our two world champions, Magnus Carlsen and Tan Zhongyi. And this is, I think, one of the final games going. Duda with white against Amin Tabatabai from Iran. Black looks like he's going for checkmate. White's king not entirely safe, but white does have an extra bishop. So this should be winning for Duda. But what is the finishing touch? Both sides around 20 seconds. Are we going to end this tournament on a high? Will we see another decisive result? Really complicated endgame. That's been the theme of the last 3 days. And Duda brings his rook the whole way around, getting ready to check the black king if it ever steps onto the third rank. This looks like a win for white, a win for Duda here. And Lawrence, it feels weird analyzing now after all the drama of that most recent endgame between Keimer and Vachier-Lagrave. But we will stick with this one till the end and confirm the standings a bit later on. White's king now is free of its jail, of its prison on the first rank, and Duda is going to clinch this any moment now. We see Tabatabai head in hands. He knows he's let it slip. No more checkmates, and therefore black is lost.
Yeah, easy win now. Easy win for Jan Krzysztof. He's going to go d6. This is more than sufficient. A rook and king takes h3. It's going to play a little bit on inertia here, but this is he's probably just going to resign at some point, because also it's just there's only so much fight one can have. The position is secure. He's probably just going to run over to the queen side, slowly infiltrate the king via the queen side, king g5, rook d6. He's going to put the rook on d3. He's got all the time in the world. He can even exchange a pair of pawns to make his job easier. And gutted to Tabatabai, you can see, just gutted with this position, playing on pure inertia.
He's had a good tournament. Tabatabai, he nearly took down Nakamura, but there we go. It ends on this note. Duda does take the win, and that's important for the prizes. Remember, so much at stake, and Duda does get a slice of the prize money, I believe, with that win.
Massive slice. I mean, Duda was on 7.5. That rockets him to 8.5, and that was the final game. And let's now just have a quick view of the players, the playing hall. We've seen 3 days of brilliant rapid chess. It's not over. We've got the Blitz World Championships as well over the next 2 days, so we're not going anywhere. But we should give another shout out, really, and ode to the winners of these tournaments. Firstly, to Magnus Carlsen for winning the World Rapid Championships. It was topsy-turvy on the last day, but he got the job done. Tan Zhongyi showing the better nerves. Well done to her for winning the women's. Magnus Carlsen netting $60,000 for Tan Zhongyi. It's $40,000. In the women's, should be pointed out that, of course, Dinara, having lost the playoff, gets the silver medal. Still a very proud moment for her. And I am not 100% sure on third, but I believe, according to the standings I have, that it is the young Indian Savita who may have stolen the third place position. I will get double confirmation on that. Regardless, she's at a great tournament, getting third place bronze, $20,000. Absolutely huge. And in the open section, well, we've been talking about it. It is the world champion for the moment, the world number one, the greatest of all time, Magnus Carlsen winning. And a very disappointed Vincent Keimer, who shares second and third with Fabiano Caruana. We're not sure who gets the silver and bronze yet. We'll have further clarification a bit later on. We come back, same time, same place tomorrow for the Blitz. It's going to be wild and wacky. We have even more rounds per day. Do make sure that you come back tomorrow, because the Blitz is, for many people at least, their favorite event of this particular schedule. And also, just bear in mind that we have another promotion or initiative going on at chess.com, which is that if you are a streamer looking to grow your audience and reach the dizzying heights of the likes of Hikaru, Nakamura, Gotham Chess, the Bota sisters, the chess.com community streamer program brings your stream to the world's biggest chess platform, chess.com, with new features that will be in your presence in the community. All you have to do is connect your Twitch account to your account on chess.com, set your Twitch category to chess, and start streaming. Use the code !streaming, start streaming in chat for all the details. Fabi, sorry, I beg your pardon. I called you Fabi. David, it's been emotional, but I don't think you can have too many complaints with the overall winners.
No, they deserved it in the end. We always say the cream does rise to the top. In the end, Magnus came in first place. He deserved it, despite that one move blunder we saw earlier today. And likewise, in the women's section, Tan Zhongyi, she was the most consistent. She held her nerve better in that playoff, and she therefore deserves her title. As you say, Lawrence, it's been a roller coaster ride. The level of chess has been so high, so entertaining. Every player taking risks in every round, and I'm pretty sure that's going to continue in the Blitz, where we will look forward to Hikaru Nakamura staking more of a claim. He's guaranteed to be one of the top dogs there. Of course, Caruana riding off that high, coming joint second in the end on that winning streak. He's going to be there too. Magnus is going to have his work cut out, and 21 rounds of Blitz in the open section over 2 days. It's going to be fast and furious, as you mentioned, and I can't wait to get started tomorrow. It's going to be a long day, but a really exciting day. That's guaranteed.
Yep, and of course we have the Women's World Blitz as well. Are we going to get Tan Zhongyi? Is she going to win 2 titles? That would be unbelievable. Magnus Carlsen, is he going to win 2 titles? I can tell you this, he would want nothing more than to win the World Blitz title. That is a title very, very dear to his heart. That is going to be it from us. Thank you so much to everybody who tuned in, who stayed with us throughout the duration, wherever you're from. Thank you for your support, and thank you for your kind words. Thank you also to, of course, the production team, everybody at chess.com for making this possible. We're not done, though. Tomorrow, the World Blitz Championships. Who is going to win? Is MVL going to defend his crown? We'll soon find out. See you all tomorrow, 1 a.m. Pacific time, 1 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central European time. I'm Lawrence Trent, and from David Howell, it's been an absolute pleasure. See you all tomorrow for the World Blitz Championships.
Bye, everyone.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, Unforgettable emotions from the first date. The first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck. And your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.